Prologue. When the white noise went off, we were in the garden, pulling weeds. I always reacted badly to it. It didn't matter if it was outside, eating in the mess hall, or locked in my cabin. When it came to the shrieking tones blew up like a pipe bomb between my ears. Other girls at Thurmond could pick themselves up after a few minutes, shaking off the nausea and disorientation like those loose grass clinging to their camp uniforms. But me? Hours would pass before I was able to piece myself back together. This time should have been no different, but it was. I didn't see what had happened to provoke the punishment. We were working so close to the camp's electric fence, and I could smell the singed air and feel the voltage it shed vibrating in my teeth. Maybe someone got brave and decided to step out into the garden's bounds. Or maybe, dreaming big, someone fulfilled all of our fantasies and threw a rock at the head of the nearest PSI Special Forces soldier. That would have been worth it. The only thing I knew for certain was that the overhead speakers spurted out 2 warning blares, one short, one long. The skin on my neck crawled as I leaned into the damp dirt, hands pressed tightly into my ears, shoulders tense to take the hit. The sound that came over the speakers wasn't really white noise. It was that weird buzz that the air sometimes takes on when you're sitting alone in silence, or the faint hum of a computer monitor. To the United States government and its Department of PSI Youth, it was the love child of a car alarm and a dental drill turned up high enough to make your ears bleed, literally. The sound ripped out of the speakers and shredded every nerve in my body. It forced its ways past my hands, roaring over the screams of the 100 teenage freaks, and settled at the center of my brain, where I couldn't reach in and rip it out. My eyes flooded with tears, and I tried to ram my face into the ground. All I could taste in my mouth was blood and dirt. A girl fell forward next to me, her mouth open in a cry I couldn't hear. Everything else faded out of focus. My body shook in time with the bursts of static curling in on itself like an old yellowing piece of paper. Someone's hands were shaking my shoulders. I heard someone say my name, Ruby, but I was too far gone to respond. Gone, 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 sinking until there was nothing left, like the earth had swallowed me up in a single deep breath, then darkness and silence. Chapter 1. Grace Summerfield was the first to die. The first in my 4th grade class, at least. I'm sure that by then, thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of kids had already gone up and gone the way that she had. People were slow to piece it all together, or at least they had figured out the right way to keep us in the dark long after kids started dying. When the families' deaths finally came to light, my elementary school put a strict ban on teachers and staff talking to us about what was then called Everhart's disease, after Michael Everhart, the first kid known to have died of it. Soon, someone somewhere decided to give it a proper name: idiopathic adolescent acute neurodegeneration, Ian for short. And then it wasn't just Michael's disease, it was all of ours. All the adults I knew buried the knowledge beneath lying smiles and hugs. I was still stuck in my own world of sunshine, ponies, and my race car collection. Looking back, I couldn't believe how naive I was, just how many clues I missed. Even big things like when my dad, a cop, started working longer hours and could barely stand to look at me when he finally did come home. My mom started me on a strict vitamin regimen and refused to let me be alone, even for a few minutes. On the other hand, my parents were both only children. I didn't have any dead cousins to send up red flags, and my mom's refusal to let my dad install a soul-sucking vortex of trash and mindless entertainment, that thing commonly known as a television, meant that no scary news broadcast rocked my world. This, combined with the CIA-grade parental controls set up in our internet access, pretty much ensured I'd be far more concerned about how my stuffed animals were arranged to my bed than the possibility of dying before my 10th birthday. I was also completely unprepared for what happened on the 15th of September. It had rained the night before, so my parents sent me to school wearing red galoshes. In class, we talked about dinosaurs and practiced cursive before Mrs. Port dismissed us for lunch with her usual look of relief. I remember every detail of lunch that day clearly, not because I was sitting across from Grace at the table, but because she was the first, and because it wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't old like grandpops have been. She didn't have cancer like Mom's friend Sarah. No allergies, no cough, no head injury. Nothing. When she died, it came completely out of the blue, and none of us understood what it meant until it was too late. Grace was locked in a deep debate about whether a fly was trapped inside her Jell-O cup. The red mass shivered as she waved around it, inching out over the edge of the container when she squeezed it a bit too tight. Naturally, everyone wanted to give their opinion on whether it was a fly or a piece of candy Grace had pushed in there, including me. "I'm not a liar," Grace said. She stopped. The plastic cup slipped from her fingers, hitting the table. Her mouth was open, eyes fixed on something just beyond my head. Grace's brow was furrowed, almost as if she was listening to someone explain something very difficult. "Grace," I remember saying, "are you okay?" Her eyes rolled back, flashing white in the second it took for her eyelids to droop down. Grace let out a small sigh, not even strong enough to blow away the strands of brown hair stuck to her lips. All of us sitting nearby froze, though we must have had the same thought. She fainted. A week or two before, Josh Preston had passed out on the playground because, as Mrs. Port explained, he didn't have enough sugar in his system. Something stupid like that. A noon aide rushed over to the table. She was one of the 4 ladies with white visors and whistles who rotated lunch and playground duty during the week. I had no idea if she had any medical certifications beyond a vague notion of CPR, but she pulled Grace's sagging body to the ground all the same. She had a rapt silence as she pressed her ear to Grace's hot pink t-shirt, listening for a heartbeat that wasn't there. I don't know what the old lady thought. Maybe she started yelling, and suddenly white visors and curious faces circled in on us. It wasn't until Ben Cho nudged Grace's limp hand with his sneaker that any of us realized she was dead. The other kids started screaming. One girl, Tess, was crying so hard she couldn't even breathe. Small feet stamped toward the cafeteria door. I just sat, surrounded by abandoned lunches, staring at the Jell-O cups and letting terror crawl through me until my arms and legs felt like they would be frozen to the table forever. If the school security officer hadn't come and carried me outside, I don't know how long I would have stayed there. Grace is dead, I was thinking. Grace is dead? Grace is dead. And it got worse. A month later, after the first big wave of deaths, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention released a 5-step list of symptoms to help parents identify whether their kid was at risk for Ian. By then, half of my class was dead. My mom hid the list so well that I only found it by accident when I climbed on the top of the kitchen counter to look at the chocolate she kept behind her baking supplies. "How to identify if your child is at risk," the flyer read. I recognized the flaming orange shade of paper. It was the sheet Mrs. Port had sent home with her few remaining students days before. She had folded it twice and fastened it with 3 staples to prevent our reading it. "To the parents of Ruby only" was written on the outside and underlined 3 times. 3 times was serious. My parents would have grounded me for opening it. Luckily for me, it was already open. 1. Your child suddenly becomes sullen and withdrawn and or loses interest in activities they previously enjoyed. 2. She or he begins to have abnormal difficulty in concentrating or suddenly becomes hyper-focused on tasks, resulting in she or he losing track of time and or neglecting him or herself or others. She or he experiences hallucinations, vomiting, chronic migraines, memory loss, and or fainting spells. 4. She or he becomes prone to violent outbursts, usually reckless behavior or self-injury, burns, bruises, and cuts that cannot be explained. 5. She or he develops behaviors or abilities that are inexplicable, dangerous, or cause you or others physical harm. If your child demonstrates any of the above symptoms, register him or her at en.gov and wait to be contacted about the local hospital to which she or he should be taken. When I finished reading the flyer, I folded it back up neatly and put it exactly where I found it, and threw it up in the sink. Grams phoned later that week, and in her usual to-the-point Grams way, explaining everything to me. Kids were dying left and right, all about my age, but the doctors were working on it, and I wasn't supposed to be afraid, because I was her granddaughter, and I would be fine. I should be good and tell my parents if I felt anything weird, understand? Things turned from bad to terrifying very fast. A week after, 3 of the 4 kids in my neighborhood were buried. The president made a formal address to the nation. Mom and Dad watched the live stream on the computer, and I listened from outside the office door. "My fellow Americans," President Gray began, Today, we face a devastating crisis, one that threatens not only our children's lives, but the very future of our great nation. May it comfort you to know that in our time of need, we in Washington are developing programs both to support the families affected by this horrid affliction and the children blessed enough to survive it. I wish I could have seen his face as he spoke, because I think he knew, he must have, that in this great threat, the crimp in our supposed glorious future had nothing to do with the kids who had died. Buried underground or burned into ash, they couldn't do anything but haunt the memories of the people who had loved them. They were gone, forever. In the symptoms list, the one that was sent home folded and stapled by teachers, which was aired 100 times over on the news as the faces of the dead scrolled along the bottom of the screen, the government was never scared of the kids who might die or the empty spaces they would leave behind. They were afraid of us, the ones who lived. Chapter 2. It rained the day they brought us to Thurmond, and it went on to rain straight through the week, and the week after that. Freezing rain, the kind that would have been snow if it had been 5 degrees colder. I remember watching the drops trace frantic paths down the length of the school bus window. If I had been back at home, inside one of my parents' cars, I would have followed the drops, swerving routes across the cold glass of my fingertips. Now my hands were tied together behind my back, and the men in the black uniforms had packed 4 of us to a seat. There was barely room to breathe. The heat from 100 odd bodies fogged the bus windows, and it acted like a screen to the outside world. Later, the windows of the bright yellow buses they used to bring kids in would have been smeared with black paint. They just haven't thought of it yet. I was closest to the window on the 5-hour drive, so I could make out slivers of the passing landscape whenever the rain let up for a bit. It all looked exactly the same to me. Green farms, thick expanses of trees. We could have still been in Virginia, for all I knew. The girl sitting next to me, the one that later would be classified blue, seemed to recognize the sign at one point because she leaned over me to get a better look. She looked a little familiar to me, like I had seen her face from around my town, or she was from the next one over. I think all the kids with me were from Virginia, but there was no way to be sure, because there was only one big rule, and that was silence. After they had picked me up from my house the day before, they'd kept me, along with the rest of the kids, in some kind of warehouse overnight. The room was washed in unnatural brightness. They sat us in a cluster on the dirty cement floor and pointed 3 floodlights towards us. We weren't allowed to sleep. My eyes were watering so badly from the dust that I couldn't see the clammy, pale faces around me, let alone the faces of the soldiers who stood just beyond the ring of lights, watching. In some weird way, they creased to be whole men and women. In the gray haze of half-sleep, I processed them in small, terrifying pieces. The gasoline reek of shoe polish, the creak of stiff leather, the twist of disgust on their lips, the tip of a boot as it dug into my side, forcing me back awake. The next morning, the drive was completely silent except for the silent soldier's radio and the kids that were crying toward the back of the bus. The kid sitting at the other end of our seat wet his pants, but he wasn't about to tell that to the red-haired PSF standing beside him. She had slapped him when he complained he hadn't eaten anything all day. I flexed my bare feet against the ground, trying to keep my legs still. Hunger was making my head feel funny, too, bubbling up every once in a while to overwhelm even the spikes of terror shooting through me. It was hard to focus and harder to sit still. I felt like I was shrinking, trying to fade back into the seat and disappear completely. My hands were starting to lose feeling after being bound to the same position for so long. Trying to stretch the plastic band they'd tighten around them did nothing but force it to cut deeper into the soft skin there. PSI Special Forces. That's what the driver of the bus had called himself and the others when they collected us from the warehouse. You are to come with us on the authority of PSI Special Forces Commander Joseph Traylor. He held up a paper to prove it, so I guess it was true. I had been taught not to argue with adults anyway. The bus took a deep dip as it pulled off the narrow road and onto a smaller dirt one. The new vibrations woke whoever had been lucky or exhausted enough to fall asleep. They also sent the black uniforms into action. The men and women stood straighter, and their attention snapped toward the windshield. I saw the towering fence first. The darkening gray cast everything in a moody, deep blue, but not the fence. It was glowing silver as the wind whistled through its open pockets. Just below my window, were dozens of men and women in full uniform, escorting the bus into a brisk jog. The PSFs in the control booth at the gate stood and saluted the driver as he navigated past them. The bus lurched to a stop, and we were all forced to stay deathly still as a camp gate slid shut behind us. The locks cracked through the silence like thunder as they came together again. We were not the first bus, though. That had come a year before. We were not the last bus either. That would come in 3 more years when the camp's occupancy maxed out. There was a single breath of stillness before a soldier in a black rain poncho rapped on the bus door. The driver reached over and pulled the lever and ended anyone's hopes that this was a short pit stop. The PSF was an enormous man, the kind you'd expect to play an evil giant in a movie, or a villain in a cartoon. He steps his hood up, masking his face, hair, and anything that would have let me recognize him later. I guess it didn't matter. He wasn't speaking for himself. He was speaking for the camp. "You will stand and exit the bus in an orderly fashion," he yelled. The driver tried to hand him the microphone, but the soldier knocked it away with his hand. "You will be divided into groups of 10, and you will be brought in for testing. Do not try to run. Do not speak. Do not do anything other than what is asked of you. Failure to follow these instructions will be met with punishment." At 10, I was one of the younger kids on the bus. Though there were certainly a few kids younger, most seemed to be 12, even 13. The hate and mistrust burning in the soldier's eyes might have shrunken my spine, but it only sparked rebellion in the other kids. "Go screw yourself," someone yelled from the back of the bus. We all turned at once, just in time to see the PSF with the flaming red hair launch the butt of her rifle into the teenage boy's mouth. He let out a shriek of pain and surprise as the soldier did it again, and I saw a faint spray of blood burst from his mouth when he took his next angry breath. With his hands behind his back, there was no way he could have blocked the next attack. He just had to take it. They began to moving kids off the bus, 1 seat of 4 at a time. But I was still watching that kid, the way he seemed to cloud the air around him with silent, toxic fury. I don't know if he felt me staring or what, but the boy turned around and met my gaze. He nodded at me, like encouragement, and when he smiled, it was around a mouthful of bloody teeth. I felt myself being hauled up and out of my seat, and almost before I realized what was happening, I was slipping down the wet bus steps and tumbling into the pouring rain. A different PSF lifted me off my knees and guided me in the direction of the 2 other girls about my age. Their clothes clung to them like old skin, translucent and drooping. There were nearly 20 PSFs on the ground, swarming the seats of kids. My feet had been completely swallowed by the mud, and I was shivering in my pajamas, but no one took notice, and no one came up to cut the plastic binding off our hands. We waited silently, tongues clamped between our teeth. I looked up to the clouds, turning my face to the pounding rain. It looked like the sky was falling, piece by piece. The last groups of 4 were being lifted off the bus and dropped onto the ground, including the boy with the broken face. He was the last one off, just behind a tall blonde girl with a blank stare. I could barely make them out, though, through the sheet of rain in the foggy bus windows, but I was sure I saw the boy lean forward and whisper something into the girl's ear, just as she took the first step off the bus. She nodded a quick jerk of her chin. The second her shoes touched the mud, she bolted to the right, ducking around the nearest PSF's hands. One of the PSFs barked out a terrifying "stop," but she kept running straight for the gates. With everyone's attention turned toward her, no one thought to look back at the boy still on the bus. No one but me. He came slinking down the steps, the front of his white hooded sweatshirt stained with his own blood. The same PSF who had hit him before was now helping him down to the ground, as she had done for the rest of us. I watched her fingers close around his elbows and felt the echo of her grip on my own newly bruised skin. I watched him turn and say something to her, his face a mask of pure calm. I watched the PSF let go of his arm, take her gun out of its holster, and without a word, without even blinking, stick the barrel inside of her mouth and pull the trigger. I didn't know if I screamed aloud or if a strangled sound had come from the woman waking up to what she was doing, 2 seconds too late to stop it. The image of her face, her slack jaw, her eyes bulging out of her skull, the ripple of suddenly loose skin stayed burned in the air like a photo negative far longer than the explosion of pink misty blood and clumps of hair against the bus. The kid standing next to me dropped into a dead faint, and then there wasn't a single one of us that wasn't screaming. The PSFs hit the ground at the exact same moment the girl was tackled into the mud. The rain washed the soldiers' blood down off the bus windows, and yellow panels stretched the bloated dark lines, drawing them out as they disappeared and completely. It was that fast. The boy was looking only at us. "Run," he yelled through the broken teeth. "What are you doing? Run, run." That was the first thing that went through my mind. Wasn't, "What are you?" or even, "Why?" It was, "But I have nowhere else to go." He might as well have blown up the entire bus for the panic it caused. Some kids listened and tried to bolt for the fence, only to have their path blocked by a line of soldiers in black that seemed to pour out of thin air. Most just stood there and screamed and screamed and screamed. The rain falling all around, the mud sticking their feet down firmly in place. A girl knocked me down to the ground with her shoulder as the other PSFs rushed for the boy still standing in the bus doorway. The soldiers were yelling at us to sit on the ground, to stay frozen there. I did exactly as I was told. "Orange," I heard one of them yell on his walkie-talkie. "We have a situation at the main gate. I need restraints for an orange." It wasn't until after they had rounded us back and had the boy with the broken face on the ground, and I dared to look up. In that I began to wonder, dread tickling up my spine, if he was the only one who could do something like that, or if everyone around me was there because they could cause someone to hurt themselves that way too. Not me, the words blazed through my head. Not me. They made a mistake. A mistake. I watched with a feeling of hollowness at the center of my chest as one of the soldiers took a can of spray paint in my hand and painted an enormous orange X over the boy's back. The boy had only stopped yelling because two PSFs had pulled a strange, weird black mask around the lower part of his face, like they were muzzling a dog. Tension beaded on my skin like sweat. They marched our lines through the camp toward the infirmary for sorting. As we walked, we saw kids heading in the opposite direction from a row of pathetic wood cabins. All of them were wearing white uniforms with a different colored X on each of their backs and a number written in black above it. I saw 5 colors in all: green, blue, yellow, orange, and red. The kids with green and blue X's were allowed to walk freely, their hands swinging at their sides. Those with a faint yellow X or an orange or red one were forced to fight through the mud with their hands and feet in metal cuffs. A long chain connected them in a line. The ones marked with orange smears had a muzzle-like mask over their faces. They were hurried into the bright lights and dry air of what torn paper sign had labeled infirmary. The doctors and nurses lined the long hallway, watching us with frowns and shaking heads. The checkered tile floor became slick with rain and mud. It took all of my concentration not to slip. My nose was filled with the same smell of rubbing alcohol and fake lemon. We filed one by one up a dark cement staircase at the back of the first floor, which was filled with empty beds and limp white curtains. Not orange, not a red. I could feel my guts churning deep in the pit of my stomach. I could not stop seeing what that woman's face, right when she pulled the trigger, or the mass of her bloody hair that had landed near my feet. I couldn't stop seeing my mom's face when she had locked me out of the garage. I couldn't stop seeing Graham's face. She'll come, I thought. She'll come. She'll fix Mom and Dad, and she will come and get me. She'll come, she'll come, she'll come. Upstairs, they finally cut the plastic bindings that tied our hands. They divided us again, sending half down to the right end of the freezing hallway and half to the left. Both sides looked exactly the same, no more than a few closed doors and a small window at the very end. For a moment, I did nothing but watch the rain pelt that tiny, foggy pane of glass. Then the door on the left swung open with a low whine, and the face of a plump, middle-aged man appeared. He cast one look in our direction before whispering something to the PSF at the head of the group. One by one, more doors opened and more adults appeared. The only thing they had in common, aside from their white coats, was a shared look of suspicion. Without a single word of explanation, the PSFs began to pulling and pushing kids towards each white coat and its associated office. The outburst of confused, distressed noises that erupted from the lines was shushed with a piercing buzzer. I fell back onto my heels, watching the doors shut one by one, wondering if I would ever see those kids again. What's wrong with us? My head felt like it was full of wet sand as I looked over my shoulder. The boy with the broken face was nowhere, but his memory had chased me all the way through the camp. Did they bring us here because they thought we had Everhart's disease? Did they think we were going to die? How had that boy made the PSF do what she had done? What had he said to her? I felt a hand slide into mine as I stood there, trembling hard enough for my joints to hurt. The girl, the same one that had pulled me down to the mud outside, gave me a fierce look. Her dark blonde hair was plastered against her skull, framing her pink scar that curved between her top lip and nose. Her dark eyes flashed, and when she spoke, I saw that they had cut the wires of her braces, but had left the metal nubs glued to the front of her teeth. "Don't be scared," she whispered. "Don't let them see." The handwritten label on the tag of her jacket said Samantha, doll. It stuck up against the back of her neck like an afterthought. We stood shoulder to shoulder, close enough that our linked fingers were hidden between the fabric of my pajama pants and her purple puffer jacket. They had picked her up on the way to school the same morning they had come for me. That had been a day ago, but I remember seeing her dark eyes burning bright with hate at the back of the van as they locked us in. She hadn't screamed as the others had. The kids who had disappeared through the doors now came back through them, clutching gray sweaters and shorts in their hands. Instead of falling back into our line, they marched downstairs before anyone could think to get a word or questioning look in. They don't look hurt. I could smell permanent marker and something that might have been rubbing alcohol, but no one was bleeding or crying. When it was finally the girl's turn, the PSF at the head of the line forced us apart with a sharp jerk. I wanted to go in with her, to face whatever was behind that door. Anything had to be better than being alone again, without anyone or anything to anchor myself to. My hands were shaking so badly that I had to cross my arms and grip my elbows to get them to stop. I stood at the front of the line, looking at the gleaming span of checkered tile between the PSF's black boots and my mud-splattered toes. I was already tired down to the bones from the sleepless night before, and the scent of the soldier's boot polish sent my head deeper into the fog. And then they called for me. I found myself in a dimly lit office, half the size of my cramped bedroom at home, with no memory of ever having walked into it. Name? I was looking at the cot and a strange halo-shaped gray machine hanging over it. The white coat face appeared from behind the laptop on the table. He was a frail-looking man, whose thin silver glasses seemed to be in serious danger of sliding off his nose with every quick movement. His voice was unnaturally high, and he didn't so much as say a word as squeak it. I pressed my back against the closed door and tried to put space between me, the man, and the machine. The white coat followed my gaze to the cot. "That's a scanner. There's nothing to be afraid of." I must not have looked convinced, because he continued. "Have you ever broken a nose or bumped your head? Do you know what a CT scan is?" It was patience in his voice that drew me forward a step. I shook my head. "In a minute, I'm going to have you lie down, and I'll use that machine to check to make sure your head is all right. But first, you need to tell me your name." "Make sure your head is all right." How did he know? "Your name," he said, the words taking on a sudden edge. "Ruby," I answered, and had to spell my name for him. He began typing on the laptop. Distracted for a moment, my eyes drifted back over to the machine, wondering how painful it would be for me to have the inside of my head inspected. Wondering if he could somehow see what I had done. "Damn, they're getting lazy," the white coat groused, more to himself than to me. "Didn't they pre-classify you?" I had no idea what he was talking about. "When they picked you up, did they ask you questions?" he asked, standing. The room wasn't large by any means, but he was by my side in 2 steps, and I was in a full panic in 2 heartbeats. "Did your parents report your symptoms to the soldiers?" "Symptoms?" I squeezed out. "I don't have any symptoms. I don't have the..." He shook his head, looking more annoyed than anything. "Calm down. You're safe here. I'm not going to hurt you." The white coat kept talking, his voice flat. Something flickered in my eyes. The lines sound practiced. "There are many different kinds of symptoms," he explained, leaning down to look at me eye to eye. All I could see were his crooked front teeth and the dark circles of rimming in his eyes. His breath smelled like coffee and spearmint. "Many different kinds of children. I'm going to take a picture of your brain, and it'll help us put you with the others who are like you." I shook my head. "I don't have any symptoms. Grams is coming. She is. I swear. She'll tell you, please." "Tell me, sweetheart. You are very good at math and puzzles?" "Greens are incredibly smart and have astonishing memories." My mind jumped back to the kids outside, to the colored X's on their backs. Green, I thought. What had the other colors been? Red, blue, yellow, and orange. like the orange boy with the bloody mouth. "All right," he said, taking a deep breath. "Just lie back on that cot and we'll get started. Now, please." I didn't move. Thoughts were rushing too quickly to my head. It was a struggle to even look at him. "Now," he repeated, moving towards the machine. "Don't make me call in one of the soldiers. They won't be nearly as nice, believe me." A screen on the side panel came alive with a single touch, and the machine itself lit up. The center of the gray circle was a bright white light, blinking as if it set itself up for another test. It was breathing out hot air and sputters and whines that seemed to prick every pore on my body. All I could think was, he'll know. He'll know what I did to them. My back was flat against the door again, my hands blindly searching for the handle. Every single lecture my dad had ever given me about strangers seemed to be coming true. This was not a safe place. This man was not nice. I was shaking so hard he might have thought I was going to faint. That, or he was going to force me into the cot and hold me there until the machine came down and locked over me. I hadn't been ready to run before, but I was now. As my fingers tightened on the door handle, I felt his hand push through my unruly mass of dark hair and seize the back of my neck. The shock of his freezing hand on my flushed skin made me flinch, but it was the explosion of pain at the base of my skull that made me cry out. He stared at me, unblinking, his eyes suddenly unfocused. But I was seeing everything, impossible things. Hands drumming on the car of a steering wheel, a woman in black dress leaning toward to kiss me, a flying baseball towards my face at the end of a diamond, an endless stretch of green field, a hand running through a little girl's hair. The images played out behind my closed eyes like an old home movie. The shapes of people and objects burned themselves into my retinas and stayed there, floating around behind my eyelids like hungry ghosts. Not mine, my mind screamed. These don't belong to me. But how could they have been his? Each image, were they memories? Thoughts? Then I saw more. A boy, the same scanner machine above, him flickering and smoking, yellow. I felt my lips form the words as if I had been there to say them. I saw a small red-haired girl from across a room much like this one, saw her lift a finger, and the table and laptop in front of his rise several inches from the ground. Blue. Again, the man's voice in my head. A boy holding a pencil between his hands, studying it with terrifying intensity, the pencil bursting into flames. Red. Cards with pictures and numbers on them, held in front of a child's face. Green. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't pull back from the images that came next. The lines of marching, muzzled monsters. I was standing high above, looking down through the rain-splattered glass. But I saw the handcuffs and the chains. I saw everything. I'm not one of them. Please, please, please. I fell, dropping to my knees, my hands bracing against the tile, trying to keep from being sick all over myself and the floor. The white coat's hand still gripped on the back of my neck. "I'm green," I sobbed, the words half lost in the machine's burning. The light had been bright before, but now it only amplified the pounding behind my eyes. I stared into his blank eyes, willing him to believe me. "I'm green. Please, please." But I saw my mother's face, the smile the boy with the broken mouth had given me, like he'd recognized something of himself in me. I knew what I was. Green. I looked up at the sound of the voice that floated down to me. I stared, and he stared right back, his eyes unfocused. He was mumbling something new, his mouth full of words, like he was chewing on the words. "I'm green," he said, shaking his head. His voice sounded stronger. I was still on the floor when he went to shut down the machine, and so shocked that he sat back down at the desk that I actually forgot to cry. But it wasn't until he picked the green spray paint and drew the enormous X over the back of my uniform shirt and handed it to me that I remembered to start breathing. It'll be okay, I told myself as I walked down back in the cold hallway, down the steps, to the girls and men in uniform waiting for me below. It wasn't until that night, as I lay awake in my bunk, that I realized I would only ever have one chance to run, and I hadn't taken it. Chapter 3. Samantha, Sam, and I were both assigned to Cabin 27, along with the rest of the girls from our bus that were classified as green, 14 in all, though by the next day there were 20 more. They capped the number at 30 a week later and moved on to filling the next wooden structure along the camp's perpetually soggy and trampled main trail. Bunks were assigned based on alphabetical order, which put Sam directly above me, a small mercy, seeing as the rest of the girls were nothing like her. They spent the first night either stunned into silence or sobbing. I didn't have time for tears anymore. I had questions. "What are they going to do to us?" I whispered up to her. We were at the far left end of the cabin, our bunks wedged in the corner. The walls of the structure had been thrown together so quickly that they weren't completely sealed. Every now and then a freezing draft, and sometimes a snowflake, whistled in from the silent outdoors. "I don't know," she said quietly. A few beds over, one of the girls had finally dropped off into the oblivion of sleep, and her snores were helping to cover our conversation. When a PSF had escorted us to our new residence, it had been with several warnings. No talking after lights out, no leaving, no use of freak abilities, intentional or accidental. It was the first time I had ever heard anyone refer to what we could do as freak abilities, instead of the polite alternative, symptoms. "I guess keep us here until they figure out a cure," Sam continued. "That's what my dad said, at least when the soldiers came to get me. What did your parents say?" My hands hadn't stopped shaking from earlier, and every time I tried to shutting my eyes, all I could see were the white coats blink, one staring right back into mine. The mention of my parents only made the pounding in my head that much worse. I don't know why I lied. It was easier, I guess, than the truth, or maybe because some small part of it felt like it was accidental truth. My parents are dead. She sucked a sharp breath between her teeth. I wish mine were too. "You don't mean that. They're the ones that sent me here, aren't they?" It was dangerous how fast her voice was rising. Obviously, they wanted to get rid of me. "I don't think," I began, only to stop myself. Hadn't my parents wanted to get rid of me too? "Whatever, it's fine," she said, though it clearly wasn't, and it wasn't ever going to be. "We'll stay here and stick together, and when we get out, we can go wherever we want, and no one will stop us." My mom used to say that sometimes just saying something aloud was enough to make it true. I wasn't so sure about that, but the way Sam said it, the low burn beneath her words, made me reconsider. It suddenly seemed possible that it could work out that way, that if I couldn't go home, I would still be all right in the end if I could just stick with her. It was like whatever Sam went through, a path opened up behind her. All I had to do was stay in her shadow, out of the PSF's line of sight, and avoid doing anything that could call attention to me. It worked that way for 5 years. 5 years feels like a lifetime when one day bleeds into the next, and your world doesn't stretch any further than the gray electric fence surrounding 2 miles of shoddy buildings and mud. I was never happy at Thurmond, but it was bearable because Sam was there to make it that way. She was there with the eye roll when Vanessa, one of our cabin mates, tried to cut her own hair with garden shears to look more stylish. "For who?" Sam had muttered. "Her reflection in the washroom mirror?" The silly cross-eyed faces behind the back of the PSF lecturing her for speaking out of turn yet again, and the firm but gentle reality check when the girls' imaginations started running too wild or rumors sprang up about the PSF's letting us go. Sam and I were realists. We knew we weren't getting out. Dreaming led to disappointment, and disappointment to a kind of depressed funk that wasn't easy to shake. Better to stay in the gray than be eaten by the dark. 2 years into life at Thurmond, the camp controllers started to work on the factory. They had failed at rehabilitating the dangerous ones and hauled them off into the night. But the so-called improvements didn't stop there. It dawned on them that the camp needed to be entirely self-sufficient. From that point on, we'd be growing and cooking our own food to eat, mucking out the washrooms, making our uniforms, and even making theirs. The brick structure was all the way at the far side of the fence, cupped in one end of Thurmond's long rectangle. They had us dig out the foundation for the factory, but the camp controllers didn't trust us enough with the actual building of it. We watched it go up floor by floor, wondering what it was for and what they would want us to do there. That was back when all the sort of rumors were floating around like dandelion stuff in the wind. Some thought the scientists were coming back for more experiments. Some thought the new building was where they were going to move the reds, oranges, and yellows, if and when they returned. And some thought it was where they were going to get rid of us once and for all. "We'll be fine," Sam had told me one night just before they turned the lights out. "No matter what, you hear me?" But it wasn't fine. It wasn't fine then, and it wasn't fine now. There was no talking in the factory. But there were ways around it. Actually, the only time we were allowed to speak to one another was in our cabin, before lights out. Everywhere else, it was all work, obedience, silence. But you can't go on for years together without developing a different kind of language. one that was all sly grins and quick glances. Today, they had us polishing and replacing the PSF's boots and tightening their uniform buttons. But a single wiggle of a loose black shoelace and a look toward the girl standing across from you, the same one who had called you an awful word the night before, spoke volumes. The factory wasn't much of a factory. Better name probably would have been a warehouse, because the only building consisted of just one huge room, with a pathway suspended over the work floor. The builders had enough thought to install 4 large windows of the west and east walls, but because there was no heat in the winter or AC in the summer, they tended to let more bad weather in than sunlight. The camp controllers tried to keep things as simple as possible. They set up rows and rows of tables lengthwise across the dusty concrete floor. There were hundreds of us working in the factory that morning, all in green uniforms. 10 PSFs patrolled the walkways above us, each with his or her own black rifle. Another 10 were on the ground with us. It was no more unnerving than usual to feel the press of their eyes coming from every direction, but I hadn't slept well the night before. Even after a full day of work in the garden, I had gone to bed with a headache and woken up with a glossy fever, fog over my brain, and a sore throat to match. Even my hands seemed lethargic, my fingers stiff as pencils. I knew I wasn't keeping up, but it was like drowning, in a way. The harder I tried to work to keep my head above water, the more tired I felt and the slower I became. After a while, even standing upright was taking too much effort. I had to brace myself on the table to keep from swan diving straight into it. On most days, I could get away with a snail's pace. It wasn't like they had us doing important work, or that we had deadlines to meet. Every task we were assigned was just glorified busy work to keep our hands moving, our bodies occupied, and our minds dead with boredom. Sam called it forced recess. They let us out of our cabins, and the work wasn't difficult or tiring like it was in the garden, but no one wanted to be there, especially when the bullies came to the playground. I knew he was standing behind me long before I heard him counting the finished, shiny shoes in front of me. He smelled like spiced meat and car oil, which already was an unsettling combination, before a whiff of cigarette smoke was added to the mix. I tried to straighten my back under the weight of his gaze, but it felt like he had taken 2 fists and dug knuckles deep between my shoulder blades. 15, 16, 17. How was it they could make mere numbers sound sharp? At Thurmond, we weren't allowed to touch one another, and we were beyond forbidden to touch one of the PSFs, but it didn't mean they couldn't touch us. The man took 2 steps forward, his boots exactly like the ones on the table, nudged the back of my standard white slip-ons, where I didn't respond. He snuck an arm past my shoulder on the pretense of sorting through my work and pressed me into my chest. Shrink, I told myself, curling my spine down, bending my face to the task in front of me. Shrink and disappear. Worthless, I heard the PSF grunt behind me. His body was letting off enough heat to warm the entire building. You're doing this all wrong. Look. Watch, girl. I got my first real glance at him out of the corner of my eye as he ripped the polish-stained cloth out of my hand and moved to my side. He was short, only an inch or 2 taller than me, with a stubby nose and cheeks that seemed to flap every time he took a breath. Like this, he said, swiping at the boot he had taken. Look at me. A trick. We weren't supposed to look at them directly in the eyes either. I heard a few chuckles around me, not from the girls, but from more PSFs gathered at the back. It felt like I was boiling from the inside out. It was December, and the factory couldn't have been warmer than 40 degrees, but lines of sweat were racing down the curves of my cheeks, and I felt hard, stiff cough welling up in my throat. There was a light touch at my side. Sam couldn't look up from her own work, but I saw her eyes slide over me, trying to assess the situation. A wave of furious red was making its way up her throat to her face, and I could only imagine the kind of words she was holding back. Her bony elbow brushed against mine again, as if to remind me that she was still there. Then, with agonizing slowness, I felt the same PSF move behind me again, brushing my shoulder and arm with his own as he gently deposited the boot back on the table in front of me. These boots, he said in a low, purring voice as he tapped the plastic bin containing all my finished work. Did you face them? If I hadn't known what kind of punishment I'd get it for, I would have burst out into tears. I felt more stupid and ashamed the longer I stood there, but I couldn't say anything. I couldn't move. My tongue had swelled up twice its normal size behind my clenched teeth. The thoughts bounding around my head were light and edged with a strange milky quality. My eyes could barely focus now. More snickers from behind us. The laces are all wrong. His arm wrapped around my left side until there wasn't an inch of his body that wasn't pressed up against mine. Something new rose in my throat, and it tasted strongly of acid. The tables around us had gone completely quiet and still. My silence only egged him on. With no warning, he picked up the bin of boots and flipped it over, so dozens of boots scattered across the length of the table with a terrible amount of noise. Now everyone in the factory was looking. Everyone saw me, thrust out into the light. Wrong, 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 he sang out, knocking the boots around. But they weren't. They were perfect. They were just boots, and I knew those were the feet he would slide them into. I knew better than to screw it up. Are you as deaf as you are dumb, Green? Then, clear as day, low as thunder, I heard Sam say, that was my bin. And all I could think was, no. Oh no. I felt the PSF shift behind me, back in surprise. They always acted this way, surprised when we remembered how to use words and use them against them. What did you say? He barked. I could see the insult rising in her lips. She was rolling it around on her tongue like a piece of hard lemon candy. You heard me, or did inhaling that polish kill whatever helpless brain cells you had left? I knew what she wanted when she looked over at me. I knew what she was waiting for. It was exactly what she had given me. Back up. I hung back a step, crossing my arms over my stomach. Don't do it, I told myself. Don't. She can handle it. Sam had nothing to hide, and she was brave. But every time she did this, every time she stood up for me as I shrank back in fear, it felt like I was betraying her. Once again, my voice was locked away behind layers of caution and fear. If they were to look into my file, if they were to see the blanks there, start looking into filling them, no punishment they'd give Sam would ever compare to the one they'd give me. And that was what I told myself, at least. The right side of the guy's lips inched up, turning into a grim line, into a mocking smirk. We've got a live one. Come on, Ruby. It was all in the tilt of her head and the tightness of her shoulders. She didn't understand what would happen to me. I wasn't brave like she was. But I wanted to be. I so wanted to be. I can't. I didn't have to say the words aloud. She read it easily enough on my face. I saw the realization come together behind her eyes even before the PSF stepped forward and took her arm, yanking her away from the table and from me. Turn around, I begged. Her blonde ponytail was swinging with each step, rising above her shoulders of the PSFs escorting her out. Turn around. I needed her to see how sorry I was. To understand the clenching in my chest and the nausea in my stomach had nothing to do with the fever. Every single desperate thought that ran through my head made me feel sick with disgust. The eyes that had been on me lifted 2 by 2, and the soldiers never came back to finish his personal brand of torment. There was no one left to see me cry. I had learned to do it silently, without fuss, years ago. They had no reason to so much as look my way again. I was back in the long shadow Sam had left behind. The punishment for speaking out of turn was a day's worth of isolation, handcuffed to one of the gateposts in the garden, regardless of the temperature or the weather. I'd seen kids sitting in a mud of snow, blue in the face, and without a single blanket to cover them. Even more sunburned, covered in mud, or trying to scratch patches of bug bites with their free hand. Unsurprisingly, the punishment for talking back to a PSF or camp controller was the same, only you weren't given food, and sometimes not even water. The punishment for a repeat offense was something so terrible, Sam wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. When she finally returned to our cabin 2 days later, she came in, wet and shaking from the rain. Looking like she had slept no more than I had, I slid off my bunk and was on my feet, rushing to her side, before she had even made it halfway across the cabin. My hand slipped around her arm, but she pulled away, her jaw clenched in a way that made her look almost ferocious. Her cheeks and nose had been wind-whipped and to a bright red, but she didn't have any bruises or cuts. Her eyes weren't even swollen from crying like mine were. There was a subtle limp in her walk, maybe, but if I hadn't known what had happened, I would have just assumed she was coming in from a long afternoon of working in the garden. Sam, I said, hating the way my voice shook. She didn't stop or deign to look at me until we were by our bunks, and she had been the first. She had one fist curled in her bed sheets, ready to pull herself up to the top bed. Say something, please, I begged. You stood there, Sam's voice was low and rough, like she had used it for days. You shouldn't have. Her chin came down to rest against her chest. Long, tangled masses of hair fell over her shoulders and cheeks, hiding her expression. It felt then the way that the hold I had on her had suddenly sprung free. It was the strangest sensation of floating, of drifting further and further away, with nothing and no one to cling to. I was standing right beside her, but the distance between us had split into a kind of canyon I couldn't jump across. You're right, Sam said finally. I shouldn't have. She drew in a shuddering breath. But then, what would have happened to you? You would have just stood there and let him do that. and you wouldn't have defended yourself at all. And then she was looking at me, and all I wanted was for her to turn away again. Her eyes flashed, darker than I had ever seen before. They can say horrible things, hurt you, but you never fight back. And I know, Ruby, I know. That's just how you are. But sometimes I wonder if you even care. Why can't you stand up for yourself, just once? Her voice was barely above a whisper, but the ragged quality of it made me think she was either going to scream or burst out into hysterical tears. I glanced down to where her hands were tugging at the edge of her shorts, moving so fast and frantic that I almost didn't see the angry red marks that circled her wrists. Samantha. She swallowed hard. Her tears caught in her eyelashes but didn't fall. I want to be alone now, just for a while. I shouldn't have reached for her, not with the fever and exhaustion pressing down on me, not while I was trembling with a bone-deep hate for myself. But I thought then that if I could tell her the truth, I could explain, she wouldn't look at me that way again. She would know that the last thing, the absolute last thing I ever wanted was for her to be hurt because of me. She was the only thing I had here. But the second my fingers touched her shoulder, the world dropped out from under me. I felt a fire start at the ends of my hair and burn its way through my skull. The fever I thought I had kicked suddenly painted the world a fuzzy shade of gray. I was seeing Sam's blank face, and she was gone, replaced by white-hot memories that didn't belong to me. A whiteboard at school filled with math problems, a golden retriever digging in the garden, the world rising and falling from the perspective of a swing, the roots of a vegetable in the garden being pulled by free. The brick wall at the back of the mess hall against my face as another fist swung down toward me, a quick assault from every side, like a series of camera flashes. And when I finally came back to myself, we were still staring at each other. For a second, I thought I saw my horrified face reflected in her dark, glassy eyes. Sam wasn't looking at me. She didn't seem to be looking at anything beyond the dust floating lazy and free, the air to my right. I knew that blank look. I had seen my mother wear it years before. "Are you new here?" she demanded, suddenly defensive and startled. Her eyes flickered down my face to my bony knees, then back up again. She sucked a deep breath, as if coming up for air after a long time beneath dark waters. "Do you have a name at least?" "Ruby," I whispered. It was the last word I spoke for nearly a year. Chapter 4. I woke to cold water and a woman's soft voice. "You're right," she was saying. "You'll be fine." I'm not sure who she thought she was fooling with her sweet little BS, but it wasn't me. I let her bring the wet towel up to my face again, savoring her warmth as she leaned in closer. She smelled of rosemary and past things. For a second, just one, her hand came to rest in mine, and it was almost more than I could take. I wasn't at home, and this woman wasn't my mother. I started gasping, desperate to keep everything inside me. I couldn't cry, not in front of her or any of the other adults. I wouldn't give them the pleasure. "Are you still in pain?" The only reason I opened my eyes was because she pulled them open herself, one at a time, shining an intense light in each. I tried to throw my hands up to shield them, but they had strapped me down in Velcro cuffs. Fighting against the restraints was pointless. The woman clucked her tongue and stepped back, taking her flowery fragrance with her. The smell of antiseptic and peroxide flooded the air, and I knew exactly where I was. The sound of Thurman's infirmary faded in and out in uneven waves. Some kids crying out in pain, boots clipping against the white tile floors, the creak of wheelchair wheels. I felt like I was standing above a tunnel with my ear to the ground, listening to the hum of cars passing beneath me. "Ruby?" The woman was wearing blue scrubs and a white coat. With her pale skin and her blonde hair, she all but disappeared into the thin curtain she had been pulled around my bed. She caught me staring and smiled, so wide and so pretty. The woman was a younger doctor than I'd ever seen in Thurmond, though admittedly I could count on my trips to the infirmary on one hand. I went once for stomach flu and dehydration after what Sam called my gut puking spectacular, and once for the sprained wrist. Both times I felt far worse after being groped by a pair of wrinkled hands that I had before I'd come in. Nothing cures a cold faster than the thought of an old perv wearing a cologne of alcohol and lemon hand soap. This woman, she was unreal, everything about her. "My name is Dr. Begbie. I'm a volunteer with the Lita Corporation." I nodded, glancing at the gold swan insignia on her pocket. She leaned in closer. "We're a big medical company that does research and sends doctors in to help care for you guys at the camp. If it makes you feel more comfortable, you're more than welcome to call me Care and leave off the doctor business. Sure I was. I stared at the hand she extended toward me. Silence hung between us, punctuated by the pounding in my head. After an awkward moment, Dr. Begbie stuffed her hand back in her pocket of her lab coat, but not before letting it stray over the restraint securing my left hand to the bed's guardrail. Do you know why you're here, Ruby? Do you remember what happened? Before or after the tower tried to fry my brain, but I couldn't say it out loud. When it came to the adults, it was better not to talk. They had a way of hearing one thing and processing it as something else. No reason to give them an excuse to hurt you. It had been 8 months since I'd last used my voice. I wasn't even sure I remembered how. The doctor somehow guessed the question I was barely able to hold back at the tip of my tongue. They turned on the calm control after a fight broke out in the mess hall. It seems that things got a bit out of hand. That was an understatement. The white noise, calm control, the higher powers called it, was used to settle us down, so to speak. While it did absolutely nothing to them, it was like a dog whistle, the pitch tuned perfectly so only our freak brains could pick it up and process it. They turned it on for a whole host of reasons, sometimes for things as small as a kid accidentally using their ability, or to stamp out unruliness in one of the cabins. But in both of those instances, they would have piped the noise directly into whatever building the kids were in. If they used it across the camp, blasting it over the speakers for all of us to hear, then things must have gotten really out of hand. They must have been worried that there was a spark that would have set the rest of us ablaze. There was no hint of hesitation on Dr. Begbie's face when she unstrapped my wrists and ankles. The towel she had been using to clean my face hung limp on the guardrail, dripping water. Bright red splotches soaked through its white fabric. I reached up and touched my mouth, my cheeks, my nose. When I pulled my fingers away, I was only half surprised to see that they were coated with dark blood. It was crusted between my nostrils and lips, as if someone had clocked me right in the honker. Trying to sit up was the worst idea that had crossed my mind. My chest screamed in pain, and I was flat on my back again before I even registered falling. Dr. Begbie was beside me in an instant, cranking the metal bed into an upright position. "You have some bruised ribs," she said. I tried to take a deep breath, but my chest was too tight to inhale anything more than a choked gasp. She must not have noticed because she was looking at me with those kind eyes again, saying, "May I ask a few questions?" The fact that she asked my permission was amazing in itself. I studied her, searching for the hatred buried beneath the layer of pleasantness on her face, the fear hovering in her soft eyes, the disgust caught in the corner of her smile. Nothing, not even annoyance. Some poor kid started to throw up in the stall to my right. I could see his dark outline like a shadow against the curtain. There was no one sitting with him, no one holding his hand, just him and his bowl of puke. And here I was, my heart skipping beats out of fear that the fairy tale princess sitting next to me was going to have to put me down like a rabid dog. She didn't know what I was. She couldn't have known. "You're being paranoid," I told myself. "Get a grip." They turned on the calm control. "Do you remember falling forward and hitting your face?" "No," I said. I was already on the ground. I didn't know how much to tell her. The smile on her face stretched, and there was something smug about it. "Do you usually experience as much pain and bleeding from the calm control?" Suddenly, the pain in my chest had nothing to do with my ribs. "I'll take that as a no." I couldn't see what she was writing, only that her hand and pen were flying across the paper, scribbling as though her life depended on it. I always took the white noise harder than the other girls in my cabin, but blood? Never. Dr. Begbie was humming lightly under her breath as she wrote, some song I thought might have been rolled by the Rolling Stones. She was the camp controllers, I reminded myself. She was one of them. But in another world, she might not have been. Even though she was wearing the scrubs and the white coat, Dr. Begbie didn't look much older than I was. She had a young face, and it was probably a curse to her in the outside world. I'd always thought that people born before Generation Freak were the lucky ones. They lived without fear of what would happen if they stepped over the border between childhood and adolescence. As far as I knew, if you were older than 13 when they started rounding kids up, you were home free. You got to pass. Freak camp on the board game of my life, and head straight on to Normalville. But looking at Dr. Begbie now, seeing the deep lines carved in her face that no one in their 20s should have had, I wasn't so sure they had gotten off scot-free. They had gotten a better deal than what we ended up with, though. Abilities, powers that defied explanation, mental talents so freakish doctors and scientists reclassified our entire generation as PSI. We were no longer human. Our brains broke that mold. I see from your chart that you were classified as abnormal intelligence and sorting, Dr. Begbie said after a while. The scientist that sorted you, did he run you through all of the tests? Something very cold coiled in my stomach. I might not have understood a great many things about the world. I might have only had a fourth grader's education, but I could tell when someone was trying to fish around for information. The PSFs had switched over to outright scare tactics years ago, but there was a time when all of their questioning had been done in some soft voices. Fake sympathy reeked like bad breath. Does she know? Maybe she ran a few tests while I was unconscious and scanned my brain or tested my blood or something. My fingers curled one by one until both hands were tight fists. I tried to work the line of thought, though, and I kept getting caught up in the possibility. Fear made things hazy and light. Her question hung in the air, suspended, somewhere between truth and lie. The clipped boots against the pristine tile forced my eyes up, away from the doctor's face. Each step was a warning, and I knew that they were coming before Dr. Begbie turned her head. She moved past herself away from the bed, but I didn't let her. I didn't know what possessed me, but I grabbed her wrist. The list of punishments for touching an authority figure running through my head like a skipping CD, each scratch sharper than the next. We weren't supposed to touch anyone, not even each other. It was different this time, I whispered, the words aching in my throat. My voice sounded different to my ears. Weak. Dr. Begbie only had enough time to nod, the slightest movement almost imperceptible, before a hand ripped back the curtain. I had seen this PSI Special Force officer before. Sam called him the Grinch because he looked like he had stepped straight out of the movie, save for no green skin. The Grinch cast one look at me, his top lip peeling back in annoyance, before waving the doctor forward. She blew out a sigh and set her clipboard down on my lap. Thank you, Ruby, she said. If your pain gets any worse, call for help, okay? Was she on drugs? Who was going to help? The kid throwing up his stomach lining next door? I nodded anyway, watching her turn to go. The last glimpse I had of her was her hand dragging the curtain back around it. It was nice of her to give me privacy, but a little naive, given the black cameras hanging down between the beds. The bulbs were installed all over Thurmond, lidless eyes always watching, never blinking. There were 2 cameras in our cabin alone, one on each end of the room, as well as one outside the door. It seemed like overkill, but when I first brought to camp, there were so few of us that they could really watch us all day, every day, until their brains were ready to burst from boredom. You had to squint to see, but a tiny red light inside the black eye was the only clue that the camera had zeroed in on you. Over the years, more and more kids were brought into Thurmond on the old school buses. Sam and I began to notice that the cameras in our cabin no longer had the blinking red lights. Not every day. Sam went for the cameras in the laundry, the washrooms, and the mess hall. I guess with 3,000 kids spread out over every square mile, it was impossible to watch everyone all the time. Still, they watched enough to put the fear of God in us. You had a better than average chance of being busted if you practiced your abilities even under the cover of darkness. Those blinking lights were the exact same shade as the blood red band the PSFs wore around the upper part of their right arm. The symbol was scratched into the crimson fabric, indicating their unfortunate role as caretakers of our country's freak children. The camera above my bed had no red light. The relief that came over me at the realization actually made the air taste sweet. For just a moment, I was alone and unobserved. At Thurmond, that was almost unheard of luxury. Dr. Begbie, Kate, hadn't completely closed the curtain. When another doctor hurried past, the thin white fabric pulled back further, allowing a familiar flash of blue to catch my eye. The portrait of a young boy, no more than 12 years old, stared back at me. His hair was the same shade as mine, deep brown, nearly black, but where my eyes were pale green, his were dark enough to burn from the surface. He was smiling, as always, his hands clasped in his lap, his dark school uniform without a wrinkle, Clancy gray, Thurmond's first inmate. There were at least 2 framed pictures of him in the mess hall, one in the kitchen, several nailed outside of the greenhouses. It was easier to remember his face than it was to remember my mom's. I forced myself to look away from his proud, unwavering grin. He may have gotten out, but the rest of us were still here. As I tried to readjust my body, I knocked Dr. Begbie's clipboard off my lap and into the crook of my left arm. I knew there was a chance they were watching, but I didn't care. Not then, when I had answers inches away from my fingertips. Why had she left it there, right below my nose, if she hadn't wanted me to see it? Why hadn't she taken it with her like all the other doctors would have done? What was different about the white noise? Why did they figure out? The fluorescent lights above me were exposed, glowing in the shape of long, angry bones. They gave off a hum, sounding more and more like clouds of flies swirling around my ears. It only got worse as I flipped the clipboard over. It wasn't my medical history. It wasn't my current injuries or lack thereof. It wasn't my answers to Dr. Begbie's questions. It was a note, and it read, New CC was testing for undetected yellows, oranges, and reds. Your bad reaction means that they know you aren't a green. Unless you do exactly as I say, they will kill you tomorrow. My hands were shaking. I had to set the clipboard down in my lap to read the rest. I can get you out. Take the 2 pills under this note before bed, but don't let the PSF see you. If you don't, we'll keep your secret, but I can't protect you while you're gone. Destroy this. It was signed, a friend, if you like. I read the note one more time before I ripped it out from under the metal clip and shoved it in my mouth. It tasted like bread they served us for lunch. The pills were in a tiny clear bag clipped on the top of my real medical chart. Scrawled in Dr. Begbie's dismal handwriting was a note. Subject 3285 hit her head against the ground and lost consciousness. Nose was fractured when subject 3286 elbowed her. Possible concussion. My eyes were hitched to look up, to peer into the black eye of the camera, but I didn't let myself. I took the pills and shoved them in the standard issue sports bra the camp's controller had bestowed us when they realized 1,500 teenage girls weren't going to stay 12 and flat forever. I didn't know what I was doing. I really didn't. My heart was racing so fast that for a moment I couldn't get any air. Why had Dr. Begbie done this for me? She knew I wasn't green, but she had covered it up, lied on the report. Was that a trick? To see if I would incriminate myself? I pressed my face into my hands. The packet of pills burned against my skin. They will kill you tomorrow. Why did they even bother to wait? Why not take me out to the buses and shoot me now? Isn't that what they did with the others, the yellows, oranges, and reds? They killed them because they were too dangerous. I am too dangerous. I didn't know how to use my abilities. I wasn't like the other oranges, who could spout off commands or slip nasty little thoughts into other people's minds. I had all of the power and none of the control, all of the pain and none of the benefits. From what I'd been able to figure out, I had to touch someone for my abilities to take hold, and even then, it was more like I was glimpsing into their thoughts. Rather than screwing with them, I never tried to push a thought past someone into their head, and it wasn't like I'd had the opportunity or the desire to try. Every slip of the mind, intentional or not, left my head a jumble of thoughts and images, words and pain. It took hours to feel like myself again. Imagine someone reaching straight into your chest, past the bones and bloods and guts, and taking a nice firm hold on your spinal cord. Now imagine that they start shaking you so fast the world starts bulging and buckling under you. Imagine not being able to figure out if the thought in your head is really yours or an unintentional keepsake from someone else's mind. Imagine the guilt of knowing you saw someone's deepest, darkest fear or secret. Imagine having to face them the next morning and pretend you didn't see how their father used to hit them. The bright pink dress they wore on their 5th birthday party. Their fantasies about this boy or that girl and the neighborhood animals they used to kill for fun. Then imagine the soul-crushing migraine that always follows, lasting anywhere between a few hours and a few days. That was what it was like. That was why I tried to avoid my mind so much as brushing against someone else's at all costs. I knew the consequences, all of them. And now I knew for certain what would happen if they found me out. I flipped the clipboard over my lap, and just in time, the same PSF soldiers was back at my curtain again, ripping it aside. You'll be returning to your cabin now, he said. Come with me. My cabin? I searched his face for any sign of a lie, but saw nothing except the usual annoyance. A nod was the only thing I could muster. My entire body was one earthquake of dread. In the moment my feet touched the ground, the back of my head uncorked. Everything spilled out. Every thought, fear, and image. I collapsed against the guardrail, holding on tight to consciousness. The black spots were still gliding in front of my eyes when the PSF barked out. Hurry it up. Don't think you get to stay another night just because you're putting on an act. Despite the harsh words, I saw the slightest flicker of fear in his face. That moment, the shift from fear to fury, could have summed up the feelings of every soldier at Thurmond. We'd heard rumors that service in the military was no longer voluntary and that everyone between the ages of 22 and 40 had to serve, most of them in the Army's new PSI branch. I gritted my teeth. The whole wide world spun under me, trying to pull me down in its dark center. The PSF's words returned to me. Another night, I thought. How long have I been here? Still woozy, I followed the soldier into the hallway. The infirmary was only 2 stories, small ones. The ceiling crept down so low that I felt like I was in danger of scraping the top of my head on the door frames. The treatment beds were on the first floor, but the second was reserved for kids needing to go to what we call timeout. Sometimes they had something the rest of us could catch, but mostly it was for kids that went completely off their rocker. Broken brains, broken further by Thurmond. I tried to stay focused on the movement of the PSF's shoulder blades beneath his black uniform, but it was difficult when most of the curtains had been lifted and left open for anyone to peer inside. Most I could ignore or cast only a brief glance their way, but the second to last stall before the exit doors. My feet slowed to their own accord, giving my lungs time to breathe in the scent of rosemary. I could hear Dr. Begbie's gentle voice as she spoke to another kid in green. I recognized him. His cabin was directly across from mine. Matthew? Maybe Max? All I knew was that there was blood on his face, too, crusted around his nose and eyes, smearing across his cheeks. A stone dropped in my stomach. Had this green been marked too? Was Dr. Begbie cutting him the same deal? I couldn't have been the only one to figure out how to dodge the sorting system, who to influence, when to lie. Maybe he and I were the same color beneath our skin. Maybe we would both be dead by tomorrow. Keep up, the PSF snapped. He didn't try to hide his annoyance as I hobbled after him, but he didn't need to worry. You couldn't have paid me to stay in the infirmary, not while I was conscious. Not even with the new threat hanging over my head. I knew what they used to do there. I knew what was under the layers of white paint. The earliest kids they had brought in, the first guinea pigs, had been subjected to a whole array of electroshocking brain chop-shop tears. Stories were passed around camp with sick and holy reverence. The scientists were looking for ways to strip the kids' abilities, rehabilitate them. But they had mostly just stripped their will to live. The ones who made it out were given warden positions when the first small wave of kids was brought to camp. It was a strange bit of luck and timing that I had come in during the second wave. Each wave grew larger and larger as the camp expanded, until 3 years ago, they'd run out of space completely. There was no new buses after that. I wasn't moving fast enough for the soldier. Oh. He pushed me forward into the hall of mirrors. The exit sign cast its gory light over us. The PSF shoved me again, harder, and smiled when I fell. Anger flooded through me, cutting through the lingering pain in my limbs and any fear that I had he was taking me out somewhere in order to finish the job. Soon we were standing outside, breathing in the damp spring air. I took a lungful of misty rain and swallowed the bitterness down. I needed to think, assess. If he was taking me outside to be shot and I was on his own, I could easily overpower him. That wasn't the issue. But in fact, I had no way of slipping past the electric fence, and no idea where the hell I was. When they had brought me to Thurmond, the familiarity of the scene had been much more of a comfort than a painful reminder. West Virginia and Virginia aren't all that different, even though Virginia's would have you believe otherwise. Same trees, same sky, same awful weather. I was either drenched in rain or sticky with humidity. Anyway, it might not have been West Virginia at all, but a girl in my cabin swore up and down that she had seen a Welcome to West Virginia sign in her ride-in. So that was the theory we were working with. The PSF had slowly, considerably matched my pathetic pace. He fumbled once or twice against the muddy grass, nearly tripping over himself in full view of the soldiers high above the control tower. The moment the tower came into view, a whole new weight added itself to the ball and chain of terror I was dragging behind me. The building itself wasn't that imposing. It was only called the tower because it stuck up like a broken finger in the sea of one-story wooden shacks arranged in rings. The electric fence was the outer ring, protecting the world from us freaks. Cabins of greens made up the next 2 rings. Blues, the next 2 rings. Before they were taken away, the few reds and oranges lived in the next rings. They had been closest to the tower, better controllers thought, to keep an eye on them. But after a red had blown up the cabin, they moved the reds further away, using the greens as a buffer in case any real threat tried to make a run for the fence. Number of escape attempts? 5. Number of successful escape attempts? 0. I don't know one blue or green who ever tried to make a run for it. When kids did stage desperate, pathetic breakouts, it had been small groups of reds, oranges, and yellows. Once caught, they never came back. And that was in the early days, when we had more interaction with the other colors, and before they shuffled us around. The empty red, orange, and yellow cabins became blue cabins. The newly arriving greens, the biggest group of all, filled the old blue ones. The camp grew so large, and the controllers staggered our schedules, so we ate by color and gender, and even then, it was a tight squeeze fitting everyone at the tables. I hadn't seen a boy my age up close in years. I didn't start breathing again until the tower was at our backs, and it was clear beyond a shadow of a doubt where we were headed. Thank you, I thought, to no one in particular. The relief lodged in my throat like a stone. We reached cabin 27 a few minutes later. The PSF walked me to my door and pointed the spigot just to the left of it. I nodded and used the cold water to wash the blood off my face. He waited silently but not patiently. After a few seconds, I felt his hand grab the back of my shirt and yank me up. Using his other hand, he slid his access card through the lock on our door. Ashley, one of the older girls in my cabin, shoved the door open the rest of the way with her shoulder. She took my arm in one hand and nodded in the direction of the PSF. That seemed to be enough for him. Without another word, he took off down the path. Jesus Christ, she hissed as she dragged me inside. They couldn't have kept you another night? Oh no, they have to send you back early. Is that blood? I waved her hands away, but Ashley pushed past the others and brushed my long dark hair over my shoulders. First, I didn't understand why she was looking at me like that. With wide eyes rimmed with raw pink, she sucked her bottom lip in between her teeth. I really thought you were... We were still standing by the door, but I could feel the chill that had taken over the cabin. It settled over my skin like a cold silk. Ashley had been around these parts for far too long to really crack, but I was still surprised to see her so frazzled at a loss for what to say. She and a few other girls were honorary leaders of our sad, mismatched group, nominated mostly because they hit a certain bodily milestone before the rest of us, and could explain what was happening to us without laughing in our faces. I offered a weak smile and a shrug, suddenly without words again, but she didn't look convinced, and she didn't let go of my arm. The cabin was dark and damp, the usual smell of mold clinging to every surface, but I would have taken that over the infirmary's clean, sterile stench any day. Ashley took a deep breath. Let me know if you're not, okay? And what would you be able to do about it, I wanted to ask. Instead, I turned to the back left corner of our cramped cabin. Whispers and stares followed my zigzagging path around the rows of bunks. The pills tucked tight against my chest felt like they were on fire. She was gone, I heard someone say. Vanessa, who slept on the bottom bunk to the right of mine, had snuck up to Sam's bed. When I came into view, they stopped mid-conversation to stare down at me. Eyes wide, mouths wider, the sight of them together was still sickening to me, even after a year. How many days and nights had I spent perched up there with Sam, steadfastly ignoring Vanessa's attempts to drag us into some stupid, pointless conversation. Sam's best friend's slot had been vacant for less than 2 hours when Vanessa had slithered in, and not a day went by that Vanessa didn't remind me of that. What? Sam leaned over the edge of her bed. She didn't look haughty or hostile the way she usually did. She looked concerned, curious. What happened to you? I shook my head, my chest tight with all the things I wanted to say. Vanessa let out a sharp laugh. Nice, real nice, and you wonder why she doesn't want to be your friend anymore. I don't, Sam mumbled. Whatever. Sometimes I wondered if there was a part of Sam that remembered not just me, but the person she used to be before I ruined her. Amazing how I had managed to erase every good part of Sam, or at least all the parts I loved. One touch, and she was gone. A few girls asked me what had happened between the two of us. Most, I think, assumed Sam was being cruel when she claimed that we had never, ever been friends and never would be. I tried to play it off with shrugs, but Sam was the only thing that made Sir Thurman bearable. Without her, it was no life at all. No life at all. I fingered the packet of pills. Our cabin was brown on brown on brown. The only color was the white of our sheets, and most of the girls had aged to an ugly yellow. There were no shelves of books, no posters, no pictures, just us. I crawled onto my low bunk, dropping face first into the worn sheets. I breathed in their familiar scent, bleach, sweat, and something distinctly earthy. I tried to not listen to the conversation above me. A part of me had been waiting, I think desperate to see if I could fix what I had done to my friend. But it wasn't. It was done. It was over, and she was gone, and the only one to blame was me. The best thing I could do for her was disappear. Even if Dr. Begbie was playing me, and they really were going to get rid of me, they wouldn't connect us. They wouldn't question or punish Sam because they thought she had helped me hide, like they would have if we'd still been friends. There were over 3,000 of us at Thurmond, and I was the last orange, maybe in the entire world. Or one of two, if the boy in the infirmary was like me. It had only been a matter of time before they found out the truth. I was dangerous, and I knew what they did to dangerous ones. The camp routine ran itself through, as it always did, churning us through the mess hall for dinner, to the washrooms, and back to the cabin for the night. The light was dim and fading outside, clinging to the first fringes of night. "All right, kittens," Ashley's voice. 10 minutes till lights out. Whose turn is it? Mine. Should I just pick up from where we left off? Rachel was on the other side of the room, but her squeaky voice carried well. I could practically hear Ashley's rolling eyes. "Yes, Rachel. Isn't that what we always do?" "Okay, so the princess. She was in her tower, and she was still really sad." "Girl," Ashley cut in, "you're going to have to spice this up, or I'm skipping your boring ass and going to the next person." "Okay," Rachel squealed. I rolled over onto my side, trying to get a glimpse of her through the rows of bunk beds. The princess was in terrible pain. Terrible, terrible pain. "Oh, God," was Ashley's only comment. "Next." Macy picked up on the loose story threads the best she could. While the princess was locked away in her tower, all she could think about was the prince. I missed how the story ended, my eyelids too heavy to keep them open. If there is a single thing I'll miss about Thurmond, I thought as I edged towards sleep, it's this: the quiet moments when we were allowed to talk about forbidden things. We had to find a way to amuse ourselves because we had no stories, no dreams, no futures, other than the ones we created for ourselves. I swallowed the 2 pills one at a time, the taste of chicken broth still on my tongue. The cabin lights had been off for 3 hours, and Sam had been snoring for 2. I unsealed the bag and dropped the little pills in my hand. The clear bag went back into my bra, and the first pill went into my mouth. It was warm from being so close to my skin for so long, which didn't make it easier to swallow. I popped the next one in before I lost the nerve and winced as it caused it to sway down my throat. And then I waited. Chapter 5. I didn't remember falling asleep, only waking. Of course I did. My body was shaking so hard that I rolled right out of bed and hit my face against the next bunk over. Vanessa must just jump out of her skin with a sudden bang and movement of her head, because I heard her say, "What the hell, Ruby? Is that you?" I couldn't get up. I felt her hands on my face and registered she was now screaming my name, not just whispering it. "Oh my God," someone said. It sounded like Sam, but I couldn't open my eyes. Emergency button. Ashley's weight settled over my legs. I knew it was her, even as my brain came in and out of consciousness, and the white hot light was burning behind my eyelids. Someone shoved something in my mouth, rubber and hard. I could taste blood, and I wasn't sure if it had come from my tongue or my lips or... 2 pairs of hands lifted me from the ground, dropping me on some other surface. I couldn't open my eyes. My chest was on fire. I couldn't stop shaking, and my limbs felt like they were caving in on themselves. Then I smelled rosemary. I felt soft, cool hands pressing against my chest. Then nothing at all. Life came back to me in the form of a hard slap across the face. "Ruby," someone said. "Come on, I know you can hear me. You have to wake up." I cracked my eyes open, trying not to cringe as the light flooded in. A door opened and creaked shut somewhere nearby. "Is that her?" a new voice asked. "Are you going to sedate her?" "No, not this one," the first voice returned. I knew that voice. It was as sweet as it had been before. Only this time it had a sharper edge. Dr. Begbie's hands came up beneath my arms and propped me up. "She's tough. She can handle it." Something smelled horrible, acidic and rotten all at once. My eyes flew open. Dr. Begbie was kneeling beside me, waving something beneath my nose. "What?" The other voice I had heard belonged to a young woman. She had dark brown hair and pale skin, but that was all that was remarkable about her. Not realizing I was watching her, she stripped her blue scrubs off and threw them at Dr. Begbie. I didn't know where we were. The room was small, filled with shelves and bottles and boxes, and I couldn't smell anything besides whatever it was Dr. Begbie had used to wake me. "Put these on," Dr. Begbie said, pulling me to my feet. whether my legs were ready or not. Come on, Ruby, we've got to hurry. My body felt heavy, cracking at all my joints. I did as I was told and pulled the scrubs over my uniform. While I was dressing, the other woman put her hands behind her back and waited as Dr. Begbie wrapped them together with thick silver duct tape. That finished, the doctor moved to tying the other woman's feet together. You're meeting them in Harvey. Remember, you take Route 215. I know, Dr. Begbie said as she chewed off another piece of tape and placed it over the woman's mouth. Good luck. What are you doing? I asked. My throat was scratchy and my skin around my mouth seemed to crack as I spoke. The doctor pulled my hair back, twisting it up into a messy bun that she secured with a rubber band. The other woman watched as their ID tags were dropped over my neck and Dr. Begbie put a surgical mask over my face. I'll explain everything once we're out, but we can't waste time. They'll be doing rounds in 20 minutes, she said. You can't say anything, understand? Play along. I nodded and let her push me outside of the dark room and into the dimmed hallway of the infirmary. Once again, my legs seemed to be failing me, but the doctor took it all in stride. She looped one of her arms over her shoulder and supported most of my weight. We're moving, she muttered. Return the cameras to their normal feeds. I looked over, but she wasn't talking to me. She was whispering into her gold swan pin. Not a word, she reminded me as we turned down another long hallway. We were moving so fast that we rustled the white curtains of the examination stalls as we passed. The PSFs were black blurs as they stepped out of our way. Sorry, Dr. Begbie called after us. I've got to get this one home. I kept my eyes on the straight lines of tile passing under my feet. My head still spinning so badly that I didn't realize we were heading outside until I heard the beep of the doctor's card passing through the swipe block and felt the first drops of cool rain hit my scalp. They kept the camp's enormous stadium lights on at all hours of the night. The lights stood like giants across the camp, but all they reminded me of were night football games, the smell of fresh-cut grass, and the back of my dad's red Spartan sweater as he yelled for his old high school teams to run the damn offense at the top of his lungs. It was a short walk and stumble from the back of the infirmary to the pebbled parking lot. I actually wasn't sure if I was hallucinating or not. My sight went in and out of focus, but it was impossible to miss the sound of crunching gravel and the voice that yelled, "Everything okay over there?" I felt rather than I saw. Dr. Begbie tense. I tried to keep moving, to use her shoulder to prop myself up, but my legs just weren't working anymore. When I opened my eyes again, I was sitting up, staring at the standard issue boots of the PSF soldier. He knelt down in front of me. Dr. Begbie was saying something to him, her voice as calm as the first time I had spoken to her. So sick. I offered to drive her home. I put a mask on her to make sure she didn't give the bug to anyone else. The soldier's voice became clear. I hate that we always get sick from these kids. Would you mind helping me walk her over to my Jeep? Dr. Begbie asked. If she's sick. It'll just take a minute, the doctor interrupted, and I promise that if you have so much as even the sniffles tomorrow, I'll nurse you back to health myself. That was the voice I recognized, so sweet that it sounded like bells. The soldier chuckled, but I felt him lift me all the same. I tried not to lean against him, to grit my teeth against the jarring motion, but I could barely keep my head from rolling back. Front seat? He asked. Dr. Begbie was about to respond when the PSF's radio crackled to life. Control has you on camera. Do you need assistance? He waited until Dr. Begbie had opened the front passenger side door and he sat me down on the seat before replying. Everything clear, Doctor. He took my tags in hand, lifting them off my chest. Dr. Rogers has a virus that's been going around. Dr. Begbie, came the quick reply. She slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut behind her. I glanced over, watching as she fumbles to get the key in the ignition. It was the first time I noticed her hands shaking. Dr. Begbie is here to drive her home for the night. Dr. Rogers' car will be here overnight. Please inform the morning guards when they do their tally. Roger that. Tell them to head straight for the gate. I'll notify the watch patrol to wave them through. The Jeep sputtered to life in a series of grinding protests. I looked out through the windshield to the electric fence and the dark, familiar forest behind it. Dr. Begbie reached over to fasten my seatbelt. Man, she's out of it. The PSF was back, leaning against Dr. Begbie's window. I did give her some pretty strong stuff, Dr. Begbie laughed. I felt my chest clench. So about tomorrow. Come by and say hello, okay? Dr. Begbie said. I have a break around 3. She didn't give him a chance to reply. The tires spun against the gravel, and the windshield wipers squealed to life. Dr. Begbie rolled up her window with a friendly wave, using her other hand to steer the car back and pull out of the parking space. The little green numbers on the dashboard read 2:45 a.m. "Try to cover your face as much as possible," she muttered, before flicking on the radio. I didn't recognize the song, but I recognized David Gilmour's voice and the ebb and flow of Pink Floyd's synthesizers. She turned the volume down, taking a deep breath as she turned out of the lot. Her fingers tapped out a nervous rhythm on the steering wheel. Come on," she whispered, glancing down at the clock again. There was a little line of 2 cars in front of us. Each waved forward with agonizing slowness. I thought she was going to crawl out of her skin by the time the last car pulled forward into the night. Dr. Begbie hit the gas so hard and the Jeep lurched forward, the seatbelt snapped into a locked position when she slammed on the brakes, knocking the air out of my chest. She rolled the window down, but I was too tired and afraid. I pressed my hand over my eyes and sucked in a deep breath. The surgical mask brushed against my lips. "I'm taking Dr. Rogers home. Let me just get her passes." "It's fine. I have you on the schedule for tomorrow at 3 p.m. Is that correct?" "Yes, thank you. Please indicate Dr. Rogers will not be in." "Understood." I was too tired to try to control my brain's wandering fingers when Dr. Begbie's touched me again. Brushing the hair out of my face, an image bloomed to life behind my eyes. A dark-haired man smiling broadly with his arms around Dr. Begbie, spinning her and spinning her and spinning her, until I could hear her delighted laughter in my ears. Kate cracked her window, and the air was rushing by, brought in the scent of rain, and carried me quickly into sleep. Chapter 6. It was still dark out when I opened my eyes. The AC blew through the vents, batting at the little yellow cardboard tree hanging down from the rearview mirror. It's that it turned my empty stomach. Mick Jagger crooned next to my ear, singing about war and peace and shelter, those kind of lies. I tried to turn my face away from whatever song was escaping from, but I only managed to smack my nose against the window and strain my neck. I sat straight up and almost hanged myself on the gray seat belt. We weren't in the Jeep anymore. The night came back like a deep breath, complete and overwhelming all at once. The glow of the green dashboard lit the scrubs I wore, and that was enough to flood my mind with the reality of what had happened. Smears of trees and undergrowth lined the road that was completely dark, save for the small car's weak yellow headlights. For the first time in years, I could see the stars that Thurman's monstrous lights had faded into non-existence. They were so bright, so clear, that they couldn't have been real. I didn't know what was more shocking, the endless stretch of road or the sky. Tears pricked at the back of my eyes. "Don't forget to breathe, Ruby," came the voice beside me. I pulled the surgical mask down over my mouth, and I looked over as Dr. Begbie's blonde hair was around her face, sweeping against her shoulders. In the time it had taken us to get from Thurman to wherever we were, she had stripped off her scrubs and changed into a black t-shirt and jeans. The night stained the skin under her eyes like bruises. I hadn't noticed the sharp angles that made up her nose and chin. "You haven't been in a car for some time, huh?" She laughed. But she was right. I was more aware of the forward lurch of the car than I was my own heartbeat. "Dr. Begbie..." "Call me Kate," she interrupted, a bit harsher than before. I don't know if I reacted to the abrupt change of tone or not, but she immediately followed with, "I'm sorry, it's been a very long night, and I could use a cup of coffee." According to the dashboard, it was 4:30 a.m. I had only slept 2 hours, but I felt more alert than I had all day, all week, all my life. Kate waited until the Rolling Stones had finished out their song before turning down the radio. All they play are oldies now. I thought it was a joke at first, or something Washington wanted, but apparently that's all that gets requested these days. She snuck a look at me out of the corner of my eye. I can't imagine why. "Dr. Kate," I said. My voice was stronger. "Where are we? Where are we going?" Before she could answer, there was a cough from the back seat. I twisted around despite the pain in my neck and chest. Curled up there in a protective little ball was another kid. About my age or maybe a year younger. That other kid. Max, Matthew, whatever, from the infirmary. And he was looking far better than I felt as I slept on. "We just left Harvey, West Virginia," Kate said. That's where we met with some friends that helped me switch cars and remove Martin back there from the medical trunk we had to smuggle him out of. Wait. Oh, don't worry, Kate said quickly. We made sure it had air holes. Like that was my biggest concern. They just let you take it out of the car without even checking it? She glanced at me again, and I was proud of the look surprise there. The doctors at Thurman use those trunks to transport medical waste. The camp controllers started forcing the doctors to dump the waste themselves when the budget got cut. Sarah and I had duty for this week. Sarah? Dr. Rogers? She hesitated a split second before nodding. Why did you tie her up? Why are you helping us? She answered my question with one of her own. Have you ever heard of the Children's League? Bits and pieces, I said, and only in whispers. If the rumors were true, they were an anti-government group. They were the ones the younger kids, the later arrivals to Thurmond, claimed were trying to take down the camp system. The ones that supposedly hid kids so they couldn't be taken. I had always assumed that they were our generation's version of a fairy tale. Nothing that good could ever be true. We, Kate said, letting the words sink in before continuing, are an organization dedicated to help children affected by the government's new laws. John Albin, have you heard of him? He was formerly an intelligence advisor to Gray. He started the Children's League? She nodded. After his daughter died and he realized what was going to happen to those kids who survived, he left D.C. and tried to expose all the rest that was happening at the camps. The New York Times, the Post, you name it. None of them would run the story, because by then things were bad enough that Gray had them under his thumb for national security reasons. And the small papers folded along with the economy. So I was trying to wrap my mind around this, wondering if I had misheard her. So he created the Children's League to help us? Kate's face lit up in a smile. Yes, that's right. Then why did you only help me? The question sprang up like a lone weed, ugly and deeply rooted. I rubbed a hand over my face, trying to clear the rumblings in my brain, but I couldn't tear it out. There was a strange feeling rising in my neck that followed, like something heavy was trying to work its way up from my center. It might have been a scream. What about the others? I didn't recognize my own voice. The others? You mean the other children? Kate's eyes were focused on the road in front of us. They can't wait. Their situation wasn't as pressing as yours was. When the time is right, I'm sure we'll go back for them, but in the meantime, don't worry, they'll live. I recoiled almost instantly at her tone more than her words. The way she said that, they'll live, was so dismissive. I half expected to see a hand come up in the air to wave me off. Don't worry. Don't worry at the way they've been mistreated. Don't worry about their punishments. Don't worry about the guns constantly trained at their backs. God, I wanted to throw up. I had left them behind, all of them. I had left Sam, even after I promised we'd get out together. After everything she had done to protect me, I had just left her there. Oh, no, Ruby, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize how that would sound, she said, turning back and forth between me and the road. I just meant, I don't even know what I'm saying. I was there for weeks, and I still can't begin to imagine what it must have been like. I shouldn't act like I know what you went through. I left them, I told her. It didn't matter that my voice was breaking or that my hands had come up to clutch my elbows to keep from grabbing her. Why did you only take me? Why couldn't you save the others? Why? I told you before, she said softly. It had to be you. They would have killed you otherwise. The others aren't in danger. They are always in danger, I said, and wondered if she had stepped a single foot beyond the infirmary. How could she not have seen? How could she not have heard it, felt it, breathed it in? The air at Thurmond was so coated in fear that you could taste it like vomit at the back of your throat. It had taken me less than a day in that place to see the hatred and terror came in circles, and that they fed off each other. The PSFs hated us, so they made us fear them. And we feared them, which only made us hate them more. There was an unspoken understanding that we were at Thurmond because of each other. Without the PSFs, there would be no camp, but without the PSI freaks, there would be no need for PSFs. So whose fault was it? Everyone's? No one's? Ours? You should have just left me. You should have taken someone else, someone who was better. They'll be punished because of this, I know it. They'll hurt them, and it's my fault for going, for leaving them behind. I knew I wasn't making sense, but I couldn't seem to connect my thoughts to my tongue. That feeling, the heart-swallowing guilt, the sadness that took hold and never let itself shake free. How did you tell someone that? How did you put that into words? Kate's lips parted, but no sound came out for several moments. She took a firm hold of the wheel and guided the car over to the side of the road. Her foot came off the gas, and she allowed the car to roll to a hesitant stop. When the wheels finally ceased spinning, she reached for the door handle, a spike of total and complete grief cutting through me. "What are you doing?" Kate asked. She had pulled over because she wanted me to get out, hadn't she? I would have done the same thing if our situations had been flipped. I understood. I leaned back from her arm as she reached over, but instead of pushing the door open, she slammed it shut and let her fingers linger over my shoulder. I cringed, pressing back against the seat as hard as I could, trying to avoid her touch. This was the worst I'd felt in years. My head was humming, a sure sign I was dangerously close to losing control of it. If she had any thought about hugging me or stroking my arm or anything my mom would have done, my reaction was more than enough to convince her not to try. "Listen to me very carefully," she said, and it didn't seem to matter to her that at any moment a car or a PSF could have come charging up the road. She waited until I was looking her in the eye. "The most important thing you ever did was learn how to survive. Do not let anyone make you feel like you shouldn't have, like you deserve to be in that camp. You are important and you matter. You matter to me, you matter to the league, and you matter to the future." Her voice caught. "I will never hurt you or yell at you or let you go hungry. I will protect you for the rest of my life. I will never fully understand what you've been through, but I will always listen to you. Listen when you need to get something out. Do you understand?" Something warm bloomed in my chest. Even as my breath hitched in my throat, I wanted to say something to thank her, to repeat it again just to be sure I hadn't misunderstood or misheard her. "I can't pretend like it never happened," I told her. I still felt vibrations of the fence under my skin. "You shouldn't. You should never forget. But part of survival is being able to move on. There's this word," she continued, turning to study her fingers gripping the wheel. "Nothing like it exists in the English language. It's Portuguese. Saudade. Do you know that one?" I shook my head. I didn't know half the words in my own language. "It's more... There's no perfect definition. It's more of an expression than a feeling. Of terrible sadness. It's a feeling you get when you realize something you once lost is lost forever and you can never get it back again." Kate took a deep breath. "I thought of that word often at Thurmond. Because of the lives you had before, that we all had before. We could never get them back. But there's a beginning and the end. You know, it's true that you can't reclaim what you've had, but you can lock it up behind you. Start fresh." I didn't understand what she was saying, but I understood that her words were coming from me. Coming from a true caring place. But after having my life broken down into rotations for so long, the thought of dividing it up even further was unimaginable. "Here," she said, reaching inside the collar of her shirt. She pulled out a long silver chain over her head. The last thing to reveal itself was a black circular pendant. It was bigger than the size of my thumb hanging from it. I held out my hand and she dropped the necklace into it. The chain was still warm from where it had been kept against her skin, but I was surprised to find that the pendant wasn't anything more than plastic. "We call that a panic button," she said. "If you squeeze it for 20 seconds, it activates and any agents nearby will respond. I don't imagine you'll ever need to use it, but I'd like you to keep it. If you ever feel scared or if we get separated, I want you to press it." "It'll track me?" Something about that made me vaguely uncomfortable, but I slipped the chain on anyway. "Not unless you activate it," Kate promised. "We designed them that way so that the PSFs wouldn't be able to accidentally pick up on a signal being transmitted from them. I promise you're in control here, Ruby." I plucked the pendant up and held it between my thumb and index finger. When I realized how dirty my fingers were and how much dirt was still packed under my nails, I dropped it. Me and nice things didn't go well together. "Can I ask you another question?" I waited until she had finally nudged the car back onto the road, and even then it'd take me a few tries to get the words out. "If the Children's League was formed to end the camps, why did you even bother getting me and Martin? Why didn't you just blow up the control tower while you were there?" Kate ran a hand over her lips. "I'm not interested in those kind of operations," she said. "I'd much rather be focused on the real issue, which is helping you kids. You can destroy a factory and they'll just build another. But once you destroy a life, that's it. You never get that person back." "Do people have any idea?" I squeezed out. "Do the people know that they're not reforming us at all?" "I'm not sure," Kate said. "Some will always live in denial about the camps, and they'll believe what they want to believe about them. I think most people know that something's off, but they're in too deep with their own problems to call to question into how the government is handling things at camps. I think they want to trust that you're all being treated well. Honestly, there are There are so few of you left now. I sat straight up again. What? This time, Kate couldn't look at me. I didn't want to have to be the one to tell you this, but things are much worse now than they were before. The last estimate the League put together said that 2% of the country's population of 10 to 17-year-olds were in reform camps. What about the rest? I said. I already knew the answer. The 98%? Most of them fell victim to IAAN. They died, I corrected. All the kids? Everywhere? No, not everywhere. There have been a few cases of it reported in other countries, but here in America... Kate took a deep breath. I don't know how much to tell you because I don't want to overwhelm you, but it seems like the onset of IAN or PSI powers is linked to puberty. How many? They really hadn't learned anything new in all the years I was trapped in Thurmond. How many of us are left? According to the government, there are approximately 250,000 children under the age of 18, but our estimate is closer to 1/10 of that. I was going to be sick. I unbuckled my seatbelt and leaned forward, putting my head between my legs. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kate's hand come down, as if she was going to rest it on my back, but I twisted away again. For a long time, the only sound between us was the tires turning against the old road. I kept my face down and eyes shut long enough for Kate to worry. Are you still feeling queasy? We had to give you a high dosage of penicillin to induce seizure-like symptoms. Trust me, if we could have done it any other way, we would have. But we needed something serious enough for the PSFs to actually bring you back to the infirmary. Martin snored behind us until it eventually faded, that the sound of rolling tires down the road. My stomach twisted at the thought of asking exactly how many miles we were from Thurmond, how far away the past really was. I know, I said after a while. Thank you. I mean it. Kate reached over, and before I could think to stop her, her hand ran a smooth path off my shoulder down my arm. I felt something warm tickle at the back of my mind, and I recognized a warning trill. The first white-hot flash from her mind came and went so fast. I saw the scene like a photo negative. A young girl with white blonde hair in a high chair, her mouth frozen in a toothless grin. The next image stayed, lingered long enough for me to recognize I was seeing fire. Fire everywhere, climbing the walls of the room, burning with all the intensity of the sun. This memory? It trembled, shuddered hard enough that I had to clench my teeth to stop from getting nauseated. Inside Kate's memory, a silver door with 456B stamped over it in black lettering slid into view. A hand flashed out, reaching for the handle, Kate's pale, slender fingers outstretched, only to pull away from its molten hot touch. A hand lashed out against the wood, then a footing. The image wavered, curling at the edges as the door disappeared behind the dark smoke that spewed through the cracks and joints. The same dark door shut, and I jolted back, pulling my arm out from under hers. What the hell? I thought, my heart racing in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. Still? Kate said, Oh, Ruby, I'm so sorry. When we switch cars, I'll be sure to ask for something to help ease your stomach. She, like all the others, was oblivious. You know, Kate said after a while, she kept her eyes on the dark road to where the night met the brightening sky. It was brave of you to take the pills and come with me. I knew there was more in you than the quiet girl I met in the infirmary. I'm not brave. If I had been, I would have owned up to what I really was, no matter how terrible. I would have worked, eaten, and slept alongside the other oranges, or at least stepped out in the shadows of the yellows and reds. Those kids had been so proud of their powers. They made a point of harassing the camp controllers at every turn, hurting the PSFs, setting their cabins and the washrooms on fire, trying to talk their way out of the gate, or driving the adults insane by putting images of murdering families or cheating wives in their heads. It was impossible to miss them, to not step aside and turn away when they passed. I had let myself sit like a coward in the dull, endless stream of gray and green, never drawing attention, never once letting myself believe that I could or should escape. I think that all they wanted was to find a way out, and to do it themselves. They had burned so bright and fought so hard to get free, but none of them had made it to 16. There are 1,000 ways to tell someone is lying to you. You don't need to be able to glimpse into their mind to catch all the little signs of insecurity and discomfort. More often than not, all you have to do is look at them. If they glance to the left while they're talking to you, if they add too many details to a story, if they answer a question with another question. My dad, a cop, taught me and 24 other kids about it in 2nd grade, and when he gave his presentation on stranger danger. But Kate had no tells. She told me things about the world that didn't seem possible. Not until we were able to pick up the radio station and a solemn voice bled through the speakers to confirm it all. Yes, she cried, slapping her palm against the wheel. Finally. The president has refused an invitation from Britain's prime minister to discuss possible relief measures for the world's economic crisis and how to pump life back into the staggering global stock markets. When asked to explain his decision, the president cited the United Kingdom's role in the UN's economic sanctions against the United States. Kate fiddled with the tuning again. The newscaster's voice faded in and out. At the first burst of static, I jumped. 45 women were arrested in Austin, Texas yesterday for attempting to evade the birth registry. The women will be detained in a corrections facility until their children are born, after which informants will be removed for the safety of their mothers in the state of Texas. The Attorney General had to say this. Another voice came through, this one deep and raspy. In accordance to the new Order 15, President Gray issued an arrest warrant for all persons involved with this dangerous activity. Gray? I said, glancing over to Kate. He's still the president? He had only just been elected when the first cases of Ian appeared. I couldn't really remember anything about him, other than that he had dark eyes and dark hair, and even that I only knew because the camp comptrollers had strung up pictures of his son, Clancy, all over camp as proof to us that we too could be reformed. I had a sudden sharp memory of the last time I had been to the infirmary, the way his picture had seemed to watch me. She shook her head, visibly disgusted. He granted himself a term extension until the PSI situation is, and I quote, resolved so as to make sure the United States is safe from telekinetic acts of terror and violence. He even suspended Congress. How did he even manage that? I asked. With his so-called wartime powers. Kate said, maybe a year or two after you were taken, some PSI kids nearly succeeded in blowing up the Capitol. Nearly? What does that even mean? Kate glanced over, studying my face. It means that they only succeeded in blowing up the Senate portion of it. President Gray's control of the government was only supposed to last until new congressional elections could be held. But then the riots started when the PSF started pulling kids from schools without their parents' permission. And then, of course, the economy tanked and the country defaulted on its debt. You'd be surprised how little voice you have when you lose everything. And everyone just let them? The thought turned my stomach. No. One just let him. It's chaos out here right now, Ruby. Gray keeps trying to tighten his control, and every day more and more people are rioting or breaking whatever laws we have left just to get food on the table. My dad was killed in a riot. Kate turned around to face the back seat so quickly the car actually swerved into the other lane. I had known Martin was awake for at least 10 minutes. His breathing had become much lighter, and he had stopped doing his weird little lip licking and grunts. I hadn't wanted to talk to him or to interrupt Kate. The people in our neighborhood robbed his store for food, and he couldn't even defend himself. How are you feeling? Sugar-coated Kate's words, almost as sweet as the vanilla air freshener twirling around in front of us. Okay, I guess. He sat up, trying to pat down his floppy brown hair into something presentable. Martin was round all over. His cheeks drooped, and his uniform shirt might have been a size too small, but he hadn't started growing like the other kids in his cabin. I had maybe an inch or two on him, and I was short, and an average build. He couldn't have been more than a year younger than I was. I'm glad, Kate said. There's a water bottle back there for you if you need it. We'll be stopping in about an hour to switch cars again. Where are we going? We're meeting a friend in Marlington, West Virginia. He'll have a change of clothes and identification papers for both of you. We're almost there now. I thought for sure Martin had dropped right off back into sleep until he asked, where are we going after that? The radio flashed to life, snatching up bits and pieces of Led Zeppelin before losing it again to static and silence. I could feel Martin's eyes burning holes into the back of my neck. I tried not to turn around to stare right back, but it was the closest I had been to a boy my age since we had been sorted. After years of living on opposite sides of the main trail in Thurmond, it was unnerving to suddenly be presented with all of his small details. The freckles I hadn't noticed on his face, for instance, or the way his eyebrows seemed to merge into one. What was I supposed to say to him? I'm so glad I found you. We're the last of us? One was the truth, and one could not be further from it. We're going to regroup with the League at their southern headquarters. After we get there, you can decide if you want to stay, she said. I know you've been through a lot, so you don't have to make any choices now. Just know that you'll be safe if you stay with me." The feeling of freedom rose in me so fast that I had to chase it down to squash it along with my swelling heart. It was still too dangerous. There was a chance that the PSFs could catch up to us, that I'd be back in camp or dead before we even got to Virginia. Martin watched me. His dark eyes narrowed as I watched his pupils seem to shrink, and I felt a tickle in the back of my mind. The same one I always felt when my abilities wanted to be let out and used. What the hell? My fingers dug into the armrest, but I didn't turn around to see if he was still at it. I glanced up into the rearview mirror only once, watching as he leaned back against the seat and crossed his arms over his chest with a huff. A sore at the corner of his mouth looked angry and red, like he had been scratching at the scab. "I want to go where I can do what I couldn't at Thurman," Martin said finally. I didn't know what he meant by that. "I'm a lot more powerful than you think," he continued. "You won't need anyone else after you see what I can do." Kate smiled. "That's what I'm counting on. I knew you'd understand." "What about you, Ruby?" she asked, turning to me. "Are you willing to make a difference?" If I said no, would they let me go? If I asked to go to my parents' house in Salem, would they take me there, no questions asked? To Virginia Beach, if I wanted to see my grandmother? Out of the country, if that's what I really wanted? They were both looking at me, wearing mirrored looks of urgency and excitement. I wish I could have felt it. I wish I could have shared in the security they were feeling about their choice. But I wasn't absolutely certain of what I wanted. I only knew what I didn't want. "Take me anywhere," I said. "Anywhere but home." Martin picked at the sore with his grubby nails until blood appeared and he licked it off his lips and the tip of his fingers, watching me like he expected me to ask for a taste. I turned back to Kate, a question dying on my lips, because for a second, just for one, all I could think about was the sight of fire and smoke rising from the sharp lines of her shoulder and the door she couldn't open. Chapter 7. We reached Marlington's city limits at 7 o'clock in the morning, just as the sun decided to reappear from behind the thick layer of clouds. It colored the nearby trees a faint violet and glinted off the wall of the mist that had gathered over the asphalt. By then, we had driven past several highway exits that were barricaded with the junk rails or deserted cars, done up either by the National Guard to contain hostile towns and cities, or by the residents themselves to keep unwanted looters and visitors out of an already hard-hit area. The road itself, however, had been silent for hours on end, which meant that we were due for some sort of human interaction sooner or later. It came sooner, in the form of a red semi-truck. I scooted down in my seat as it whipped past us. It was headed clear in the opposite direction, but I had a perfect view of the gold swan painted on its side. "They're everywhere," Kate said, following my line of sight. That was probably a shipment to Thurmond. It was the first true sign of life we'd seen in all our driving, most likely because we were cruising down Dead Man's Highway in the middle of butt-freaking nowhere, but that single truck was enough to scare Kate. "Get in the back seat," she said, "and stay down." I did as I was told. Unbuckling my seatbelt, I twisted between the front seats and threaded my legs through them. Martin watched me with glassy eyes. At one point, I felt his hand slip across my arm, like he was trying to help me. I recoiled, slipping down in the space between the back seat and the front. My back was against the door and my knees were against my chest, but we were still too close. When he grinned, it was enough to make my skin crawl. There were boys at Thurmond, plenty of them. In fact, but any activity that involved commingling of the sexes, whether we were eating together, sharing cabins, or even passing one another on the way to the washrooms, was strictly forbidden. The PSFs and camp controllers enforced the rule with the same level of severity that they did with kids who, however, unintentionally or intentionally used their abilities, which, of course, only drove everyone's already hormone-drunk brains crazier and turned some of my cabin mates into an elite breed of covert stalkers. Maybe I didn't remember the right way to interact with someone of the opposite gender, but I'm pretty sure Martin didn't either. "Fun, huh?" he said. I thought he was kidding, until I saw the too eager look in his eye. The itching came again, the tingling sensation of yet another attempt to peer inside my head. Dread trailing down the length of my spine like a freezing fingertip, I pressed against the door and kept my eyes on Kate, but it wasn't far enough. We are nothing alike, I realized. We had been brought to the same place, lived in the same terror, but he was so... I needed to change the subject and distract him from whatever he was thinking or trying to do. The AC was on, but you never would have known by the heat he was giving off. Do you think Thurmond has noticed we're gone? I asked, breaking the silence. Kate switched off her headlights. I would think so. The PSFs don't have the manpower to launch a full manhunt yet, but I'm positive they put 2 and 2 together about what you are. What do you mean? I asked. That we're orange? I thought you said they already knew. That's why we had to leave so quickly. They were on the verge of finding out, Kate explained. They were testing the orange and red frequencies in that cabin control. I don't think any of them expected it to work that quickly. That's why we had to get you out, and fast. Frequencies, Martin repeated. You mean they added something to it? That's exactly right, Kate smiled at him in the rearview mirror. The league got wind of their new method of trying to weed out kids who had been labeled incorrectly when they were brought into camp. You know that adults can't hear the cabin control, I'm sure? We both nodded. The scientists there have been working on frequencies that only certain kinds of PSI youth can pick up and process. There are some wavelengths you all can hear, and others that greens or blues, or in this instant, oranges, can detect. It made sense, but it didn't make it any less horrifying. You know, I've been wondering, Kate began. How did you two do it? You especially, Ruby. You went into that camp so young. How did you get around their sorting? I just did, I said. I told the man who was supposed to run my tests that I was green. He listened. That's weak, Martin interrupted, looking right at me. You probably didn't even have to use your powers. I didn't like to think of them as powers. That seemed to imply they were something to celebrate, and they were most definitely not. I told someone to trade places with me when they started separating all the oranges and reds out. Didn't want to go down with them, you know? Martin leaned forward. So I took one of the new greens aside, who was about my age, and made him and that warden think he was me. Same for anyone who asked, one by one. Cool, huh? The disgust coiled in my gut. He didn't feel sorry about doing any of this, and that was clear. Maybe I had lied about what I was, but I hadn't damned another kid to do so. Was that what having control over your orange abilities turned you into? Some kind of monster? Someone who would do whatever you wanted because no one was capable of stopping you? Was that what being powerful was like? So you can make people believe there's something they're not, Kate said. I thought oranges could only command someone to do something, sort of like hypnosis. Nah, Martin said. I can do much more than that. I get people to do what I want by making them feel what I want when I want them to feel it. Like that kid I switched places with, I made him feel too scared to stay in his cabin. Made him feel like it would be a good idea to pretend to be me. Anyone who questioned me, I made them feel crazy for doing so. So I can sort of command people to do stuff, but it's more like if I want someone to hurt someone else, I have to make him feel really, really pissed about the person I want him to attack. Huh, Kate said. Is it the same for you, Ruby? No, not at all. In fact, I looked down at my hands to the dark mud still caked under my fingers. The thought of revealing exactly what I could do made them shake in a way I hadn't expected. I don't throw feelings into someone. I just see things. At least as far as I knew. Wow. Wow. I know I keep saying this, but you two really are something. I keep thinking of all the things you could do, how much help you could be to us. Incredible. Twisting around, I lifted my head just enough to look out the road. Behind me, I felt Martin grab a few loose strands of my hair and begin to twirl them around his fingers. I could see the reflection of my round face in the rearview mirror, the big eyes that seemed almost sleepy, thick, dark brows, full lips. I could see the revulsion slide over it. I shouldn't have, but I took the bait. Martin barely had time to brace himself before I whirled around and slapped that same clammy hand back down into his lap. My next breath caught in my throat. Do not touch me, I wanted to say. Don't think I won't break every single finger on that hand. But he was grinning at me, his tongue on his cold sore, his hand rising again. Only this time he wagged his fingers in my direction, taunting. I leaned forward, ready to grab the same wrist, to shut the pig down, cold, hard, and fast. But that was exactly what he wanted. The realization flowed thick and slow through me, inching its way to my guts. He wanted me to show him what I could do, to be willing to fuel my abilities with the same kind of viciousness pumping through him. I turned back on him again, my fists tightening with his trumpet chuckles. Had the anger even been mine, or had he pushed it into me? Everything okay back there? Kate called over her shoulder. Hang on tight, we're almost there. Whatever Marlinton normally looked like, it was pretty much worse under the cover of gray clouds and a layer of misty rain. Strange and terrible enough to distract even Martin from the games he was playing in my head. The deserted shopping centers with broken storefronts were disturbing enough before we cut into the first neighborhood of little brown and gray and white houses. We passed a number of empty cars along the street and in the driveways, some with bright orange for sale signs still stuck in the back windows, but all of them covered in a thick skin of brown rotting leaves. The cars were surrounded by piles of junk and boxes, furniture, rugs, computers, entire rooms full of rusting, useless electronics. What happened here? I asked. It's a little hard to explain, but do you remember what I told you about the economy? After the attack in D.C., the government was thrown into a tailspin, and one thing led to another. We couldn't pay off our national debt, we couldn't provide money to the states, we couldn't provide benefits, we couldn't pay government employees. Even small towns like this one didn't escape. People lost their jobs when companies failed, and then they lost their homes because they could no longer pay for them. The whole thing is terrible. But where is everyone? In tent cities, outside of the big cities like Richmond and D.C., trying to find work. I know a lot of people are trying to go west because they think there's going to be more work and food available. But, well, I imagine it'll be safer. There's a lot of looting and vigilante groups roaming about here. I was almost afraid to ask. What about the police? Why didn't they stop them? Kate bit her bottom lip. It's like I told you. The states couldn't afford to pay their salaries, so they were let go. Most of the police work is done by volunteers now, or the National Guard. That's why you need to stay close to me, okay? It only got worse when we passed the elementary school. The pastel jungle gym, or whatever was left of it, was stained black and twisting toward the ground. Clusters of birds were perched along its broken backbone, watching us as we flew past the stop sign and turned the corner. We passed that must have once been the cafeteria, but the entire right side of the building had crumbled in on itself. Rainbow mural of faces and suns painted on the other side of the building was visible just beyond the tangled web of yellow police tape blocking off the wreckage. Someone planted a bomb in the cafeteria just before the first collection, Kate said. Set it off during lunchtime. The government? Martin pressed, but Kate didn't have an answer for him. She switched her blinker on as she made another right, signaling her turn to no one in particular. A city with no people. My breath fogged up the window as we left that neighborhood behind and sped towards another strip mall. We passed a Starbucks, a nail salon, a McDonald's, and another nail salon before Kate finally pulled into the gas station. I saw the other car immediately. A tan SUV, a kind I have never seen before. The man leaning against it wasn't pumping gas. That would have been impossible. All the gas pumps were beaten in, their hoses and nozzles strewn across the concrete. Kate honked, but the man had already spotted us and was waving. He was young too, at least as young as Kate, with a small build and dark brown hair that fell over his forehead. As we got closer, the smile on his face bloomed into something brilliant, and I recognized him as the man from Kate's thoughts, the one she had pictured in dazzling colors and lights as we left Thurmond. Kate barely had the car in park before she threw the door open and bolted straight for him. I heard her let out a sharp laugh as she threw her arms around his neck, knocking him with so much force that the sunglasses flew off his face. Martin's sweaty palm touched the spot where my neck met my shirt collar, giving me a light squeeze, and that was it for me. I pushed the car door open and stepped outside whether Kate wanted me to or not. The air was damp with a thin mist of rain, brightening the trees and grass in an electric green. It clung to my cheeks and hair, a warm relief after spending the last few hours confined with Martin the mouth breather, who seemed to be coated with something perpetually sticky. They found Nora about half an hour after you left, the man said as I walked up. They sent 2 units after you. Did you run into any trouble? None. Kate had an arm around his middle, but I'm not surprised. They're stretched so thin right now, but where are your... Rob shook his head sharply, a shadow passing over his face. I couldn't get them out. Kate's whole body seemed to slump. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. It looks like you had a lot more success than I did. Is she all right? Both of them turned to look at me. Rob, this is Ruby. Ruby, this is my... This is Rob." "Such a boring introduction." Rob clucked his tongue. "They must have been hiding the pretty ones at Thurmond, I see." He held out his hand to me, a large palm, 5 fingers, hairy knuckles. Normal. By the way I stared, you would have thought his skin was covered in scales. My hand stayed pressed flat against my thigh, and I took a step closer to Kate. There wasn't a gun in his hand, or a knife, or a white machine, but I could see cuts and bruises, some fresh crisscrossing the back of his hand, all the way to his wrist, where the angry red lines disappeared beneath the sleeve of his white shirt. It was only when he pulled his hand back that I noticed a spray of small red bumps on his right shirt cuff. Rob's face tightened when he saw where I was looking. That same hand disappeared behind Kate's back, tightening around her waist. "Total heartbreaker, right?" Kate glanced up at him. "She'll be perfect for inside jobs." Who could say no to that face? An orange. Rob let out an appreciative whistle. Damn. People who valued oranges. Imagine that. "Is Sarah all right?" I pressed. Rob only looked confused. "She means Nora Jenkins," Kate said. The name Sarah was just her cover. "She's fine," Rob said, putting a hand on my shoulder. "As far as we know, they're still questioning her. I'm sure our eyes in Thurmond will update us if anything changes." My hand suddenly felt numb. "Is Kate your name?" She laughed. "Yes, but my last name is Connor, not Begbie." I nodded, only because I didn't know what else to say or do. "Didn't you say there were 2 of them?" Rob was staring over my shoulder. On cue, I heard a door open and slam shut behind me. "There he is," Kate said, clucking like a proud mother hen. "Martin, get over here. I want you to meet your new comrade. He'll be driving with us to Georgia." Martin strode up and took the man's hand before Rob had a chance to offer it. "Now," Kate said, clapping her hands together. "We don't have much time, but we need you to wash up and change into something a little less conspicuous." The SUV let out a steady chime as Rob opened one of its rear doors. As he turned, a few scattered rays of light caught the metal handle of the gun tucked into the waistband of his jeans. I took a step back as he reached for something inside the car that I couldn't see. It was stupid of me not to have expected one or both of them to be packing some kind of heat, but my stomach tightened all the same. I turned away, looking at the splotches of old oil tattooed on the pavement, and waited for the car door to slam shut again. "Here you go," Rob said, passing us each a black backpack. My fellow freak snatched his, checking its contents like it's a party favor. "It looks like the bathrooms in the station still have some running water. I wouldn't try drinking it, though," Rob continued. "There's a change of clothes and some necessities in there. Don't take a million years, but feel free to wash that camp off you." Wash Thurmond off me? Rub it off like a splatter of mud? I may not have been able to erase everyone else's memories, but I couldn't scrub away my own. I took my bag without a word, the belongings of a headache rumbling at the base of my skull. I knew what that meant, well enough to take a step back. My heel caught on an uneven cement and sent me stumbling toward the hard ground. I threw my arms out in a lame attempt to reclaim my balance, but the only solid thing I found was Rob's arm. He may have thought he was being chivalrous by catching me, but he should have let me fall. My brain released a blissful little sigh as it went tumbling into Rob's thoughts. All at once, the pressure that had been building in the back of my mind released, sending a tingle racing down my spine. I gritted my teeth at the sinking realization, anger flooding my system as I tried to yank myself away. Unlike Kate's memories, which came and went like fluttering eyelashes, Rob's thoughts seemed almost lethargic, velvety and murky. They didn't piece themselves together so much as seep into one another, like ink dropping from a glass of water, the dark mass stretching and slithering until it finally polluted everything that had once been clean. I was Rob, and Rob was staring down at 2 dark shapes, 2 dark sacks covered with their heads, but it was obvious that one was a man and the other a woman. It was the latter that had my heart thrumming in my ears. The strength of her sobbing shook her entire body, but she never stopped struggling against the plastic ties binding her hands and feet. Rain came down around us like an afterthought, running down through the gutters of a nearby building. Though the filter of Rob's mind, it sounded like static. 2 enormous black dumpsters came into focus out of the corner of my eye, and it was only then I realized we were in an alley, and we were alone. Rob's hand, my hand, reached out and ripped off the hood of the woman, sending her dark hair flying all over her face. But it wasn't a woman at all. It was a girl, no older than I was, wearing a set of dark green clothes, a uniform, a camp uniform. Tears mixed with rain, dripping down over her cheeks and her mouth. Her colorless lips formed the shape please, and her eyes seemed to scream no. But there was a gun in my hand, silver and shining despite the low light, the same gun that was tucked in the back of Rob's jeans, the same one that was now pointed at the girl's forehead. The gun jumped in my hand as it went off, but in that instant, the flash lit up her terrified face, an unfinished scream drowned out by a bang. A spray of blood flicked over my hand as her face seemed to cave in on itself, staining the dark jacket I wore and the edge of the white cuff beneath it. The boy died the same way, only Rob didn't bother to even take his hood off before he ended his life. The bodies were lifted into the dumpsters. I shrank back and away from the scene, watching it grow smaller and smaller and smaller until the dark, cloudy haze of Rob's mind swallowed it whole. I tugged myself free, coming up from the inky pool with a sharp gasp. Rob released my arm instantly, but Kate dove forward would have taken his place if I hadn't raised both my hands to stop her. "Are you all right?" she asked. "You've gone pale." "I'm okay," I said. I tried to keep my voice calm and steady, still a little woozy from the medicine. Martin let out an annoyed sigh behind me. He was hopping from foot to foot, grumbling impatiently. He slid a suspicious eye in my direction, and for half a heartbeat I was afraid he knew exactly what had happened. But no, connections like that were fast and lasted only a few seconds, no matter how long it felt to me. I felt my eyes on the ground, carefully avoiding both the adult faces. I couldn't bring myself to look at Rob, not after seeing what he had done, and I knew if I looked at Kate, I would give myself away in an instant. She asked me what was wrong, and I wouldn't be able to lie. Not convincingly. I'd have to tell her her boyfriend or her partner or whatever he was had left the brains of 2 kids splattered all over an alleyway. Rob tried to offer me a plastic water bottle from the front of his seat. His mouth stretched into a thin line, and my eyes settled again on the tiny fleck staining his cuff. He killed them. The words echoed through my head, and it could have happened days, maybe even weeks ago, but it didn't seem likely. Wouldn't he have changed his shirt or tried to clean it off? And then he came here to kill us too? Rob smiled at me, all of his teeth showing. Smiled. Like he hadn't just snuffed out 2 lives at point-blank range and watched the rain carry their blood into the gutters. My hands were shaking so hard now that I had to fist them around the backpack to keep from noticing. I thought I had escaped the monsters that I'd left them locked up behind an electric fence, but the shadows were alive, and they had chased me here. I'm next. I swallowed the scream working its way up to my throat and smiled right back at him, and my insides twisting, because I had no doubt, not one single wisp of uncertainty, that if he knew what I had just seen, Kate would spend the next few days bleaching my blood out of his shirt too. She knows, I thought, following Martin into the gas station. Kate, who smelled like rosemary, who carried me down the hallway to save my life, she must know. And she kissed him anyway. The inside of the gas station looked like it had been ravaged by wild animals. There was a fairly good chance it had been. Muddy paw tracks in all shapes and sizes created dizzying patterns on the floor, cutting over sticky patches of red and brown on the shelves of food. The store smelled like sour milk, though the drink cases were still flickering with intermittent electricity. Most of them had been cleared out of sodas and beer, but there was a surprising amount left. No wonder the store had marked up milk $10 a carton. The same went for the food. Some shelves had rows of untouched chip bags and candy bars, all priced like they were endangered precious goods. Others had picked clean or were exploding with popcorn and pretzels after their bags had been gutted. I had a plan before I even realized it. While Martin entertained himself by fiddling with the soda dispenser, I grabbed a few bags of chips and chocolate bars. A flash of guilt cut through me as I stuffed them in my bag. But really, who was I even stealing from? Who was going to call the cops on me? "There's only one bathroom," Martin announced. "I'm using it first. Maybe if you're lucky, I'll leave some water for you. Maybe if I'm lucky, you'll drown yourself in it." He slammed the door shut behind him, and any guilt I might have felt about leaving him behind disappeared. Maybe it was cruel of me. Maybe I would spend the rest of my life feeling guilty about abandoning him without so much as a warning. But there was no way I could tell him what I was about to do without alerting Kate and Rob. I didn't trust him enough to believe he wouldn't shout for them or try to hold me there. I wasted no time in stepping out of what had been Nora's scrubs, leaving them in a heap on the floor. The uniform I was wearing under them was a dead giveaway to what I was, but the scrubs were too baggy to run in. I needed to get away fast. Martin must have turned the faucet all the way up because I could hear the water spluttering as I stepped around some broken glass in the store's big windows. I came around the shelf just in time to see Rob break away from kissing Kate. He patted down his jacket pockets, and out came a cell phone. Whoever he was, he wasn't all happy to be talking to them. After a minute, he threw the phone at Kate and moved to the driver's side of the car. She turned back to me, spreading out what looked like to be a map over the hood of the SUV. When Rob reappeared again, he had a long black object tucked under one arm, and he was holding another by its barrel. Kate took the rifle from him without so much as even glancing at it, and pulled the strap over her shoulder like it belonged there. I recognized them. Of course I did. Every PSF officer that walked the perimeter of the electric fence carrying an M16 rifle. And I was sure every camp controller that watched us from the high up from the towers had one within reach too. Is that why they're going to use on us? I wondered, or are they expecting me to use one too? The rational part of my brain finally kicked in, stomping down the chaos of panic and terror that had overtaken me. Maybe there was a reason Rob had killed those kids. Maybe they had tried to hurt him, or even though they were tied up. Or maybe they just refused to join up with the League. The realization rose inside my chest like fire, burning everything in its path. Just the thought, the image of having to touch one of those guns, of being expected to fire one of them. Is that what it would take to be a part of their family? Or would I have to be like Martin and become a weapon myself? My dad had served as a cop for over 10 years before he had to shoot someone. He never told me the whole story. I had to hear it secondhand from the kids in my class who had read about it in the paper. A hostage situation, I guess. It wrecked him. Dad wouldn't come out of my parents' bedroom until Grams drove out from West Virginia Beach to pick me up. When I came back home a few weeks later, he acted like nothing had happened at all. I didn't know what would force me to pick up a weapon like that, but it wasn't a group of strangers. I had to get out, get away, to where it didn't matter in that moment. I was a lot of things, terrible things, but I didn't want to add murderer to that list. There was a sound like crunching glass, just loud enough to hear over the bathroom's running water and the buzz of the drink coolers. The water shut off, and it was only then that I heard the rustling again. I whirled around just in time to see the doors with the employees only sign swing open and shut behind the low food shelves. A way out. I glanced back at the window one last time, making sure Kate and Rob still had their backs to me, before bolting past the display of beef jerky and heading straight for that door. It's just a raccoon, I thought, or rats. Not for the first time in my short life, rats were a preferable option to human. But the crinkling came again, louder. When I pushed the door open, I wasn't staring at a group of rats ravaging a bag of snack food. It was another kid. Chapter 8. He, no she, opened her mouth, her lips parting into a silent gasp. At first, I hadn't been able to tell, but she was definitely a girl, and a little one at that. 8, maybe 9 at most, judging by her size, just a baby drowning in an oversized Indy 500 shirt, complete with checkered flags and a bright green race car. Even weirder, her hands and arms up to her elbows were covered with bright yellow rubber gloves, the kind my mom used to wear as she scrubbed the bathroom or did the dishes. The Asian girl's dark hair was shaved down into a buzz cut, and she was wearing baggy boys' jeans. Her face was so pretty she might have been a doll. Her full heart-shaped lips formed the perfect O of shock, and her skin paled in such a drastic way that the freckles on her nose and cheeks stood out all the more. "Where did you come from?" I managed to choke out. The stunned look on her face flashed to one of terror. The hand she didn't have jammed into a container of Twizzlers slammed the door shut with the yellow streak. "Hey," I pushed it back, open in time to see her dash out the door at the other end of the stockroom, heading out into the rain. I was right behind her, throwing the backpack over my shoulders as I ran past the shelves. The door had caught on a large rock and went flying open as I kicked it and sprinted through. "Hey!" Snack-sized bags of pretzels and chips were spilling out from her pockets and beneath her shirt. She had every single right to be terrified of the half-crazed girl chasing after her. I could waste time feeling bad about it later, but for now, my mind came up with a whiff of hope, and it wasn't about to let it escape through the parking lot. She had to have come from somewhere. If she had a way out of this town or a place to hide until Kate and the others gave up on me, I wanted to know about it. The gas station's back lot was only 4 parking spaces wide, and one of them was taken up by an overturned dumpster. I heard animals tittering inside as I sprinted after her, keeping my eyes on the back of her gray t-shirt. Her legs were pumping so fast in her arms that she tripped from where the loose asphalt met a patch of wild grass. My arms flew out to catch her, but the girl recovered just in time. I was within 2 steps of being able to grab the back of her shirt when she suddenly picked up speed, zipping through a small cluster of trees that separated the station from what looked like another road. I just want to talk to you, I called. Please. What I should have said was, I won't hurt you, or I'm not a PSF, or something that would have clued her in on the fact that I was just screwed in the safety department as she was. But my chest was on fire and my lungs constricted, stretched tight, and unless by the pain in my ribs. The panic button was jumping up in the air, bouncing against my chin and shoulders. I ripped it off so hard the chain's clasp snapped. The girl leaped over a fallen tree trunk, her sneakers squelching through the forest muck. Mine weren't much quieter, but Martin's voice drowned us both out. Ruby! My blood ran so cold, it seemed to cease pumping through me altogether. I should have never turned back to look over my shoulder, but I did. More out of instinct than fear. I didn't realize that my feet had stopped moving until Martin's round shape appeared on the side of the trees. He was close enough for me to see the red flush that had taken over his face, but he hadn't seen me, not yet. Ruby. I had expected to find nothing but trees and air waiting for me as I picked up my run, but there she was, a short distance away. The girl had tucked herself behind a tree, not hiding, but also not beckoning me forward. Her mouth was pulled into a tight line, eyes darting back and forth between me and the direction of Martin's voice. When I started towards her, she took off so fast that both feet jumped up from the ground, scared off like a little rabbit. Come on, I gasped, pumping my arms to my side. I just want to. We broke through the trees, pouring out onto the deserted stretch of road. On the other side of the dead-end street was a line of little ramshackle houses, their windows boarded up like black eyes. I thought for sure that she was headed toward the closest one, the house with the gray fence and the green door, but she made a hard right and ran for the minivan parked on the side of the road. The car was dented beyond repair, and not just the bumpers, but on the side doors and the roof, and that was to say nothing of the shot out and cracked lights and the black paint that was flaking off in clumps. The nicest thing about it was the cursive swirly logo that someone had painted on the sliding door. Betty Jean Cleaning. But it was just a car, a way out. I wasn't thinking about the logistics at that point, about whether it had gas or if its engine would even start. I think my heart grew a pair of big fluffy white wings at the mere sight of it, and nothing was going to shoot it down. The girl was running so hard she slammed into the side of the paneling of the minivan and bounced off it. She landed hard on the ground, but recovered faster than I ever would have. With both yellow-gloved hands on the door handle, she ripped the sliding door back with a sound loud enough to shake the birds from the nearby roofs. I got there just in time for her to close the door and slam her hand down on the lock. I could see my reflection in the tinted glass, see how she must have seen me. Eyes were wide and wild, a tangled mass of dark hair, clothes that would have otherwise been too small if camp hadn't made me so damn skinny. I could see the bones in my chest I didn't know existed. I ran around to the other side of the car, pulling the minivan between me and anyone who'd come charging out of the trees. Please, my hoarse voice whispered. Martin's bellowing voice was either echoing around in my mind or it was actually getting closer. The window's tint was light enough that I could look through them and skim the trees for any flash of his waxy skin. If he was getting closer, then Kate and Rob wouldn't be far behind. They must have heard him yelling by now. 2 choices, Ruby, I thought. Go back or run. My head and heart were in agreement on run, but the rest of my body, and the parts that had been tormented by the white noise, poisoned. I opened my mouth to protest, reaching up to yank it away from my face, but something stopped me. Someone was coming. No, more than one person. I caught snippets of their back and forth, heard their feet slap against the pavement. The sound of a door opening stopped my heart dead in my chest. I swear to God it was her, Liam. The voice was deep, but it didn't sound like an adult. And look, I told you she'd beat us back. Suzume, did you run into trouble? The other car door opened. Someone else? Liam? Let out a relieved sigh. Thank God, he said with a hint of a southern drawl. Come on, come on, come on. Get in. I don't know what's going on, but I don't want to stay long enough to find out. The skip tracers were bad enough. Why won't you admit that it was her? The other voice snapped. Because we ditched her in Ohio, that's why. And above the sound of Liam's voice and the blood pounding between my ears, I heard another voice. Ruby! Ruby! It was Kate. I pressed both hands against my mouth and squeezed my eyes shut. What in the world? The first voice said. Is that what I think it is? The first gunshot popped like a firecracker. It might have been the distance or the army of trees and undergrowth muffling it, but it seemed harmless. A warning. The next one had a much sharper teeth. Stop! I heard Kate scream. Don't shoot! Lee! I know. The engine spurred to life, and the squeal of the tires wasn't far behind. Zoo, seatbelt. I tried to brace myself, but the car tossed me back and forth between the seats. At one point, my head cracked back against the plastic side of paneling and drink holder, but no one was paying attention to the strange noises in the back seat when someone was firing a gun. I wondered if Rob had given the other rifle to Martin. Zoo, did something happen in the gas station? The voice identified as Liam pressed. There was an edge of urgency to his words, but not panic. We had been driving for over 10 minutes and were well away from the guns. His other companion, however, was a completely different story. Oh my God, more skip tracers? What? Were they having a freaking convention? You realize what would have happened if we'd been caught, don't you? He railed. And they were shooting at us. Shooting! With a gun! Somewhere to the right of me, the little girl giggled. Well, I'm glad you find it funny, the other one said. Do you know what happens when you get shot, Suzume? The bullet rips through. Chubbs! The other boy's voice was sharp enough to cut off whatever gory tale he was about to share. Settle down, okay? We're fine. That was a little bit closer than I would have liked, but still. We'll just have to try to make better mistakes tomorrow, right, Zoo? The first voice let out a strangled groan. I'm sorry about before, Liam said. His voice was gentle, which was enough for me to put together he was talking to the girl, not the guy, who had moved on to moaning in dismay. Next time, I'll go with you to get food. You're not hurt, right? The vibrations in the road dulled their voices. A loose penny was clattering around so loudly in the drink holder that I almost reached up under the sheet to grab it. When the first boy spoke again, I had to strain my ears to hear him. Did it sound like they were looking for someone to you? No, it sounded like they were shooting at us. Feeling left my hands, draining from the tips of my fingers. You're safe, I told myself. They're kids too, who had unwillingly put themselves in the line of fire for me. I should have known this would happen. This, not my fear of setting off alone into a deserted town, should have been my first concern. But I had panicked, and it was like my brain had melted into a simmering pool of terror. A number of things, Liam was saying, but let's try to focus on finding East River. I needed to get out, now, right now. This had been a terrible idea, maybe even my worst. If I left now, they'd still have a chance of escaping Kate and Rob. I would still have a chance of escaping them too. I looped the straps of my backpack over my shoulders again and kicked the sheet off. Taking a deep drag of musty, cool air conditioning, I used the rear seat to prop myself up. Two teenage boys were in the front seat, facing the road. It was raining harder now. The drops were falling too fast for the windshield wipers to keep up with them, making it look like we were headed straight into an impressionist vision of West Virginia. Silver skies were above, and black road was below, and somewhere in between, the luminescent glow of trees with their new spring coats. Liam, our driver, was wearing a beat-up leather jacket, darker across the shoulders where the rain had soaked through. His hair was light, ashy blonde that stood on end when he ran a hand through it. Every now and then he would glance to the dark-skinned teen in the passenger seat, but it wasn't until he cast a quick look in the rearview mirror that I saw his eyes were blue. I can't see out of the big back window when you... His words choked off as he did a double take. The minivan lurched to the right, and he spun around in his seat and turned the wheel with him. The other kid let out a strangled noise as the car jerked to the right, towards the side of the road. The girl glanced back over her shoulder at me, her expression somewhere between surprise and exasperation. Liam slammed on the brakes. Both of the car's other passengers gasped as their seatbelts locked over their chests, but I had nothing holding me back from flying between the two middle seats. After what felt like a short eternity, but was likely only a couple seconds, the tires let off a squeal of pain before the minivan quivered to a dead stop. Both boys were staring back at me, wearing two completely different expressions. Liam's tanned face had gone porcelain white, his mouth hanging open in an almost comical way. The other boy only glared at me through his thin, silver-framed glasses. His lips pursed in disapproval, the same way my mom used to when she found out I had stayed up past my bedtime. His ears were a touch too big for his head, stuck out from his skull. Everything between them, from the wide expanse of his forehead down past the thin bridge of his nose to his full lips, seemed to darken in anger. For a split second, I was afraid he was a red, because, judging by the look in his eye, he wanted nothing more than to burn me to a crisp. Boys. Why did it have to be boys? I peeled myself up off the carpets and bolted towards the side door. My fingers squeezed the door handle, but no matter how hard I pulled, it didn't budge. Zoo! Liam cried, looking back and forth between us. She merely folded her hands in her lap, rubber gloves squeaking, and blinked at him innocently, like she had no idea how they had come across the stowaway currently sprawled out by her feet. We all agreed, no strays. The other boy shook his head. That's why we didn't take the kittens. Oh, for the love of... Liam slumped in his seat and pressed his hands into his face. What are we going to do with a box of abandoned kittens? Maybe if that black heart of yours hadn't been willing to leave them to starve, we could have found them new, loving homes. Liam gave the other boy a look of pure amazement. You're never going to get over those cats, are you? They were innocent, defenseless kittens, and you left them outside someone's mailbox. A mailbox! Chubbs, Liam groaned. Come on. Chubbs? That had to be a joke. The kid was as skinny as a stick. Everything about him, from his nose to his fingers, was as long and narrow. He leveled Liam with a withering glare. I didn't know what amazed me more, the fact that they were arguing about kittens, or that they'd managed to forget that I was in the car. Excuse me, I interrupted, slamming my palm against the window. Can you please unlock the door? That shut them up at least. When Liam finally turned back towards me, his expression was entirely different than before. He looked serious, but not altogether unhappy or suspicious, which is a lot more than I could have said for myself if our situations had been reversed. Are you the one they were looking for? He asked. Ruth? Ruby, Chubbs corrected. Liam waved his hand. Right, Ruby. Just unlock the door, please. I yanked at the handle again. I made a mistake. This was a mistake. I was selfish, I know that, so you have to let me go before they catch up. Before who catches up? Skip tracers? Liam asked. His eyes darted over me. From my haggard face all the way down to my forest green uniform to my mud-stained shoes to the PSI number that had been written on their canvas toes in permanent marker. A look of horror flickered over his face. Did you just come from a camp? I felt Zoo's dark eyes on me, but I held Liam's gaze and nodded. The Children's League broke me out. And you ran away from them? Liam pressed. He looked back at Zoo for confirmation, and she nodded. What does that have to do with anything? Chubbs interrupted. You heard her. Unlock the stupid door. We already have PSFs and skip tracers after us. We don't need to add the League to the list. They probably think we took her, and if they put in a call that they're freaks roaming around in a beat-up black minivan. He couldn't bring himself to finish. Hey, Liam said, holding up a finger. Don't talk about Black Betty that way. Oh, excuse me for hurting the feelings of a 20-year-old minivan. He's right, I said. I'm sorry, please. I don't want any more trouble for you. You want to go back to them? Liam was facing me again, his mouth set in a grim line. Listen, it's none of my business, Green, but you have the right to know that whatever lies they've fed you probably aren't true. They aren't our angel network. They have their own agenda. And if they plucked you out of the camp, it means they have a plan for you. I shook my head. You think I don't know that? Okay, he returned in a calm voice. Then why are you in such a hurry to get back? There was nothing judgmental or accusatory about the question. So why did I still feel like an idiot? Something hot and itchy bubbled up in my throat, drifting up until it settled behind my eyes. Oh God, the kid was looking at me with all the sympathy and pity required of someone watching a stray puppy being put down. I didn't know if emotion swelling inside me was anger or embarrassment, but I couldn't have time to sort it out. No, but I can't. I didn't mean to drag you into, I did mean to, but I saw Zoo move out of the corner of my eye, reaching for me. I jerked away, sucking in a harsh breath. A hurt expression crossed her face. Staying long enough for me to feel guilty about it. She had been trying to help me, to be kind to me. She didn't know what kind of monster she had saved. If she did, she never would have unlocked the door. Do you want to go back to them? Chubbs was looking at Liam, and Liam was looking at me. He had caught me again with his eyes, and I hadn't even realized it. No, I said, and it was the truth. I don't. He didn't say anything, only shifted the minivan out of park. The van rolled forward. What are you doing, Ruby? I willed my hand to reach for the door, but it seemed too far and my hand too heavy. Get out. Get out now. Lee, don't you dare, Chubbs began. If the League comes after us, it'll be okay, Liam said. We're just taking her to the nearest bus station. I blinked. That was more than I was expecting. You don't have to. Liam waved me off. It's fine. Sorry we can't do more. Can't risk it. Yes, you're right, Chubb said. So explain to me why we aren't taking her to one of the train stations, which are closer? When I looked back up, Liam was studying me, his light eyebrows pulled tight together by some unspoken thought. I tried not to squirm under his gaze. Remind me again, Ruby, right? I'm sure you've caught on by now, but I'm Liam. The lovely lady behind me is Suzume. She smiled shyly. I turned and raised an eyebrow in the direction of the other boy. I'm guessing your name isn't actually Chubbs? No, he sniffed. Liam gave me that name at camp. He was a bit porker. Liam had a small smile on his face. Turns out field labor and a restricted diet are better than a fat camp. Zoo can back me up on this one. But Zoo wasn't paying attention, not to any of us. She had her hoodie pulled up over her ears and twisted around in her seat, so she was staring over the top of it. Out the back window, her lips parted, but she couldn't bring the words to them. The color drained from around her face. Zoo, Liam said, what's wrong? She didn't need to point. Even if we hadn't seen the tan SUV speeding straight for us, I would have been impossible to miss the bullet that blew through the back window and shattered it. Liam finished replacing the tire with the spare faster than I thought possible. Zoo helped him place the nuts back in their sockets and slowly cranked the car back down. When he handed the tools to her, she knew exactly where to put them in the trunk. Here, he said, holding out his hand. I'll take care of them. My hands trembled as I handed the trackers to him. He threw them on the ground and crushed them beneath the heel of his shoe. I don't understand, I began, but I did in a way. They wouldn't have gone to all the trouble of breaking me out if they hadn't had a method of keeping tabs on me if I got recaptured or separated from them. Liam's hand came down toward me, and the sheer panic at the thought of his touch had me jumping back, trying to put as much air between us as I could. It still wasn't far enough. His hand dropped between us, but I felt the warmth of his upturned palm brush my shoulder, as if it had actually rested there. My arms came up and crossed over my chest, and some mangled mess of anxiety and guilt rose up from beneath my guts. I tried to focus on the PSI identification numbers on the top of my shoes to keep from jumping away again. You're acting like a nervy 5-year-old, I told myself. Stop it. He's just another kid. They tell you a lot of lies in the Children's League, the biggest being that you're free. They talk about love and respect and family, but I don't know any family that puts tracking devices on someone and then sends them out to be shot up and blown away. But we didn't have to kill them, I said. My fingers tightened around the backpack straps. There was another kid inside, Martin. He didn't deserve to. You mean, Liam wiped the grease and dirt from his hands off on the front of his jeans. The kind of, he made a vague motion with his hands, which I think was supposed to indicate Martin's plump stature. That guy? I nodded. The tree didn't actually hit them, Liam said, leaning against the minivan's sliding door. They might still be alive. Liam guided me back towards the passenger seat and whistled to get Chubb's attention. Somewhere behind me, I heard Sue climb into the back of Black Betty. Look, he continued, they all wear the trackers. I'm sure another League agent will be along in a little while to help them. You can go back if you want, or we can take you to the bus station like I said we would. My hands were still by my side, my face as blank as a clear sky, but I wasn't fooling him. He turned in to my guilt like I had been wearing it plain as day on my face. It doesn't make you a bad person, to want to live your own life. I looked back and forth between the road and his face, more confused now than ever. It didn't make sense for him to want to help me, not when he already had 2 other people counting on him, like he wanted to protect. Liam opened the back door for me, tilting his head toward the empty seat inside, but before I could even consider the cost of staying with them, if just for a short while, Chubbs's arm shot out and he ripped the sliding door shut in front of my face. Chubbs, Liam warned. Why? Chubbs began. Were you with the Children's League? Hey now, Liam said. This is a don't ask, don't tell operation. Green, you. No, Chubbs said. You decided that. You and Suzumi. If we're going to be stuck with her, I want to know who this person is and why we got chased down by gun-toting lunatics trying to get her back. Liam lifted his hands in surrender. What could I tell them that wouldn't sound like a complete and total lie? My head felt light. I was almost too exhausted to think. Zoo gave a nod of encouragement. Her eyes brightened. I was a runner in the control tower, I blurted. I saw the access codes to the computer servers the League wants to access to. I have a photographic memory and I'm good with numbers and codes. That was probably overkill, but apparently I had sold it. What about your friend? What's his deal? The longer they stared at me, the harder it became not to fidget. Get a grip, Ruby. You mean Martin? I said. My voice sounded high to my own ears. Yesterday was the first time I had ever seen him. I don't know what his story was. I didn't ask. I wished I didn't know what Martin's story was. Chubbs slapped the side of the minivan. Don't tell me you believe that, Lee. We knew everyone by the time we broke out. Broke out? They actually escaped? Shock left me speechless. For several moments until I asked, finally, Really? All 3,000 of them? The boys took a step back at the same time. You had 3,000 kids at your camp? Liam asked. Why? I looked between them unnerved. How many were in your camp? 300 at most, Liam said. Are you sure? 3,000? Well, it's not like they gave us an official number. There were 30 kids per cabin and about 100 of those. There used to be more, but they sent the reds, oranges, and yellows away. Apparently, I had blown his mind. Liam let out a strangled noise at the back of his throat. Holy crap, he finally managed to squeeze out. What camp was it? It's none of your business, I said. I'm not asking where you were. We were in Caledonia, Ohio, Chubb said, ignoring a sharp look from Liam. They stuck us in an abandoned elementary school. We broke out. Your turn. Why? So you can report me to the nearest PSF station? Yeah, because clearly we'd be able to stroll up and lodge a sightings report. After a moment, I blew out a harsh breath. Fine, I was in Thurmond. The silence that followed seemed to stretch on longer than the road beneath us. Are you serious? Liam asked, finally. Crazy Thurmond? With the Franken-kiddies? They stopped testing, I said, feeling strangely defensive. No, I just. Liam raced through the words. I thought it was all filled up, you know? That's why they busted us to Ohio. How old were you when you went into camp? Chubbs' voice sounded measured, but I saw his face fall all the same. You were young, right? The answer popped out before I could stop myself. The day after my 10th birthday. Liam blew out a low whistle, and I wondered exactly how much of Thurman's reputation had leaked out in the time I had been there. Who were the ones talking about it? The former PSFs assigned there? And if people knew, why hadn't anyone come to help us? How long were you guys in Caledonia? Suzume was there for about 2 years. I was there for a year and a half, and Lee was there for a year or so. That's... A small, ugly voice inside my head whispered, That's it? Even as the better part of me knew full and well that it didn't matter if they had been there 1 year or 1 day, a minute in those camps was enough to smash you into pieces. And you're what, 16, 17? I don't know, I said, and the thought nearly knocked me back against the van. I really wasn't sure. Sam had claimed that it was 6 years, but she could have been wrong. We didn't keep track of time at Thurman in the usual way. I recognized the seasons pass, but somewhere along the lines I stopped trying to mark it. I grew bigger, I knew every winter I must be a year older, but none of it. It just hadn't seemed to matter until now. What year is it? Chubb snorted, rolling his eyes heavenward. He opened his mouth to say something, but stopped once he got a good look at my face. I'm not sure what kind of expression I was wearing, but it erased his exasperation in 2 seconds flat. His narrowed eyes widened into something that looked very much like pity. In Liam, his expression seemed to dissolve entirely. I felt the hair on my neck begin to prickle. My fingers twisted the fabric of my uniform shorts. The absolute last thing, the last thing I wanted was to be pitied by a bunch of strangers. Regret washed down through me, flooding out even my anxiety and fear. I shouldn't have said anything at all. I should have lied and dodged the question. Whatever they thought Thurmond was like, whatever they believed I'd gone through, it was bad enough to mark me as pathetic in their eyes. I could see it in their faces, and the irony stung more than I ever expected it to. They'd taken in a monster, thinking it was a mouse. 16, then, I said, once Liam had confirmed the year. Sam had been right after all. Something else was bothering me. They're still creating new camps and sending kids to them? Not so much anymore, Liam said. The younger set, Zoo's age, they were hit the hardest. People got scared, and the birth rate dropped off even before the government tried banning new births. Most of the kids that are still being sent to camps are like us. They escaped detection during collections or tried to run. I nodded, mulling this over. At Thurmond, Chubbs began. Did they really? I think that's enough, Liam interrupted. He reached past Chubbs's outstretched arm and opened the sliding door for me again. She answered your questions, we answered hers, and now we've got to hit the road while the going is still good. Zoo climbed in first, and without looking at either boy, I followed, heading to the rear seat, where I could stretch out and hide from any more unwanted questions. Chubbs took the front passenger seat, throwing one last look back at me. His full lips were pressed so tight together they weren't colorless. Eventually, he turned his attention to the book in his lap and pretended I wasn't there at all. Black Betty purred as Liam hit the accelerator, and my entire body vibrated with her. She was the only one willing to speak for a long time. The rain was coming down now, casting a gray light around the car. The windows had fogged, and for a minute I did nothing but watch the rain. Car headlights were flashing through the front windshield, but it was nowhere near dark. Chubbs eventually turned the radio on, filling the quiet space with a report about America's gas crisis and drilling that was happening in Alaska as a result. If I wasn't already halfway to sleep, the drones from the humorless newscaster would have put me there. Hey, Green, Liam called back. You have a last name? I thought about lying, about making myself into someone I wasn't, but it didn't seem right. Even if I let these people in, they'd forget about me soon enough. No, I said. I had a PSI number and the name I'd inherited from my grandmother. The rest didn't matter. Liam turned back to the road, his fingers drumming on the steering wheel. Got it. I dropped back down on the rear seat, pressing my hands against my face. Sleep came for me eventually, just as the storm clouds peeled back to reveal a pristine night sky. Without a sound of rain, I could just make out the quiet song floating from the car speakers and Liam's deep voice as he began to sing along. Chapter 10. Chubbs was the one to wake me. It was quick slap to my shoulder, like he couldn't bring himself to touch it long enough to put the effort into shaking me, but it was enough. I had been curled like a shrimp on one of those cramped seats, but at his touch I bolted out of it, knocking my head against the window. I felt its cold touch on the back of my neck as I all but tumbled in the narrow space between the front seat and mine. For a single foggy instant I couldn't remember where I was, never mind how I had gotten there. Chubbs's face crossed back into my line of sight, one eyebrow arched at my tangle of limbs, and then it all came back to me like a punch to the throat. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I thought, trying to smooth my dark hair out of my face. I had only meant to rest my eyes for a few minutes, and who knows how long I'd been conked out. Judging by Chubbs's expression, it hadn't been a short nap. Do you think you've slept long enough? He huffed, crossing his arms over his chest. The van felt warmer, and I didn't realize why until I sat up and saw the dark blue fabric that had been strung out to cover the rear windshield. The reality of the situation struck me all at once, with a sharp twist in my side. I'd left myself wide open in a van of strangers, so wide, in fact, that Chubbs had been able to put a hand on me. God, I didn't know which one of us had come out luckier in the end. Him for not having his brain wiped clean, or me for having avoided another potential disaster. How stupid could I be? The second they knew what I was, they'd throw me out. And then where would I be? Speaking of which, where are we? I pulled myself back up into the seat. Where are the others? Chubb sat in one of the middle seats, dividing his time between the book in his lap and the world of trees just outside the tinted car window. I moved, trying to follow his gaze, but there was nothing to see. Somewhere near the lovely city of Kingwood, West Virginia. Lee and Suzume are checking something out, he said. I had leaned forward without realizing it, trying to see what he was reading. It had been years since I'd even seen a book, let alone read one. Chubbs wasn't having it, though. The moment my shoulder brushed his, he snapped the book shut and turned to give me the nastiest stink eye he could muster. Even with his two small glasses and my knowledge of his little fancy lady kit under the front seat, I reminded myself there was a distinct possibility he was capable of killing me with his brain. How long did I sleep? A day, Chubb said. The general wants you up and ready to report for duty. He's in one of his go, go, go moods. You may only be a green, but he's expecting you to help. I chose my next words carefully, ignoring the smug look on his face. Let him think if it made him feel better. He was smarter. There was no debate about that. He probably had years of education on me, had read hundreds more books, and could remember enough math to actually be useful. But as small and stupid as he made me feel, there was no ignoring the fact that all it would take was one touch, and I could have read him the contents of his brain. Liam's a blue, right? I began. And you and Sue are both blue, too? No, he frowned. It took several moments to decide whether or not to reveal his next bit of information. Suzume's yellow. I sat up a little straighter. You had yellows at your camp? Chubbs grunted. No, Green. I just lied to you. Yes, we had yellows. But that didn't make sense. After all, if they took the yellows out of Thurmond, why wouldn't they have taken them from all the camps? Did I began, unsure of how to ask this. When she first pulled me into the van, I thought she was just shy and skittish around strangers, but I hadn't heard her utter a single word in the entire time I had been with them. Not to me, not to Chubbs, not even to Liam. Did they do something to the yellows? To her? The only way the van's atmosphere could have been electrified faster was if I'd thrown a live wire into the full bathtub. Chubbs turned toward me sharply, drawing his arms up, crossing them in front of his chest. He looked as he leveled me over with his glasses, would have turned a weaker soul to stone. That, he said slowly, precisely, I thought to make sure I understood, is absolutely none of your business. I held up my hands, retreating. Were you even thinking about what could have happened to her when you followed her? He pressed on. Do you even care that your friends in the green SUV would have gladly scooped her up? The people in the green SUV, I began, and I would have finished had the door not suddenly rolled open behind us. Chubbs let out a noise that could only be described as a squawk, and just about flew into the front passenger seat. By the time he had settled himself down, his eyes were almost as wide as Zoo's, who stood watching him from the door. Don't do that, he gasped, clutching his chest. Give us a little warning, will you? Zoo raised an eyebrow in my direction, and I raised one right back at her. After a moment, she seemed to remember the reason she had come and began waving us outside, her bright sunny color glove flashing. Chubbs unbuckled his seatbelt with an aggravated sigh. I told him this was a waste of time. They said Virginia, not West Virginia. He turned his gaze back toward me. By the way, he added, that SUV was tan. That's some photographic memory you have. An excuse leapt to my throat, but he cut me off with a knowing look and slammed the door behind him. I jumped out of the van and followed Zoo. As my feet sunk into the mud and sad yellowed grass, I had my first good look around. A large wooden sign, leaning back like someone had nearly run it over, said East River Camping Grounds. But there was no river, and it certainly wasn't your typical camping ground. If anything, it was, or once was, an old trailer park. The farther we walked from the minivan, the more nervous I felt. It wasn't raining, but my skin felt clammy and cold to the touch. All around us, as far as the eyes could see, were burned out silver and white husks of former homes and vehicles. Several of the larger, more permanent trailers had entire walls ripped or charred away, revealing kitchens and living rooms with their insides still intact, if not waterlogged and infested with animals and slowly rotting leaves from the nearby trees. It was like a mass grave of past lives. Even through screen doors had been ripped off or warped, even though some of the RVs knelt on whatever tires had been slashed, there were still signs of life all around. Walls were decorated with pictures of happy and smiling families. A grandfather clock was still counting time. Pots were still on the stove. A small swing set remained undisturbed and lonely on the far end of the grounds. Zoo and I navigated around the RV that was now on its side, following a path of deep footsteps in the mud. I took one look at the RV's rusted bones and immediately turned away. My hands tightened around Zoo's gloves. She looked at me with a questioning look, but I only shook my head and said, "Spooky." When the rain came, it hammered against the metal bodies around us, rattling a few of the weaker roofs and screens. I jumped back with a yelp when a trailer's door fell into our path. Zoo only jumped over it and pointed ahead, where Chubbs and Liam were locked in conversation. It had taken me a second to recognize Liam. Under his jacket, he wore a blue sweatshirt with a hoodie pulled up over what looked like a Redskins hat. I had no idea where he managed to find it, but a pair of aviator sunglasses obscured a good portion of his face from view. "Isn't it?" Chubb said. "I told you." "They said there was at the east edge of the state," Liam insisted, "and they could have meant West Virginia. Or they could have been screwing with us," Chubbs finished for him. He must have heard us approaching, because he jumped and turned around. The moment he locked eyes with me, he scowled. "Morning, sunshine," Liam called. "Sleep okay?" Zoo darted out ahead of me, but I could feel my feet begin to drag with an invisible weight as I came toward him. I crossed my arms over my chest, steadying myself enough to ask, "What is this place?" This time it was Liam who blew out a sigh. "Well, we were hoping it was East River. The East River, I mean." "That's in Virginia," I said, looking down at my shoes. "The peninsula. It empties into the Chesapeake Bay." "Thank you, Detective Duh." Chubb shook his head. "We're talking about the Slip Kids East River." "Hey," Liam's voice was sharp. "Lay off, buddy. We really didn't know about it until we were out of camp either." Chubbs crossed his arms over his chest and looked away. "Whatever." "What is it?" I felt Liam turn his attention back to me, which immediately prompted me to turn my attention back to Zoo, who mostly just looked confused. "Get a grip," I ordered myself. "Stop it." I wasn't afraid of them, not even Chubbs. Maybe a bit when I thought too hard about how easily I could ruin their lives, or pictured their horrified reactions when they figured out what exactly I was. I didn't know what to say or how to act around them, but every movement and word of my part felt uncomfortable, shrill or sharp, and I was beginning to worry that the feelings of hesitancy and awkwardness were never going to lift. I already felt like a freak of freaks without the added realization that I lacked the basic ability of communicating normally with other human beings. Liam sighed, scratching the back of his head. "We first heard about the East River from some kids in our camp. Supposedly, and I mean supposedly, it's a place where any kid on the outside can go and live together. The Slip Kid, who runs the show, can get you in touch with your folks without the PSFs finding out about it. There's food, a place to sleep. Well, you get the picture. The problem is finding it. We think it's somewhere in this area, thanks to a few fairly unhelpful blues we ran into across Ohio. It's kind of the thing that if you're in the know, you're not supposed to talk about it," I finished. "But who's the Slip Kid?" Liam shrugged. "No one knows, or, well, I guess people know, they just don't say. The rumors about him are pretty incredible, though. The PSFs gave him the nickname because he supposedly escaped their custody a good 4 times." I was too stunned to say anything to that. "Kind of puts the rest of us to shame, huh?" I was feeling really bad about myself until someone told me the rumors about him. Liam shuddered. "Supposedly he's one of those. An orange." That single word thundered down around me, freezing me in place. Liam went on to say something else with a lot less disgust, but I couldn't hear him over the roar in my ears. I didn't hear a word of what he was saying. Slip Kid. Someone who could help kids get home, if they had a home to return to, and parents who remembered them and wanted them. A life to reclaim. And potentially one of the last orange kids out there. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing the heels of my palms against them for good measure. I didn't qualify for his help, not in the traditional way. Even if I could get in touch with my parents, it wasn't like they would welcome a girl they considered a stranger back with open arms. There was Grams, but I had no way of knowing where she was now, and finding out what I had done. What would she even want me? "Why do you even need this guy's help?" I interrupted, still feeling lightheaded. "Can't you just go home?" "Use your brain, Green," Chubb said. "We can't go home because the PSFs are probably watching our parents." Liam shook his head, finally taking his sunglasses off. He looked exhausted, the skin under his eyes baggy and bruised. "You'll have to be really careful, okay? Do you even want me to drop you off at a bus station?" Because we'd be happy. No, Chubb said. We most certainly would not. We've already wasted enough time on her, and she's the reason we have the League after us, too. A sharp pain sprouted on the left side of my chest, just above my heart. He was right, of course. The best option for everyone would be to drop me off at the nearest bus station and be done with it. But it didn't mean I didn't want to, or need to, find this slip kid as badly as they did. But I couldn't ask to stay. I couldn't impose on them any more than I already had, or risk ruining them with the invisible fingers that seemed bent on tearing apart every single connection I managed to make. If the League caught up to us and took them in, I'd never forgive myself. Never. If I was going to find the slip kid, I was going to have to do it by myself. You'd think I'd be used to the thought of taking on each day with no one beside me, that it'd be the same kind of relief not to be in constant danger of sliding into someone else's head. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to step out under the gray overcast sky alone and feel its chill work its way under my skin. So, I said, squinting at the nearest trailer, this isn't East River. It might have been once, Liam said. They could move it around from time to time. I hadn't really considered it. Or, Chubbs groused, they could have already been taken back into PSF custody. Maybe this was the East River, and now there is no more East River, and we're going to have to find a way to deliver Jack's letter and get home by ourselves. Only we won't ever because of the skip tracers. And we'll be thrown back into the camp. Only this time they'll... Thank you, Chuckles, Liam cut in, for the rousing burst of optimism. I could be right, he said. You have to acknowledge that. But you could also be wrong, Liam said, dropping a reassuring hand on Zoo's head. In any case, that's what we're going with now. This was just a false alarm. Let's see if we can find anything useful, then we'll hit the road. Finally, I'm sick of wasting time on things that don't matter. Chubb shoved his hands in his trouser pockets and stalked toward me. If I hadn't jumped out of the way, his shoulder would have knocked into mine and sent me stumbling back. I turned, my eyes following his path as he kicked rubbish and rocks out of the way. Liam was suddenly standing next to me, his own arms crossed over his chest. Don't take it personally, he said. I must have made a sound of disbelief, because he continued. I mean, okay, the kid is basically a grumpy 70-year-old man trapped in a 17-year-old's body. But he's only being this insufferable to try to push you out. Yeah, well, I thought, it's working. And I know it's not an excuse, but he's as stressed and freaked out as the rest of us, and I guess what I'm trying to say is, all of this acid he's throwing your way, it's coming from a good place. If you stick it out, I swear you won't find a more loyal friend. But he's scared as hell about what'll happen, especially to Zoo, if we're caught again. I look up at that, but Liam was already walking away toward a far row of battered trailers. For one crazy second, I thought about following him, but I'd caught Zoo out of the corner of my eye, her bright yellow gloves swinging at her sides. She jumped in and out of trailers, stood on her toes and peered into smashed windows of RVs, and even at one point started to crawl into the wreckage of an RV that looked like it had been split in half by a tornado. The metal roof was hanging on by what looked like two flimsy joints, with swaying and bouncing under the combined forces of rain and wind. Although she had the hood of her oversized sweatshirt pulled snug over her head, I watched as one of Zoo's gloved hands came up and brushed the side of her face, as if she was pushing a strand of hair out of her eyes. It didn't strike me as strange until she did it again, only to pale slightly as she caught herself. The conversations I tried to have with Chubbs in the van came crashing back to me. Hey, Zoo, I began, only to stop short. How were you supposed to ask a little kid if someone played slice and dice with her brain without trampling over an already painful memory? The truth of it was, they only shaved kids' heads at Thurman when they wanted to do some poking around inside of their head. They had all but stopped by the time I arrived, but it had taken a while for the older kids' hair to grow back out. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I had wondered if this wasn't the case with her at all. If the reason she couldn't speak was because they had crossed a few wires they shouldn't have, or gone too far in the name of finding a cure. Why did they cut your hair? I finally asked. I knew plenty of girls that would have preferred shorter hair, myself included, but aside from the annual haircut for the girls, we didn't have much say in the matter. The way that Zoo seemed to stroke her ghost hair made me think she hadn't had much of a say either. If she had been upset by my question, she didn't show it. Zoo brought her hands up to her head and began to scrub at it,
making a face with acute discomfort. Seeing what I wasn't getting at, she slipped one hand out of its glove and went to work on scratching her scalp. Oh, I said. Oh, you mean your group had lice? She nodded. Yikes, I said. It makes sense now. But it still didn't explain why she couldn't open her mouth and answer me. I'm sorry. Zoo lifted a shoulder in a half-hearted shrug and then turned and bounded into the nearest RV. The door wobbled and protested as I followed her in, squealing as its hinges worked. Zoo made a face, and I made one back at her in agreement. The whole home smelled sweet, but not unpleasant, almost like rotten fruit. I started in the small central living space, opening and closing the pale cabinet doors. The seat cushions were done up in an obnoxiously bright purple, but they, like the small TV hanging on the wall across from them, were coated with dust and dirt. The only thing on the counter was a single coffee mug. The back sleeping area was equally spare, a few cushions, a lamp, and a closet with a red dress, a white button-down shirt, and a whole fleet of empty hangers. I had only just reached for the shirt when I saw it at the edge of my vision. Someone had attached it to the RV windshield in the place of a rearview mirror. It was nothing that would have seemed odd from the outside, looking in, or drawn attention unless you were really, truly staring at it. But inside, standing only a few feet away from it, I was close enough to see the red light at the base of it, close enough to see the camera inside was pointed towards everything and everyone that passed by on the road in front of it. And I could see Betty from where I was, so could it. The camera's shape was slightly different from the ones I had at Thurman, but close enough to make me think the same people were behind it. I looked down at Zoo, and she looked at me. Stay right here, I said, reaching for the coffee pot on the table. I crossed the RV in 3 steps, and the coffee pot out in front of me like a sword. I kicked aside a few empty boxes and trash and saw, mixed in with the litter of plastic bags, a small red glove, too small for any adult's hand. I didn't realize the pot was still in my hand until I brought it down against the device and smashed it. The cheap glass body broke off and fell to the ground, leaving me holding its handle. The black bulb stayed perched exactly where it was, only now the camera's eye rotated to face me. It's on, I thought, the haze of panic, searching for something else to smash it with. It's recording. I didn't remember calling for her, but Zoo appeared at my side in an instant, stuffing something under in front of her oversized sweatshirt. She must have recognized it too, because before I could even get another word in, she was pulling off one of her yellow rubber gloves and reaching towards it. Don't! I'd never seen a yellow use their abilities before. I'd suffered the after effects, of course, power outages across the camp, white noise when the controllers thought one of them had done it on purpose, but they had gone so long at Thurmond that I stopped trying to imagine what it must have been like for them to speak the mysterious language of electricity. Zoo's fingers had only brushed against it, but the camera began to let out a high-pitched whine. There was a bolt of white blue that seemed to leap from her bare finger to the camera's outer shell. The same cracking line whipped down over the plastic, causing it to smoke and warp under its heat. Without warning, all of the lights in the RV flashed on, glowing so molten that they shattered. The vehicle began to cough and sputter, shaking under our feet, and its engine found itself miraculously revived after a long sleep. Zoo jammed her hand back into its glove and crossed her arms. She squeezed her eyes shut, as if willing it all to stop. But we didn't have time to wait around and see if it would. I moved towards the door, grabbing the front of her sweatshirt to all but drag her out of the RV. She was still stumbling as I pulled her around to the end and faced the road and Black Betty. Come on, I said, not letting her slow. The brightness was gone from her face, blown out like a candle. It's okay, I lied. We just need to get the others. There was a camera installed in the front windshield of every trailer in that front row. I spotted them one by one as we ran toward Black Betty. There was no point trying to get rid of them now. Whoever was going to see us had already seen us. We just had to get out of there, and fast. They could be old, I tried telling myself, throwing Betty's door open. They could have been installed years ago, in case of robberies. Who knew where the video they recorded was being sent? Maybe nowhere at all. And by the time my heart was beating out a completely different track. They're coming. They're coming. I thought about yelling for the others, but they could have been anywhere in the park. I climbed in the van after Zoo and did the only thing that seemed to make sense in that moment. I banged the heel of my palm against the wheel. The high whine of Betty's horn honk shook the sleepy landscape awake. A cluster of birds flew up from the nearby trees, hitting the sky at the same moment. I began beating out a faster, more insistent rhythm. Chubbs appeared first, booking it down the aisle of RVs, and Liam a second later, a few rows over. When they saw that it was just us, they both slowed. An annoyed look crossed Chubbs's face. I leaned out the open driver's window and shouted, "We have to go. Now." Liam said something to Chubbs that I didn't hear, but they did as they were told. I stayed crouched between the two front seats as the boys jumped inside. "What?" Liam was out of breath. "What's wrong?" I pointed to the nearest trailer. "They have cameras installed," my voice rasped, "in every one of them." Chubbs sucked in a sharp breath. "You're sure?" Liam's voice was calm, too calm. I could tell he was forcing it, even as his fingers fumbled to put the keys in the ignition. The van's back tires spun against the mud as he threw it into reverse. I went stumbling onto my backside with the force of his acceleration. "Oh my God," Chubbs was saying. "I can't believe it. We got Hansel and Gretel. Oh my God. Do you think it was her?" "No," Liam said. "No. She's sneaky for a skip tracer. But this is something else." "They could have been there for a while," I said, just as we found the highway. It was empty and open in front of us, a gaping mouth ready to swallow us whole. "They could have been spying on the people that lived there. Maybe that really was the East River. Or it was a trap for kids looking for the real East River." Liam propped his elbow against the door panel and his chin against his palm. When he spoke, the hundred of snaking cracks in the windshield cut up his reflection. He pushed the minivan up into faster speed, causing the wind to whistle through the bullet hole. "Just keep your eyes open and let me know if you see anyone or anything acting suspect." Define suspect. The rows of shuttered houses, a shot up minivan? "I knew we should have waited until it was dark," Chubb said, tapping his fingers against the window seat. The window? "I knew it. If those cameras were on, they probably got the license plate number and everything." "I'll take care of the plates," Liam promised. Chubbs's lips parted, but he said nothing, only resting his head against the window. "Should I be looking for PSFs?" I asked, as we drove over another railroad track. "Worse," Chubb sighed. "Skip tracers, bounty hunters." "The PSFs are stretched pretty thin, by all accounts," Liam explained. "Same with the National Guard and what's left of the local police. I don't know that they'd send a unit all the way out here on a tip. And unless they just happen to have resident bounty hunter in this neck of the woods, we're going to be fine." Those were famous last words if I ever heard them. The reward for turning in a kid is $10,000. Chubbs twisted around to look at me. "And the whole country is broke as a joke. We are not going to be fine." I heard a train in the distance, its horn so similar to the ones that had passed by Thurmond at all hours of the night. It was enough for me to dig my fingernails into the skin of my thighs and squeeze my eyes shut until the nausea passed. I didn't even realize the conversation had rolled on without me until I heard Liam ask, "You okay, Green?" I reached up and wiped my face, wondering if the wetness there was from rain or if I'd been crying without realizing it. I didn't say anything as I crawled to the rear seat. I didn't jump into their conversation about where they would need to look for the next East River. I thought I wanted to, though I wanted to. There were hundreds, thousands, millions of places the Slip Kid could have set up camp, and I wanted to help them puzzle it out. I wanted to be part of it. But I couldn't ask, and I need to stop lying to myself, because every second I stayed with them was another chance for them to discover that skip tracers and PSFs weren't the real monsters in the world. No, the real ones were sitting in the back seat. For once, the music was off. It was the silence from the speakers that unnerved me more than the deserted roads or the empty shells of repossessed houses. Liam was a constant stream of motion, looking at the abandoned small towns as we drove through, glancing at the gas level, fiddling with the turn signal, fingers dancing on the steering wheel. At one point, his eyes flashed towards mine in the rearview mirror. It was just for an instant, but I felt the small twinge in my stomach as sharply as I would have if he'd taken a soft finger and run it down the length of my open palm. My face was flushed, but something inside me had gone very cold, as if it had been half a second, no more, but it was plenty long enough to notice the way his eyes had darkened with something that might have been frustration. Chubbs was in the front seat, folding and unfolding something in his lap, over and over again, almost like he didn't realize he was doing it. "Will you cut that out?" Liam burst out, agitated. "You'll rip it." Chubbs stopped immediately. "Can't we just try? Do we need the Slip Kid for this? Do you really want to risk it?" "Jack would have." "Right. But Jack Liam trailed off. Let's just play it safe. He'll help us get it. He'll help us when we get there. If we get there, Chubbs huffed. Jack? I didn't realize I had said it out loud until Liam's eyes looked up in the rearview mirror. It's none of your business, Chubb said, and left it at that. Liam was only a little bit more forthcoming. He was our friend in our room at camp. I mean, trying. We're just trying to get in touch with his dad. It's one of the reasons we need to hit up the slip kid. I nodded toward the sheet of paper. But before you guys broke out, he wrote a letter? The three of us each did, Liam said, in case one of us backed out at the last minute and didn't want to come or didn't make it out, which Jack did not. Chubbs's voice could have cut steel. Behind him, the house was a gorgeous colonial passed in rapid fire succession. Anyway, Liam cleared his throat. We're trying to put his letters in his dad's hands. We're trying to get the address Jack gave us, but the house has been repossessed. He left a note saying he was going to DC for work, but no new address or phone number. That's why we need the slip kid's help to find where he is now. You can't just mail it? They started scanning mail for this exact reason about 2 years after you went to Thurmond, Liam explained. The government reads all, speaks all, and writes all. They've crafted a lovely little story about how we're being saved and reprogrammed back into sweet little darling camps. They don't want anyone to get wind of the truth. Honestly, I had no idea what to say to that. Sorry, I mumbled. I didn't mean to give you a shakedown about it. It's okay, Liam said, after the silence had stretched to the breaking point. It's fine. There wasn't a way to explain how I knew. Maybe it was just the way Liam's hands tightened on the steering wheel, or how he kept glancing in the side mirror through the conversations, long after a silver car had passed from the other direction. It could have been the way his shoulders sagged, sloping down in a way that was so defeated. I just knew, long before I caught his worried eyes in the rearview mirror. Slowly, without disturbing Zoo and Chubbs, as they watched an endless stream of forest pass by the side windows, I crouched between the two front seats again. Liam met my gaze for a split second, nodding in the direction of his side mirror. See for yourself, he seemed to say, so I did. Trailing behind us, back about 2 car lengths, was an old white pickup truck. With the rain fogging up the air between the 2 cars, I couldn't tell if there was 1 or 2 men inside. They looked a little more than 2 black ants from where I was sitting. Interesting, I said, keeping my voice even. Yep, he said, his jaw clenched. The muscles of his neck strained. Gotta love West Virginia, glorious mountain state. Land o' many John Denver songs. Maybe, I began slowly, you should pull over and look at the map. It was one way of feeling out the situation. Liam was about to turn into George Washington Highway, slightly wider than the twisting road we were leaving, but if the truck was following us, they wouldn't have been able to stop without revealing it. In any case, whoever was driving the truck wasn't being aggressive about it. If he was a bounty hunter, as Liam apparently thought, they were probably feeling us out too. We continued up Gorman Road, following its natural curve. Black Betty slowed in anticipation of the upcoming turn. Liam hesitated half a second before flipping his turn signal on. Looking in the mirror, my heart lifting when I saw the truck turn the other blinker on. They were turning right, we were going left. Liam blew out a long sigh, finally sitting back against his seat as the minivan reached the intersection of the highway and the road. There was another car turning off the highway, a small silver Volkswagen. Both Liam and I threw up a hand to block the intense glint of the sun against its windows. Okay, old man River, Liam gave the car an impatient wave. Go ahead and turn before the next century. No, take your time. Shave, contemplate the universe. Leonard Skinner was blasting through the pickup truck's open windows as it pulled up alongside us, creaking and groaning in the way all old cars seemed to do. Freebird, of course, had to be my dad's favorite. 2 seconds into the damn song, it was like I was back in the front seat of his squad car, cruising around town. That was the only time I got to listen to good music, when it was just the two of us cruising. Mom hated the stuff. A laugh bubbled up inside me as I watched the drivers both his head in time with the music. He howled the words at the top of his lungs, exhaling each lyric with a puff of cigarette smoke. And then it was replaced by a different sound, a shriek of sorts. I looked up just in time to see the Volkswagen slam on its brakes right in front of us, jolting to a stop and sending another blinding glare of sunlight our way. You have got to be kidding me, Liam made as if to press his hand down on the horn, but not before the driver of the Volkswagen rolled down his window and pointed something black and gleaming at us. No, the world went into sharp focus. Sound evaporated around me. No. I reached up and slapped Black Betty's radio button on, turning it as loud as it would go. Liam and Chubbs both started yelling, but I knocked Liam's hands out of the way before we could switch it off. The white noise cut straight through the music, through the speakers, turning at our ears. Not as loud or as powerful as I was used to, and not even close to as bad as it had been the last time, but still there, still agonizing. My radio trick couldn't drown it out, not completely. The others crumbled around me, shriveling at the first piercing shriek. Liam fell forward against the wheel, mashing his hands against his ears. Chubb knocked his head into the passenger seat window, as if trying to ram the noise out of his head. I felt Black Betty begin to drift forward, only to jerk to a stop when Liam hit the brakes instead of the gas. The doors opened beside me, and a pair of arms circled Chubbs's waist, trying to untangle him from the seatbelt. I pulled myself up off the floor and lashed a hand out, catching the man's cheek and raking my fingernails down as hard as I could. It was enough to startle the truck driver, the same one that had been nodding his head to Freebird 2 seconds before, into dropping Chubbs. He was left hanging in his seat, half hanging out. The driver stumbled back against the bed of his truck, the words drowned out by the thunderstorms of noise that had settled around the three cars. It was only then I saw the badge hanging around his neck on a silver cord, the bright red sign stitched there. They weren't skip tracers. PSI, PSF, Camp, Thurmond, Capture. The man from the Volkswagen had opened the driver's side door of the van and was trying to unhook Liam's seatbelt. He wasn't large in any sense of the word. He looked like he could have been an accountant, with thick glasses and hunched shoulders from spending too many hours at a desk. But he didn't need strength, not when he was holding the black megaphone in his hands. Some of the PSFs at Thurmond carried the noise machines around them, blasting them at small rowdy groups or just to see if a few kids squirmed. What did they care? They couldn't hear it. Every nerve in my body was singing, but I launched my elbow into the chest of the pickup truck driver. He fell back again and pulled the door shut and locked it. I only had a second to look back at Zoo as I dove across Liam's body. Fist first, I nailed the Volkswagen in the glasses, knocking them off his face. Somewhere behind me, pickup truck had moved on to the sliding door, and this time he wasn't empty-handed. Zoo didn't flinch as the rifle was pointed in her face. By the way she was moaning, her eyes scrunched up, and her yellow gloves curled over her ears in agony. I don't think she was seeing straight. I didn't know what to do. My hands were on Liam, trying to shake him back into consciousness. His eyes flashed open, clear and so blue, but it was only for an instant. The megaphone suddenly 2 inches from my face, and the white noise sunk into my brain like an axe. My bones went to jelly. I didn't recognize the fact that I had fallen over Liam until I was there. Only the only thing louder than the white noise, than the radio, than Chubbs's screams, was the sound of Liam's heart racing. I squeezed my eyes shut again, and my fingers curling into the soft leather of Liam's coat. Half of me wanted to push away, put enough distance between us that I had no chance of sliding into his mind, but the other half of me, the desperate part, was already trying to push through, to anchor myself to him and will him to move. If I could hurt somebody, shouldn't that mean I could help them too? Get up, I begged. Get up, get up, get up. There was a high-pitched wail, the sound that couldn't have possibly come from a human. I forced my eyes open. Pickup truck had the rifle in one hand and the collar of Zoo's shirt in the other, and he was tugging both in the direction of the truck. I tried to scream for her, even as I felt the Volkswagen's hands in my hair, yanking me out of the door. He let me hit the ground hard, the loose gravel cutting open my legs and palms. I rolled to my side, trying to twist away from the PSF's reach. From under Betty, I saw flutters of yellow dropping to the floor like two small birds, and I heard a door slam. Stewart confirmed PSI number 42755 spotted. Volkswagen wrenched the driver's side door open again, pulling something bright orange from his pocket. I swiped at my eyes, trying to force the double image of him I was seeing back into one. The orange device in the PSF's free hand was no bigger than a cell phone, easy enough to maneuver in front of Liam's face, in front of where it was pressed against the minivan's steering wheel. Taking a swipe at the PSF's ankle with my hand was pointless. He was so involved with whatever he was doing, he didn't so much as notice. Liam, my mouth wasn't moving. It wasn't working. Liam. The orange device flashed, and a moment later, above even the wailing of the white noise, I heard the Volkswagen say, "That's a positive ID on Liam Stewart." Something hot and sharp cut through the air, billowing out under Black Betty like a stinging cloud of sand. I felt it rub against my bare skin and had to turn my face away from the blinding light that came next. A flash burned and erased anything that could have stood in its way. I heard the Volkswagen cuss something from above me, only to be drowned out by the sound of metal screeching against metal, glass exploding so hard, so fast that tiny shards dropped like hail onto the ground in front of me. Then it was gone. The white noise cut out sharply as something clattered to the ground and landed a short distance away. The megaphone. I stretched my arms out, hand groping for the megaphone's handle. The Volkswagen was screaming something that I couldn't hear over the ringing in my ears. I was too focused on getting the bullhorn to actually give a damn and listen. A hand wrapped around my bare ankle and tugged me back across the ground, but not before my fingers closed around the handle. "Get up, you piece of—" There was a digital squeak like an alarm, and the man immediately dropped my leg. "This is Larson, requesting immediate assistance." I pushed myself back on my knees with a grunt, then my feet. The man had his back turned to me 1 second too long, and when he finally realized his mistake, looked over his shoulder, and he was rewarded with a face full of metal as I swung the megaphone. His radio clattered to the asphalt, and I kicked it out of his reach. Both his hands went up, trying to shield his face from another hit, but I wasn't going to go easy on him. I wasn't going to let him take me back to Thurmond. My hands closed over his exposed forearm, and I yanked it, forcing him to look at me. I watched his pupils shrink in his hazel eyes before blowing back out their normal size. The man had a foot of height on me, but you'd never have known that by the way he dropped to his knees in front of me. He hadn't been able to catch his breath, let alone keep me from walking straight into his mind. "Leave," I tried to say. My jaw was clenched, the muscles there seized as though the white noise was still running through them, like a current of pulsing electricity. "Leave." I had never done this before, but there was no way to know if it would actually work. But what did I have to lose now? His memories flooded over me, wave after wave, lapping at my brain, and all I could think was, "I'm going to do this. It's going to work." Martin had said he had pushed feelings into people. My abilities didn't work that way. They never had. I only saw images. I could only muddle, sort, and erase things. But I never tried to do anything else. I had never wanted to, before this moment, because if I couldn't help these kids, if I couldn't save them, then what good was I? What point did I have? Do it. Just do it. I imagined the man picking up his radio, every detail, from the way he would fumble for it without his glasses to the way his jeans would wrinkle. I imagined him canceling the request for backup. I imagined him walking down the rocky hill that kissed the edge of the road into the wild. And when I released my fingers from his arm, one by one, that's exactly what he did. He walked away. With each step brought a new jolt of shock. I had done that. Me. I turned to where black smoke spilled out over the road, coating the hill's grass and hidden edges in a thick, ugly blanket. And then I remembered. Zoo. I could see the wreckage clearly now as I limped forward to the pickup truck, which at one point had been parked beside Betty, was now several hundred feet away, resting in an empty green field. The small silver Volkswagen was on its side in front of it, a heap of twisted metal that I barely recognized. It was smoking wildly, belching out thick smoke, as if it were the only one spark away from exploding. I rammed it. It rammed it, I realized. The truck rammed it out of the way. I followed the trail and the tire marks in the glass, but I only found the truck driver, or what was left of him. His body was tangled up in itself in the wild grass. I couldn't tell where one limb began and the other ended. None of them seemed to be in their right place. His elbow stuck up from the ground like two broken wings. He had been rammed too. Something cold and brittle wrapped itself around my chest, forcing me back out in the haze of smoke once I confirmed that Zoo wasn't either in the car. I waited until I cleared the heaviest of the smoke before falling to my knees and throwing up what little food I had in my stomach. It was only when I looked up that I really saw her, sitting in the road just beside Betty, her back slumped forward and her head bowed, but alive. Alive and safe. My mind clung to those two words as I tried to call for her again. Zoo looked up, panting. As I stumbled closer, the smoke revealed her in pieces. Bloodshot eyes, a cut on the forehead, tears streaming down her dirt-stained cheeks. My head throbbed in time with my heartbeat as I knelt down in front of her, and for several agonizing seconds, it was all I could hear. Okay? I asked, my mouth feeling like mush. Her teeth chattered and she nodded. What happened? I squeezed out. Zoo curled down on herself like she was trying to vanish from my sight. Her yellow gloves were bent beside her on the ground, and her bare feet were still up and facing forward as if she'd only touched the truck a second before. I didn't know what to say to get her to calm down. I didn't even know how to calm myself down. This girl, this Yellow, she destroyed 2 vehicles and 1 life in a matter of seconds. And by the looks of it, she'd done it with a single touch. But even knowing that, she was still Zoo, and those hands, the ones that had pulled me to safety. I lifted her back into Black Betty with shaking arms. Zoo was hot, well past the point of feeling feverish. Dropping her into the closest seat, I pressed my hands against her cheeks, but her eyes couldn't focus on me. I was about to roll the door shut when she grabbed my wrist and pointed towards her gloves on the ground. Got 'em, I said. I tossed them to her and then turned to confront the heavier load. Chubbs was still passed out in the passenger seat, his body hanging out the open door. The truck driver hadn't been able to maneuver his long limbs further than that, thank God. Otherwise, Chubbs probably would have been in the grass with the driver. His limp sack of bones smacked against the door as I slammed it shut behind him. I tripped over the tips of my tennis shoes as I made my way around to the front of the van. With the cloud of bright spots bleaching out my sight, I pulled the driver's door open the rest of the way. Liam was also still out cold, and no amount of shaking was able to stir him from his consciousness. Zoo began to whimper, her cries muffled as she pressed her face into her knees. You're okay, Zoo, I said. We're all okay. We're going to be fine. I entangled Liam's arms from the gray seatbelt and half pushed, half rolled him off the driver's seat. I wasn't strong enough to deposit him into one of the back seats, not right then, so he ended up on the ground, wedged between the 2 front seats. With this, his face turned toward me. I could see his muscles around his mouth twitch every so often, turning the corners of his lips into an unnatural smile. I stared at the wheel, trying to bring my mind the right steps to getting the van to work. I tried to remember what Liam had done, what Kate had done, what my father used to do. 16, I couldn't even figure out where the goddamn parking brake was, let alone if it was actually on. In the end, it didn't matter. I could drive it on or off, apparently. And all I really needed to know was that the right pedal was go and the left was stop. There really wasn't a whole lot more to it than that. Betty tore through the thickest heart of the smoke, and I chased down the open road until we were finally, finally free of the wreckage, and the air came through the vents, no longer carried the echo of white noise into our heads or the smell of smoke into our lungs. Chapter 11. I got maybe 10 miles before the boys began to rouse. With Zoo still crying in the back seat and me having no idea where we had been headed in the first place, to say I was relieved was an understatement. Holy crap, Liam croaked. He pressed a hand against the side of his head and startled, sitting straight up. Holy crap! His face had been inches away from Chubbs's feet, so his hands went there first, yanking them like he was making sure they were still attached to something. Chubbs let out a low moan and said, I think I'm going to be ill. Zoo? Liam crawled towards her, earning another yelp out of Chubbs as he kicked his leg. Zoo, did you? She only cried harder, burying her face in her gloves. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Liam sounded agonized, like his guts were being torn straight out of him. I watched him press his fist against his mouth, heard him try to clear his throat, but he couldn't get another word out. Zoo, I said, sounding strangely calm to my own ears. Listen to me. You saved us. We wouldn't have made it without you. Liam's head jerked around as if just remembering I was there. I winced, but how could I be upset that he would check on his real friends first? He felt his eyes on the back of my neck as he worked his way back up to me. When he reached the driver's seat, he collapsed into it, his face drawn and pale. Are you all right? He asked, when his voice was rough. What happened? How did you get us out? It was Zoo, I began, already well aware of the narrow line I'd have to walk between the truth and what I could actually tell them, both for myself and for Zoo's sake. I wasn't sure how much she actually remembered from what happened, but I wasn't about to confirm any of her fears. In the end, all I said was, She sent one of the cars crashing into the other. It knocked out one of the guys out and sent the other one running. What was. Chubbs was having a hard time breathing. That horrible noise. I stared at him, my mouth trying to push the words past my disbelief. You've never heard that before? The boys both shook their heads. Jesus, Liam said. That was like hearing a cat go through a blender while being electrocuted. You really didn't have white noise? Calm control? I demanded, surprised by the anger licking at my heart. What camp had these kids been in? Candyland? And you did? Liam shook his head, probably trying to clear the ringing. They used it at Thurman to disable us, I explained. When there were outbursts or problems, keeps you from being able to think long enough to use your abilities. Why are you all right? Chubbs wheezed, half suspicious, half jealous. It was the question of the day, wasn't it? My long, sordid history with the white noise included several episodes of fainting, vomiting, and memory loss, not to mention my most recent experience with bleeding profusely out of my eyes and nose. I guess once you taste the worst, pretty bad isn't all that terrible. If it was the first time dealing with it, that would at least explain why they wilted like dead grass after only a few seconds. Liam was searching my face, and I wondered what he was seeing. All of it? I thought of how his jacket had felt against my cheek, the curve of his spine, and something calm and warm settled in my chest. I'm used to it, I guess, I said. And greens aren't as affected as blues in the others. I remembered to add this, a truth and a lie. Liam offered to trade seats as soon as his face lost that familiar pinched look, and healthy color began to return to his cheeks. The kid deserved a round of applause for how well he was hiding the tremors in his hands and legs from the others, but I had a trained eye. I recognized the nasty afterbites of the white noise as the old friends they were. He needed a few more minutes. Come on, he said as the dashboard clock ticked off another minute. You've done. His voice trailed off. I looked down at him, only to realize he was looking at me, or, more accurately, my bony, busted knees. A moment later, after I returned my gaze to the road, I felt something warm hovering above my leg and jerked away. Sorry. Liam whispered, pulling his hand back. I watched the tip of his ears go bright cherry red. It's just, you're all cut up. Please, can we stop for a second? We should regroup, figure out where we are. But I didn't want to pull over alongside some random stretch of fence and pasture. I waited until we had found an old rest stop, complete with its brick colonial style finish, and turned the van off on the road into a deserted parking lot. Chubbs took the opportunity to empty the contents of his stomach onto the ground, but accomplished little more than some enthusiastic dry heaving. Liam stood and patted his back. Will you help Ruby when you're done? Chubbs might have hated me or wanted to scare me off, but he at least recognized that I had played some small part in saving his skin. He didn't say yes, though. He only crossed his arms over his chest and blew out a long, martyred sigh. Thanks, Liam said. You're the best, Mother Teresa. He went out the sliding door behind my seat and made a beeline for the small cluster of silver water fountains. I stood between him and the restroom entrances. Zoo followed him out, bounding across the distance with pink duffel bag in hand. By the time I turned my attention back to him, Chubbs had collected himself enough to start poking and prodding at me. Easy, I gasped when his fingers brushed my elbow. He jabbed his finger against one of the overhead lights, and it snapped on at his command. I finally saw the skin from my elbow down to my wrist had been rubbed raw by the road. Turned toward me. Chubbs looked like he was fighting with all his strength he had left not to roll his eyes at me. Now, Green, before I grow a beard. I twisted myself around so my legs were facing toward him in the passenger seat. Unsurprisingly, they looked just about as pretty as my arms did. Both knees were skinned and already scabbing over in places, but aside from a few stray scratches and bruises that had nothing to do with the attack, they were in much better shape than my hands. Chubbs pulled what looked like a briefcase out from under his seat and popped the clasp open on it. I was only able to sneak a quick glance inside before he pulled out 4 white squares and packets and shut it again. God, how did you even manage to do this? He muttered as he ripped the first one open. The smell, the antiseptic, and tried to squirm away. Chubbs glowered at me from over the rim of his glasses. If you're going to make yourself at home, could you at least try to take better care of yourself? It's hard enough to keep these two in one piece without you flinging yourself at danger, too. I didn't fling, I began, and thought better of it. Sorry? Yeah, well, he huffed. Not as sorry as you'll be if any of these cuts get infected. He brought my right hand up close to his face in order to get a better look. and I tried to not wince as he began to swipe at it with one of his disinfecting wipes, as tenderly as a wolf shredding apart its dinner. The sting that followed snapped me out of my hazy, numb stupor I was falling into. Suddenly aware of his touch, I wrenched my hand away from his and took the wet, cold cloth from his hand. It didn't hurt any less when I cleaned the small bits of asphalt out myself. You should go check on Lee and Zoo, I said. No, because they'll be all pissed off if I'm not taking care of you. After a moment, he admitted, somewhat reluctantly. Besides, you did seem to, well, you're worse off than the rest of us, at least. They can wait. He must have seen the corner of his mouth twitch, because he added, but don't think you're going to get all the bandages. These are superficial wounds at best. Yes, sir, I said, tossing the disinfectant wipe out of the window. He handed me a new one for my other palm, eyes still narrowed, but maybe, just maybe, softening at the edges. I felt myself relax a bit, but I wasn't suffering under any delusion that we were about to start braiding friendship bracelets for each other. Why did you lie? My head shot up at his question, suddenly feeling very light. I didn't. What are you? I'm not. About Zoo, he glanced back over his shoulder. His voice was quiet as he continued. You said she only knocked that guy out, but that wasn't the case, was it? He was killed. I nodded. She didn't mean to. Obviously not, he said, sharply. I was wondering why no one was coming after us, and I got worried, knowing what it would do to her, and, well, I guess you have some sort of common sense after all. It came to me then, as I looked at him, one of those rare, perfect crystallizations of understanding. He wanted me out because he saw me as a threat to them. He wouldn't ever trust me until I proved myself otherwise, and after my slip in messing up the color of the SUV, that was likely to have passed never. What's the world with one less skip tracer anyway? He bent down to retrieve his briefcase again, replacing the unused supplies in it. That's right, I thought, sitting up straighter. I didn't tell them. They weren't skip tracers. They were PSFs. At that, Chubbs actually barked out a laugh, and I'm guessing their uniforms were stuffed under their plaid shirts and jeans. One of them was wearing a badge, I said, and the orange device they were using. I saw one at Thurmond once. Chubbs didn't look convinced, but we didn't have the time, and I certainly did not have the energy to be running circles around the truth for the next hour. Look, I continued, you don't have to believe me, but you should know that one of them radioed in PSI number 42755. That's Liam, right? I gave the story from my end and left the rest for him to fill in on his side. By the time I got to the description of the orange device, he had heard quite enough. He sucked in a deep breath, his lips drawn together to a point until he looked more ferret than human. I held my breath as he rolled down the window and proceeded to relate, down to the exact words, what I had just finished telling him, like he didn't trust me to do it myself. I told you the PSFs would catch up to us, he kept repeating, like we hadn't heard him shout it the first 10 times. We were just lucky it wasn't her. I wondered who he meant, but knew better than to ask. Liam ignored him and kept his back to us, still bent over the silver drinking fountain. Zeus stood next to him, dutifully holding the button down so he could use both hands to scrub his face in the stream of water shooting out of it. I used the last of the wipes to clean the dirt off my own face. I just want to know how the PSFs recognized him, even before he used the orange thing. It flashed, and he knew the number off the top of his head. He didn't need to wait for it to tell him that. Chubb stared at me for a moment, then brought a hand up to the pinched bridge of his nose. Everyone had their photos taken when they were processed, didn't you? I nodded. So they put together a network for searching the photos? I asked. Green, how the hell am I supposed to know that? He said. Describe it to me again. The one, the orange gadget must have been some sort of camera or scanner. That was the only explanation I could drum up that Chubbs didn't shoot down as being moronic. I pressed my hands against my eyes, trying to fight back the urge to vomit. It's bad news if that's all it takes for them to ID us, Chubb said, rubbing a hand over his forehead and smoothing out the wrinkles there. If we weren't already screwed, they'll probably know we're looking for the East River now, which means they're going to have more patrols out, which means they're going to be watching our families even closer. It even means it'll be harder for the slip kid. He never finished his train of thought. He didn't have to. I let out a humorless laugh. Come on, they're going to send out a whole armada for a few freaks? First of all, armadas are comprised of ships, Chubb said. And second, no. They would have sent one out there for a few freaks.
Then what's the. They would send one out to get Lee. He didn't wait for me to piece it together. Green, who do you think is the mastermind behind our camp's breakout? When the other kids were ready to return to the minivan, we played a silent game of musical chairs. Chubbs took the middle seat on the passenger side, and Zoo her usual perch behind the driver's seat. I had two options at that point: crawl into the rear seat or tough it out in the front seat, while trying to act like everything was all hunky dory and pretend that Chubbs hadn't just told me Liam was responsible for what might have been the only successful camp breakout ever. In the end, exhaustion won out. I managed to collapse in the passenger seat, feeling about as lovely as a wilted head of lettuce, just as Liam climbed into the driver's seat. He grinned. Must be tiring being a big hero. I waved him off, trying to quiet the small, ridiculous buzz of happiness in my chest that came from his words. He was just trying to be nice. Good thing we had the ladies there to take care of business, he continued, turning to Chubbs. Otherwise, you and I would have been rolling in the bed of a truck halfway back to Ohio. Chubbs only grunted, his coloring faintly gray. Liam looked a little better at least. His face was tinged pink with the shock of the cold fountain water, and his eyes still seemed to be twitching every so often. But his eyes had lost the cloudy, unfocused look, considering it was the first time being ear-tased by the white noise. Liam had recovered fast. All right, team, he said slowly. Time for a Betty vote. No, Chubb startled back to life. I know exactly where you're going with this. And I know I'm going to be overruled, and all those in favor of letting our girl Wonder stay with us for the time being, raise your hand. Both Liam and Zoo raised their hands immediately. Zoo looked at me with a small smile that seemed particularly bright next to Chubb's glowering face. We don't know anything about her. Hell, we don't know what she has even what she has told us is even true, he objected. She could be a psychopath who kills us in our sleep or calls her league buddies in just when we let our guard down. Gee, thanks, I say dryly, half flattered he thought I was capable of that level of scheming. The longer she stays with us, he added, the more likely it is the league will catch up to us. And you know what they do to their kids. They won't catch up to us, Liam said. We took care of that already. If we stay together, we'll be fine. No, 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 Chubb said. I want to register my nay vote, even though the two of you always win. Well, don't be a bad sport about it, Liam said. This is democracy in action. Are you sure? I asked. Of course I am, Liam said. What I wasn't okay with was the thought of dropping you off at some back of beyond Greyhound station with no money, no papers, and no way of knowing you got where you're going safe and sound. And there it was again, that smile. I pressed my hand against my chest and tried to keep things at bay, locked inside, to keep my hand from reaching out to brush the one that he had put on the armrest of my seat. It seemed so sick, so wrong, but all I wanted to do was slip inside his mind and see what he was thinking and why he was looking at me like that. You really are a monster, I thought, pressing a tight fist against my mouth. I wanted to protect him at that moment. It was suddenly clear to me what I wanted to protect them, all of them. They had saved me. They had saved my life and hadn't expected a single thing in return. If the showdown with the undercover PSFs had shown me anything, it was that they needed someone like me. I could help them, protect them. I didn't think I could ever begin to repay them for taking me in and letting me stay as long as I had, but if I could control myself long enough, it would be a start. It was the best I could do with what I had. Where are you trying to go, anyway? Liam tried to keep his voice casual, but his eyes had darkened, obviously troubled. Could you even get there on a bus if you tried? I told him the feeble plan I'd half-baked inside the gas station. I fingered the ends of my long, tangled hair and was surprised to feel some of the tightness in my chest ease up long enough for me to take a deep breath. What's in Virginia Beach? My grandmother, I think, I said. I hope. Yes, Grams reminded me. Grams was still an option. She remembered me, didn't she? If she could help them find the slip kid, if he could help me, then wasn't there a real chance I could see her again? Live with her? It was a lot of ifs. If we found the slip kid. If he was an orange. If he could help me figure out how to control my abilities. If he could help contact our families. Once I had tapped into the vein of doubts, the rest came flooding in. What if Grams, the thought was crushing, had passed away? She was 70 when I was taken, which meant she'd be inching closer to 80. I'd never even considered it a possibility, because I couldn't remember a time that she didn't look glowing and ready to take on the world with a little more than her silver hair, a neon fanny pack, and a matching visor. But I wasn't the same person I had been 6 years ago. Could I expect her to be? If she was alive, how could I ask her to take care of her freak granddaughter, protect me, and hide me when I know there was a chance she couldn't take care of herself? It was too much to think about now, too much to consider and agonize over in a logical way. My brain was still thrumming and the effects of the white noise, but my weak heart made the choice easy for me. All right, I said, I'll stay, and hope that none of us regret it. The deep wrinkle that had appeared between Liam's brows eased but didn't disappear. I knew he was studying me. His light eyes flickered over my face, trying to figure out, maybe, why I had hesitated so long to agree. Whatever conclusions he came to made him sit back with a sigh and adjust the mirrors in silence. Liam had that kind of face you could read instantly and know what he was thinking, but it made it easy to trust whatever he was saying was true. Because, but there was a practiced quality to his expression now, an intense concentration to keep his face blank. It looked unnatural on someone who seemed always to have a grin tucked in the corner of his mouth. I leaned back, trying to ignore the throbbing in my head and pitiful dull, the pitiful dying animal noises coming from Chubbs once he remembered how much pain he was in. Liam silently passed him a half-empty water bottle from under the seat. I glanced back at Zoo out of the corner of my eye, but the twilight had lulled her to sleep. The thin sheen of sweat coated her forehead and the skin above her lips. The car rumbled back to life. Liam exhaled as he cut a diagonal path through the parking lot. He didn't seem to know which direction to turn until we finally found the road. Where are we going? I asked. He was silent for a moment, scratching his chin. We're still headed to Virginia, if I can find it. I think we crossed the state line a while back, but I don't know where we landed. Not too familiar with this area, to be honest. Use a damn map, Chubbs growls behind us. I can figure it out without it, Liam insisted. He kept swiveling his head back and forth like he expected someone to appear and guide him the right direction with road flares and fanfare. 5 minutes later, the map was spread out over the steering wheel and Chubbs was gloating in the back seat. I leaned over the armrest trying to make sense of the pastel colors and crisscrossing lines on the flimsy ripped paper. Liam pointed out the boundaries of West Virginia, Virginia, Maryland, and North Carolina. I think we're about here? He pointed on the tiny dot that was surrounded by a rainbow of crisscross lines. I don't suppose Black Betty has GPS, I said. Liam blew out a sigh. Patting the steering wheel, he had decided that we were going right. Betty may drive the straight and true path, but souped up, she is not. I told you we should have taken that Ford SUV, Chubb said. That piece of. Liam caught himself. That box on wheels was a death trap, not to mention its transmission was shot to hell. So naturally, the next choice was a minivan. Yep, she called to me from the parking lot of abandoned cars. The sun was shining through the windows like a beacon of hope. Chubbs groaned. Why are you so weird? Because my weird has to be able to cancel out your weird, Lady Crossstitch. At least what I do is considered an art form, Chubb said. Yes, in ye old medieval Europe, you would have been quite the catch. Anyway, I cut in, now in full possession of the map. We have to be closer to Winchester, I pointed out the dot to the west end of Virginia. What makes you say that? Liam began. Are you from this area? Because if I'm not, I just remember driving past Keyser and Romney while the two of you were out. And with all the Civil War trail signs, I think we should be near one of the battlefields. Those are some good detective skills, Nancy drew, but unfortunately, those signs pretty much mean nothing in this part of the country. You can barely go 50 feet without hitting a historical marker for the place this army crossed, or that guy died, or where James Madison lived. That's in Orange, I interrupted. We're nowhere near that. The soft blue light of the evening gathered around his blond hair, stripping it of color. He studied me for a minute, scratching his chin. So you are from Virginia, then? I'm not. He held up a hand. Please, no one outside of this state gives a crap about where James Madison's house is. I sat back, walked right into that one. It was my mom's fault. As a high school history teacher, it had been her personal mission to cart me and Dad around to every major historical site in the area. So while my friends got to have pool parties and sleepovers, I got to walk around one battlefield after another, posing for pictures with cannons or colonial reenactors.
Fun times, made even more fun by the thousands of bug bites and peeling sunburns I always showed up with on the first day of school. I still had scars from Antietam. Liam smiled at the dark road, keeping the minivan's headlights off. I thought it was fairly brave, or stupid, considering the Commonwealth of Virginia had never considered it a priority to install lights on its highways and roads. I think we should stop for the night, Chubb said. Are you going to find a park? Relax, buddy. I got this, Liam said. You keep saying that, Chubbs muttered, sitting back. And then it's, oh, sorry, team. Let's huddle together for warmth while the bears try to break in and eat our food. Yeah, sorry about that, Liam said. But hey, what's life without a little adversity? That had to been the fakest attempt at optimism since my fourth grade teacher tried reasoning that we were better off without the dead kids in our class because it'd be more turns on the playground swings for the rest of them. I lost track of their conversation after that. It wasn't that I had no interest in hearing all their bizarre traditions and habits that they'd managed to form in the 2 weeks since escaping their camp. I was exhausted with trying to figure out why exactly those two were able to cling to the thin thread that bound their friendship together. Eventually, Liam found Highway 81 and Chubbs found a shallow, restful sleep. The endless stream of old trees, only a few fully dressed for spring, passed by my window. We were going too fast, and we were too far into twilight for me to make out the patchwork of leaves that had grown in. Wherever we were, there were still traces of dead leaves from the fall before straining the highway cement, almost as though we were the first car to drive the road in quite some time. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass, reaching over the point of the AC vent directly at me. My headache was still there, pinching the space between my eyes. The freezing air would help keep me awake, and, if nothing else, alert enough to catch on, my mind blindly groping for Liam's. You okay? He was trying to watch both the road and me. In the dark, I couldn't do much else besides make out the curve of his nose and lips. A part of me was glad I couldn't see the bruises and cuts there. It had only been a few days, a blink in my collective 16 years of life, but I didn't need to see his face to know soft concern would be there. Liam was a great many things, but mysterious and unpredictable weren't included in that deck of cards. Are you okay? I countered. The car was quiet enough for me to hear the fingers drumming on the steering wheel. Just need to sleep it off, I think. Then after a moment he added, Did they really use that on you at Thurmond? A lot? Not a lot, but enough. I couldn't tell him that, though, without fanning the flames of his pity. Do you think the PSF's figured out where you're going? I asked instead. Maybe. We could have just been at the wrong place at the wrong time. Chugs, Chubbs woke up behind us with a loud yawn. Not likely, he said sleepily. Even if they weren't intentionally tracking us, I'm sure they are now. They were probably forced to memorize your ugly mug and PSI number. We already know you're a tasty treat for skip tracers. Thank you, Mr. Sunshine and Smiles, Liam gritted out. For what it's worth, the guy seemed surprised that it was actually you, I said. But who is this person you keep talking about? The woman. Lady Jane, Liam said, as if that explains everything. Excuse me? It's what we call one of the more persistent skip tracers, he continued. First is what you call her. And second, persistent? Try. She's been on us like a shadow ever since we got out of Caledonia. She shows up everywhere, at any time, like she can guess where we're going before we even do it. The lady is good at what she does, Liam confirmed. Can you please not compliment the person trying to drag our asses back to camp? Why do you call her Lady Jane? I asked. Liam shrugged. She's a rare British lass in a crop of bloodthirsty Americans. How did that happen? I asked. I thought they closed all the borders. Liam opened his mouth to answer, but Chubbs got there first. I don't know, Green. Why don't you hit her up for a chat and tea, and next time she comes around to capture us? I rolled my eyes. Maybe I will if you tell me what she looks like. Dark hair, up in a bun, glasses, Liam began. Long, sort of hooked nose, I finished. You've seen her? In Marlinton. She was the one driving the red truck, but Kate and Rob had taken care of that. She had been left behind. Well, she wasn't there this time, I finished. Maybe we lost her for real. That chance, Chubbs grumbled. The woman is the Terminator. We passed one rundown motel after another. Some occupied more than others. I sat up in my seat when Liam turned into an old Comfort Inn's parking lot, only to immediately back out of it with a low whistle. There were no cars in the parking lot, but a dozen or more men and women hanging around outside their rooms, smoking, talking, fighting. We saw this a lot driving through Ohio, he explained, without me having to prompt him. After people lost their houses, they'd go to the nearest closest hotel and try to fight over rooms there. Gangs and all that crap. The motel he settled on was Howard Johnson Express, one with a quarter of its parking lot filled with different makes and models of cars and the blue vacancy sign on. I held my breath as he navigated around the outer ring of rooms, careful to avoid driving past the office. He picked a spot at the very edge of the lot, surveying the line of rooms in front of us. Two were easily ruled out. We could see the glow of TV through the windows and curtains, but the others weren't as obviously occupied. Wait here a sec, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt. I'm going to scope out the area, make sure it's safe. And it was just like before. He didn't bother to wait for any of us to protest. He just jumped out of the car, glanced into each room as he passed, and began to jimmy the door of his choosing. Chubbs and I were left to divide up the last of the food we had gathered from the gas station in Marlinton. Our inventory was down to a bag of Cheetos, peanut butter crackers, some Twizzlers, and a snack pack of Oreos, plus the candy I'd managed to stuff into my backpack. It was every 6-year-old dream fest. We worked silently, avoiding each other's gaze, like champions. Chubb's fingers were quick and nimble as he opened the peanut butter crackers and started in on them. The same ratty book was in his lap, the pages open and smiling up at him. I knew he couldn't actually be reading them, not with eyesight as bad as his, at least. But when he finally decided to talk to me, he didn't so much as glance up from it. Enjoying our life of crime yet? The general seems to think you're a natural. I reached over to Wake Zoo, ignoring whatever it was he was trying to imply. I was too exhausted to deal with him, and frankly, none of the comebacks were wearing at the tip of my tongue at the moment were likely to win him over. Before I could step out of the van, my backpack and food in hand, Chubb's hand reached out and slammed the door shut again. In the dim light of the hotel, he looked not angry exactly, but certainly not friendly either. I have something to say to you. You said quite a bit, thanks. He waited until I looked back at him over my shoulder before continuing. I'm not going to pretend like you didn't help us today, or that you didn't spend years living in a glorified shithole. But I'm going to tell you now. Use tonight to think seriously about your decision to stay. If you decide to slip out in the middle of the night, know that you probably made the right choice. I reached again for the door, but he wasn't finished. I know you're hiding something. I know you haven't been completely honest. And if you think for some insane reason that we can protect you, think again. We'll be lucky to make it out of this mess alive without whatever crisis you're bringing to the table. I felt my stomach clench, but kept my face neutral. If he was hoping to read some clue in my face, he was going to be disappointed. I spent the better part of the last 6 years schooling my expression into a perfect innocent under the threat of guns. Whatever he expected couldn't have been the truth, though. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me one last chance to duck and run. He would have personally punted me out of the van, preferably at high speed, in the middle of a deserted highway. Chubbs rubbed a thumb across his lower lip. I think, he started, I hope you get to Virginia Beach. I really do, but he pulled the glasses off his face and pinched the bridge of his nose. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Just think about what I said. Make the right choice. Liam began waving at us from the front door of the room, keeping it propped open with his foot. Zoo put a hand on Chubbs' shoulder. He jumped, blinking in surprise at the touch of yellow rubber. She had been so silent. I had forgotten she was there, too. Come on, Suzume, Chubbs said, dropping a hand on her shoulder. Maybe if we're lucky, the general will deign to let us take showers, and maybe, if we're really lucky, he'll actually take one himself. Zoo followed him out the side door, casting an anxious glance my way. I waved her off with a forced smile and reached in the back seat for my black backpack. I didn't notice it until I was already outside, the darkening sky sapping away the last bit of the van's warmth from my skin. One of my hands reached out to hold the sliding door open as I leaned back in the minivan and pulled the book out of the passenger seat back pouch. It was the first and only time I had seen it free from Chubbs's hands. The flat, empty M&M bag he was using as a bookmark was still in place. I flipped the book open to the page and didn't need to look at the spine to instantly know what book it was. Watership Down by Richard Adams. No wonder he had gone to such great lengths to hide what he was reading. The story of a bunch of rabbits trying to make their way in the world? Liam would have a field day. But I loved that book, and apparently Chubbs did too. It was the same old edition my dad used to read to me before bed, the one I used to steal from his study and put on my shelf for when I couldn't sleep at night. How had it come to just me when I needed him the most? My eyes drank in each word, worshipping their shape until my lips started forming them and I was reading aloud for everyone and no one to hear. All the world will be your enemy, prince with 1,000 enemies. And wherever they catch you, they will kill you. But first they must catch you. Digger, listener, runner, prince with the swift warning, be cunning and full of tricks, and your people shall never be destroyed. I wondered if Chubbs knew how the story ended. The hot water was enough to make me forget I was standing in an old motel shower, washing my hair with shampoo that reeked of fake lavender. In the entire compact bathroom, there were only 6 things: the sink, toilet, towel, the shower, its curtain, and me. I was the last one in. By the time I finally walked through the motel room door, Sue had already been in and out, and Chubbs had just barricaded himself in the bathroom, where he spent the next hour scrubbing himself and all of his clothing until they stank of stale soap. It seemed pointless of me to try to do laundry in a sink with hand soap, but there was no bathtub or laundry detergent for him to use. The rest of us just sat back and tuned out his impassioned speech on the importance of good hygiene. You're next, Liam said, turning to me. Just make sure you wipe everything down when you're done. I caught the towel he threw at me. What about you? I'll take one in the morning. With the bathroom door shut and locked behind me, I dropped my backpack on the toilet seat cover and went to work. Sorting through its contents, I pulled out the clothes they had given me and dumped them on the floor. Something silky and red spilled out on the top of the pile, causing me to jump back in alarm. It took several moments of suspicious inspection to figure out what it was: the bright red dress from the trailer's closet. Zoo, I thought, passing a tired hand over my face. She must have grabbed it when I wasn't looking. I poked at it with my toe, nose wrinkling at its faint scent of stale cigarette smoke. It looked like it was going to be a size too large for me, not to mention the somewhat icky feeling that came from knowing where it had been. But clearly she had wanted me to have it, and wearing it, loath as I was to admit, was smarter than running around in my camp uniform. I could do this for Zoo. If it made her happy, it'd be worth the discomfort. There was no shampoo, but the Children's League had thought to give me deodorant, a bright green toothbrush, a pack of tissues, some tampons, and hand sanitizer, all travel side and zipped up tight in a Ziploc bag. Under the small hairbrush and water bottle, and there, at the very bottom of the bag, was another panic button. It must have been there the entire time, I just hadn't realized it. I'd thrown the first one Kate had given me away, leaving it behind in the mud and brush. The thought that this one had still been in my bag all this time, the entire time, made my skin crawl. Why hadn't I thoroughly searched the bag before now? I picked it up between 2 fingers and dropped it into the sink like it had been a piece of hot coal. My hand was on the faucet, ready to drop the stupid thing in the water and fry it for good, but something stopped me. I'm not sure how long I stared down at it before I picked it up again and held it toward the light, trying to see if I could peer inside the black outer shell. I looked for a red blinking light that would tell me if it was recording. I held it up to my ear, listening to see if it was activated, if it was on, or if it really was a tracker. Wouldn't they have caught up to us by now? Was it so bad to keep it, just in case? Just in case something happened again, and I couldn't help the others? Wouldn't being with the League be better than throwing back into Thurmond, being killed? Wasn't anything better than that? When I put the panic button back in the pocket of the backpack, it wasn't for me. If Kate had seen me, she would have smiled, and the thought only made me angry all over again. I couldn't even believe in my own ability to protect these kids. Stepping under the shower's perfect warm spray was already surreal enough without having to hear the click, click, click beep of Thurman's automatic timer to keep my wash time under 3 minutes. It was a good thing, too, since the dirt seemed to come off me in slow layers. A good 15 minutes of scrubbing, and it felt like I had turned every inch of my skin inside out. I even tried using the bubblegum pink razor that had been included in the hotel's small pack of soap and shampoo, opening up in the new scabs on my shins and knees. 16 years old, I thought, and this is the first time I've ever been able to shave my legs. It was stupid, so stupid. I didn't know what I was doing, and I didn't care. I was old enough. No one was going to stop me. My mom always came back to me in flashes. Sometimes I'd hear her voice, just a word or two. Other times, I'd have a memory so real it was like reliving the moment altogether. And now, as I kept it all, as I kept at it, all I could think of was the conversation we'd had about this very thing, and her smile as she repeated over and over again. Maybe when you're 13. Eventually, I had washed the razor off and threw it in the direction of my bag. I didn't think anyone else would want to use it now. With my blood running down my legs, I turned my attention to the nest on my head. My hair was still too tangled for me to get through it. I had to work through it knot by knot, using more shampoo than I ever had meant to. And by the time I was finished, I was crying. I'm 16. I don't know what brought it out. One minute I was fine, and the next it felt like my chest had collapsed in on itself. I tried to take a deep breath, but the air was too hot. My hands found the wall's white tile first, the second before the rest of my body collapsed against it. I sat down on the rough, fake stone floor of the shower and pressed my hands to my chest, grateful for the noise of the running water and overhead vent, which hid the sound of me breaking into pieces. I didn't want them to hear me like this, especially not Sue. It was stupid, so stupid. I was 16. So what? So what I hadn't seen my parents in 6 years? So what I might never see them again? It's not like they remembered me anyway. I should have been happy that it was over, that I was out of that place. But inside or out, I was alone, and I was beginning to wonder if I had always been, if I always will be. The water pressure wavered, its temperature spiking as someone in the next room flushed the toilet. It didn't matter. I could barely feel it blasting against my back. My fingers went to my bleeding knees and pressed down, but I couldn't feel that either. Kate had told me that I needed to divide my life into 3 acts and close the first two behind me. But how did someone do that? How were you just supposed to forget? There was a knock on the door, faint, almost tentative at first, but more insistent when I didn't answer it right away. Ruby, I heard Liam's voice call. You okay? I took a deep breath and reached back, hand feeling through the air for the faucet. The water overhead faded to a mere drizzle and then a drip, and then nothing at all. Can you, open the door? Just for a sec? He sounded nervous enough to make me nervous. For one terrifying split second, I thought something had happened. I reached for the towel and wrapped it around myself. My fingers flicked to the lock over and were turning the doorknob before my brain caught up. A blast of icy air was the first thing to hit me. Liam's wide eyes were the second, the pair of big white socks in his hand the third. He glanced around the bathroom over my shoulder, his mouth pressed into a grim line. The motel room was darker than it had been when I first walked in. We must have been well into night now. So I couldn't be sure, not in any real way, but I thought I caught a glimpse of color flooding the tips of his ears. Is everything all right? I whispered. He stared at me, letting the warm fog from the bathroom wash over him. Liam? The socks were thrust in my direction. I looked down at them and then up at him, hoping I didn't look as flabbergasted as I felt. Just wanted to give you these, he said, giving them a little shake. He thrust them again in my direction. You know, for you. Don't you need them? I asked. I have a couple extra pairs, and you have none, right? He looked like he was in some kind of pain now. Seriously, please, just take them. Chubb says your extremities or whatever are the first thing to get cold, so you need them, and oh my God, Green, I heard Chubb say from somewhere in the room. Just take the damn socks and put the kid out of his misery. Liam didn't wait for me to hold out a hand. He reached past me and deposited them on the counter, right next to the sink. Um, thanks, I said. Great, I mean, no problem. Liam turned to walk away, only to turn back again as if thinking of something else. Okay, great, cool. Well, so you use your words, Lee, Chubbs called. Some of us are trying to get some sleep. Oh, right, sleep. Liam made a vague motion toward the room's bed. You and Zoo are going to share. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, I said. Okay, great. He put an abnormally bright smile on his face. I wondered what he was waiting for me to do or say. If this was one of those moments that being trapped in a cabin with a dozen of girls for 6 years has failed to prepare me for. It was like we were speaking in two different languages. Yeah, great, I repeated, more confused now than ever. That seemed to do the trick, though. Liam turned and walked away without another word. I picked up my new socks from the counter, examining them. Just before I shut the door, I heard Chubbs's voice tinged with his usual told you so. Hope you're pleased with yourself, he was saying. You should have just left her alone. She was fine. But I hadn't been, and somehow Liam had known. It took me several long moments to realize it was Zoo's dream. She and I were in the same room's queen-size bed, huddled together for warmth. The boys were on the floor with blankets, using extra towels stolen from a cleaning cart as pillows. The collective brain trust of Chubbs and Liam hadn't been able to figure out how to turn down the air conditioning unit, which insisted on spitting out its frosty breath every time the room so much as dared to spike to 60 degrees. I hadn't been hovering around the sweet, milky edges of sleep for hours when I felt the itch in the back of my mind. There was a part of me that had been expecting it. Even though my body had settled into bed like a slab of concrete, my brain was still buzzing in circles, processing what had happened with the PSFs, wondering if I could do any I could do what I had done to that man again. When Zoo's bare feet brushed against mine, and that was all it took, it pulled me into her dream head first. I was Zoo, and Zoo was in a small bed, staring up at the underbelly of a brown mattress. Darkness blurred around us until finally some recognizable shapes emerged. Stacks of bunk beds, a chalkboard, bright blue cabinets and that stretched from floor to ceiling, large windows bolted up with plywood, a strange square discoloration on the wall where posters must have once hung. I couldn't tear away, and that was the dangerous thing about dreams, how quickly you become tangled in it. People naturally let their guard down when they sleep, so much so that if the dream was frightening enough, you didn't even need to touch to be drawn into it. I couldn't smell the smoke, but I saw it right away, gliding beneath the old classroom's door like spilled milk racing across the ground. A moment later, I jolted up, rolling until I was off the bed completely. I watched in slow, dawning horror as a dozen girls jumped down from their bunks and gathered in a buzzing huddle in the center of the room. One girl, who must have been a good head taller than the 4-year-old, than and 4 years older than the others, tried to get them to crouch in a line beneath the windows, with no success. Her arms were waving through the air, the long sleeves of her simple mustard yellow uniform blurring. And then the alarms went off, and the door at the far end of the room swung open. The sound of the bell was nearly as excruciating as the white noise. Its pitch, stretched and distorted by the dream, I was jostled forward as the other girls made their break for the door. It didn't even seem to matter to them that the smoke was suffocating or that it didn't have a visible source. In the place of neat, orderly lines and mass chaos, kids with green, navy, and yellow uniforms spilled out into the white tiled hallway. The emergency lights were on, fire alarms flashing red and yellow along the wall. I was thrown into the crushing river of bodies, all headed in the same direction, the direction of the smoke. The vision blurred and tears and forced my breath out of my chest. One glance over my shoulder was enough to see some of the older kids, both boys and girls, dragging out their blue cabinets from their room and knocking them over in front of the silver double doors at the other end of the hallway. We weren't evacuating at all. We were escaping. My vision was swimming in black by the time we were pushed through the stairs at the other side of the doors and into the crammed stairway. The smoke was thickest there, rising not from the shimmering flames, but the two small black canisters, the kinds PSFs kept hooked on their belts, waiting to be thrown into a crowd of unruly kids. So the PSFs set them off? No, that was not possible. It was much more likely a few kids nabbed them to get the alarms going and to set the doors open. That was probably the extent of their emergency protocol. We were trapped in the stairwell, and our bodies pressed against everyone's in a shivering mass of nerves and exhilaration. I tried to keep my eyes forward, to feel the steps under my feet, but it was hard not to see what the darkness and flashing lights were doing to the other kids. Some were crying hysterically, looking on the verge of passing out, while some were laughing like it was a game. I don't know how I spotted the other Asian girl under the tide of hands and heads. She was wedged in the bottom of the left corner of the stairwell landing, standing on her toes, her green uniform barely visible. Her hair was gleaming black under the emergency lights, and her arm was above her head, outstretched. Toward me? The minute I made eye contact with her, her face lit up in recognition. I saw her mouth form Zoo's name. I tried to reach out, to grab her hand, but the swarm of people around me pushed me down, jostling forward. By the time I turned around, she had disappeared too. I didn't see one PSF or camp controller, not until we were at the base of the stairwell, stepping over but mostly on the three prone black figures on the ground. Their faces were swollen into bruised mass. Blood collected on the ground under them. Someone, probably a blue, had ripped the doors from their hinges and sent them flying outside, into what looked like a wasteland of white snow. The ground was unnaturally bright under the moonless sky, partly from the dream, partly because the searchlights that switched on as the pitch of the alarm changed from a trill to a warning siren. Once we were out of those final doors, we were running. The snow was knee deep. Most of the kids weren't wearing anything beyond their paper thin uniforms. Most of them hadn't even remembered to put their shoes on. Tiny flakes floated into the deep intersecting lines of footprints, and for a moment I felt slow, watching the way the snow was neither flying nor falling, just hovering there, like a held breath, lighting up like thousand fireflies under the camp searchlights. And then the spell was broken, shattered with the first gunshot. And then it was bullets flying over us, not snow. The screams ripped, jagged, and piercing from the throats of hundreds of kids. 5, 10, 15. It was impossible to count the kids that suddenly pitched forward, falling face first into the snow, screaming and howling in pain. The nightmarish red began to creep through the snow, like spilled ink spreading, expanding, devouring. I reached up to my cheek, to the wetness there, and when I pulled my hand away, my brain finally connected that I had run straight through a spray of blood. I was covered in someone else's blood, dripping down my cheeks and off my chin. We ran harder, faster, towards the back right corner of the chain link fence surrounding the old school. I threw a look back over my shoulder to the brick school building, to the dozens of black figures on top of its gray slate roof, to the dozens more pouring out from the first-story windows and doors. When I turned back, the field in front of me was covered in heaps of every color: yellow, blue, green, and red. So much red. They formed lines, unwilling barriers that others had to jump over to keep going. I fell forward, barely catching myself on the snow. Someone had caught my ankle. A green girl on her stomach, crawling towards me, her eyes open, her mouth gulping at the air. Help me, she was sobbing, blood bubbling up over her lips. Help me. But I got back up and ran. There was a gate at the edge of this camp. I could see it now, that I was within a few hundred feet of it. What I couldn't see was that I was causing a backup of kids. Why weren't kids dashing through the gate to get to freedom? With a jolt, I realized that there were almost 3 times as many kids down in the snow behind me than there were in front of me. The cluster of kids surged forward with a unified wail, hundreds of hands straining forward. My size made it easy for me to slip through legs and fight my way up to the front, where 3 older boys in blue uniforms were struggling to keep the crowd of kids back from both the gate itself and the one-man watch booth beside it, which was currently playing host to 3 people: an unconscious PSF, Liam, and Chubbs. I was so shocked at the sight of them, I nearly missed the blur of green that was a little kid rushing for the fence. He darted around the teenagers in his path and threw himself against the bright yellow bars holding the gate firmly in place. He had only just touched it when all of the hair on his head seemed to stand on end, and a burst of light flashed under his fingers. Instead of releasing it, his hands only seemed to clamp down harder, frozen in place, as thousands of volts of electricity sent his body into a frenzy fit of shuddering. Oh my God. The gate was still on. Liam and Chubbs were trying to turn it off. I felt my own scream bubble in my throat when he collapsed to the ground, finally still. Liam yelled something from the booth that I couldn't hear, not above the screams from the kids around me. The sight of the boy burst the temporary bubble of calm in a heartbeat. The PSFs were closer now. They had to be, because when they started firing again, it was like shooting fish in a barrel. Each layer of kid fell down and away, peeling back to reveal new, fresh layer for the kill. I couldn't see the snow beneath them anymore. Kids turned and bolted in every direction, some heading back towards the school, others following the edge of the electrified fence, looking for another way out. I heard dogs bark and the growling of engines. Combined, the noises sounded like monsters straight out of hell. I turned to look at the trail of the animals and snowmobiles were blazing towards us, when something hard slammed into me from behind, throwing me into the thick snow. I'm shot, I thought, half in shock. No, that wasn't right. The blow had come from an elbow to the back of the head. The blue girl hadn't even seen me as she turned and ran back toward the camp. I rolled over just in time to see her with her hands in the air, a clear surrender, and still they shot her. She shrieked in pain and crumpled to the ground. It wasn't just the girl who had spotted me in the snow. No one did. I felt my arms stinging with the cold, strain as I tried to push myself up and out of its freezing touch, but every time I made progress, another foot came slamming down across my shoulders and back. I had enough time to cover my head, but that was it. There was no getting air to my chest. I was screaming, and no one could hear. Rage and despair ripped through me. The crush of stampeding kids pushed me deeper and deeper into the snow, and I kept thinking, can you drown like this? Can you suffocate in freezing dark? Would it be better to die this way? Hands reached around my waist, freezing air flooded my lungs in a single painful gasp. I was lifted up and out of the snow. The gate was open now, and the kids who had been steady and calm enough to remain, who had been lucky enough not to be hit, poured through, running for the dense cluster of trees ahead. There couldn't have been more than 20 of the hundreds of kids who had flooded the halls of this old school. 20. I felt warm, impossibly warm. The hands holding me tightened. When I looked up, it was into Liam's bright eyes. Hang on tight, okay? Zoo woke up in a gasp, coming from her nightmare for a long drag of air. I was thrown out of the dream, sent hurling back into the freezing hotel room. Though the topsy-turvy vertigo that slammed into me, I turned toward Zoo, my eyes adjusting just enough to make out her silhouette. When I reached for her, I found someone else's hands already there. Liam shook his head, trying to snap himself out of sleep's lingering grasp. Zoo, he whispered. Hey, Zoo. I stayed perfectly still. Hey, Liam said gently. You're okay. It was just a bad dream. My gut twisted when I realized she was crying. I heard a scraping sound, wood against wood, like he'd taken something out of the nightstand. Write it down, Liam said. Don't force yourself. It must have been the hotel stationery. I shut my eyes, waiting for him to switch on the cheap nightstand lamp, but he kept to his rule, no light outside the bathroom. What are you sorry for? He whispered. The only one who needs beauty sleep is Chubbs. She let out a shaky laugh, but her body was still tense next to mine. Was it the same one as before? The bed dipped as Liam sat down. A little different, he repeated, after a moment. Yeah? The silence stretched a little longer this time. I wasn't sure if she was still scribbling in the darkness until Liam cleared his throat and said in a rough voice, I could never forget that. I was really worried you had tried to touch the gate before Chubbs figured out how to switch it off. And then so soft I might have imagined it, he said. I'm so sorry. The guilt and misery that coated the words were like a kick to the chest. I felt myself shift forward on the bed and draw the pain there, just desperate to reassure him that what had happened there in that snowy field hadn't been his fault. It scared me, knowing how well I understood him in that moment. But I couldn't. It was a private conversation, just like her memory had been private. Why was I always trespassing into places I didn't belong? Chubbs isn't the only one that thinks it's too dangerous, but I think Ruby's tough enough to make it without us if she wants to. Why? More scribbling. The only thing Chubbs wants is for us to be safe, he said, still whispering. Sometimes that gets in the way of him doing what's good for others, seeing the big picture, you know? It's only been 2 weeks since we got out. You gotta give him more time. He sounded so confident then that I felt like a small part of me give. I believed him. Oh man, I could practically see him running a hand through his hair. Never be ashamed of what you can do. You hear me? If you hadn't been there, we wouldn't be here. The room settled back into a peaceful quiet, save for Charles' wheezing snores. You feeling better? He asked, needing anything from Betty. She must have shaken her head because I felt the bed shift again as Liam stood. I'll be right here. Just wake me up if you change your mind, okay? I didn't hear him say goodnight, but instead of lying down, I saw him sit, back flush against the bed, watching the door and anything that might come through it. A few hours later, with the moon still visible in the gray-blue morning sky, I gently untangled Zoo's fingers from the front of my dress and slipped out of the bed. The red glow of the alarm clock on the nightstand burned the time into my mind. 5:03 a.m., leaving time. None of us had really unpacked our things on Liam's insistence, but I had to collect my toothbrush and toothpaste from where I had left them next to Chubb's in the bathroom. There was one set of Hojo toiletries left out by the sink, next to the world's ugliest coffee maker. I stuffed them in my bag along with one of the smaller hand towels. Outside, it was only a few degrees warmer than it had been in the room. Typical bipolar Virginia spring weather. It must have rained the night before, too. A feathery white fog threaded through the cars and nearby trees. The minivan, which last night had been parked on the far end of the lot, was now stationed directly in front of the hotel room. If I hadn't walked right by Black Betty, running my hand against her bruised side, I don't know if I would have seen Liam at all. He was kneeling beside the sliding door, slowly scraping off the last of Betty Jean cleaning sign with his car keys. At his feet was the Ohio plate that had at one point been screwed into place. My feet drifted and stopped a few feet short of him. There were dark circles under his eyes. His face was drawn in thought, his mouth set in a grim line that didn't suit him at all. With his damp hair combed back and his face clean shaven, he could have looked a good 2 or 3 years younger than he had the day before, but his eyes told a different story. My shoes scuffed the loose asphalt, catching Liam's attention. He started to rise. What's wrong? Huh? You're up early, he explained. I usually have to drag Chubbs into the shower and blast him with cold water to get him going. I shrugged. Still on Thurman's schedule, I guess. He rose to his feet slowly, wiping his hands on the front of his jeans. The way his eyes flicked towards me made me think he wanted me to say something, but instead, he only gave me a small smile. The Ohio license plate was tossed into the back seat. In its place was a West Virginia plate. I didn't have a chance to ask where it had come from. I dropped my backpack at my feet and leaned against the minivan's doors. Liam disappeared around the back of the car, reappearing a few minutes later with a red gas can and a chewed up black hose in hand. With my eyes closed and ears pressed against the cool glass, I soaked up the honeyed sing-song radio commercial for the local grocery store. When the broadcaster came back on, it was with grim forecast of whatever left of the Wall Street. The woman read the stock report like a eulogy. I forced my eyes open, letting them fall where Liam had been standing only a second before. Liam? I called before I could stop myself. Over here, came the immediate reply. With a quick glance to the row of aquamarine motel doors, I shuffled down the back of the van until I was a few feet behind him. I stood on my toes, leaning to the right to get a better look at what he was doing to the silver SUV parked next to the van. Liam worked silently, his eyes focused on the task at hand. One end of the hose was shoved deep into the belly of the SUV's gas tank. He looped the excess length of the unruly hose around his shoulder and let the other end fall into the red can. What are you doing? I didn't bother to hide my shock. His free hand hovered over the length of the hose, gliding it back in our direction, almost as if he was tugging a line, or at least motioning someone forward. A few drops of pungent liquid began to drip from the free end of the hose. Siphoning gas, I realized. I heard about people doing this during the last gas shortage, but I never actually seen it done before. The liquid began to fill the can in a smooth pour, filling the space between us with a sharp odor. Gas crisis, he said with an unapologetic shrug. Times are a little desperate, and when we were running on fumes for a while yesterday. You're blue, right? I said, nodding toward the hand guiding the gas out of the red can. Could you just move Betty along without it? Yeah, but not for long. Liam sounded shy. When he pressed his lips together, he turned an unnatural shade of white and highlighted a small scar at the right corner. When I realized what he was staring, when I realized I was staring, I squatted down beside him, more to hide my embarrassment than to actually help. Stealing gas was, surprisingly all, not that complicated. I guess I'm just impressed you can use your abilities at all. A part of me wondered, then, if I hadn't had it backward the entire time, the way things were at Thurmond, the camp controllers were so vigilant about making sure we were terrified of getting caught using our abilities, and we made sure to understand from the beginning that what we were, what we could do, was dangerous and unnatural. Mistakes and accidents were no excuses, and punishment was not avoidable. There was to be no curious testing, no stabbing at limits to see if there was a way to push through them. If Liam was so accomplished with his abilities, it probably meant he had taken years to practice, most of those spent outside of camp walls. It never occurred to me to think that other kids, safe at home, hiding out, that the others, who had never seen the inside of a cabin, experienced the grave, and still nothing, that was life at camp, might have managed to teach themselves amazing things. They weren't afraid of themselves, they weren't crippled by the weight of what they didn't know. I had the strangest feeling, like I had lost something without ever really having it in the first place. It wasn't once, and wasn't at all what I meant it to be. The sensation made me feel hollow down to my bones. The whole thing's pretty straightforward for us blues, Liam said. You look at something, concentrate hard enough, imagine that object moving from point A to point B, and it just does. I bet a lot of blues at Thurman figured out how to use their abilities, they just chose not to. Maybe something to do with that noise. You're probably right. I hadn't had enough interaction with the blues kids to notice. Liam jerked the hose back and forth as the stream of gas slowly to a measly drip. I glanced up, searching for the parking lot motel doors for signs of life, and didn't settle back down until I was sure we were alone. Did you teach yourself? I asked, testing my theory. He glanced my way. Yeah, I went into camp pretty late and had plenty of time alone, bored out of my mind, to figure things out. Naturally, the next question was, were you in hiding? But I wouldn't be able to ask him. A, I would. I wouldn't be able to ask that without him asking about my history and how I got caught. This had to stop. My hands were shaking, like he had just told me he was about to strangle the life out of me. Nothing he had done up until now had proven him to be anything other than nice. He had shown me time and time again that he was willing to be my friend if I just let him. It had been so long since I'd ever wanted a friend that I wasn't sure I even remembered how to go about making one. In first grade, I had been stupidly simple. Our teacher had told us to write down our favorite animal on a sheet of paper, and then we had to go around the room until we found someone with a matching animal, because making friends was supposed to be that easy, apparently. Finding someone who liked elephants. I like this song, I blurted out. Jim Morrison's voice was soft and barely reached us from where it was filtering through Betty's speakers. Yeah? The Doors? Liam's face lit up. Come on, baby, light my fire, he crooned in a low voice to match Morrison's. Try to set the night on fire. I laughed. I like it when he sings it. Liam clutched his chest like I had wounded him, but his recovery was quick. The radio DJ announced the next song. It was like Liam had won the lottery. Now this is what I'm talking about. The Allman Brothers? My eyes were inching up to my face. Funny, I had pegged him for a Zeppelin guy. This is the music of my soul, he said, nodding his head in time with the music. Have you ever actually listened to the lyrics? I asked, feeling the anxiety lift off my shoulders. My voice was growing with steadier each word. My voice was growing steadier with each word. Was your father a gambler down in Georgia that wound up on the wrong end of the gun? Were you born in the back seat of a Greyhound bus? Hey now, he said, reaching over to flick my hair. I said it was the music of my soul, not my life. For your information, my stepdad is a mechanic down in North Carolina and, as far as I know, still alive and well, but I was born in the back seat of a bus. You're joking. I honestly couldn't tell. Am not. It made the newspapers and everything. I was the miracle bus boy for the first 3 years of my life, and now I'm trying to make a living and doing the best I can, I finished. He laughed, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint pink. The song went on, filling the air between us with its rapid pulse and relentless guitars. Every piece fit together effortlessly, not quite country and not quite rock and roll, just warm, fast Southern. I liked it even better when Liam started singing along. When the flow of gas had stopped, he carefully pulled the hose free and replaced the gas cap. Before he stood, Liam knocked his shoulder into mine. Where in the world did you get that dress? I snorted, picking at the skirt. Present from Zoo. You look like you want to throw it into a fire. I can't promise there won't be an unfortunate accident later on, I said, very seriously. When he laughed again, it felt like a small victory. Well, Green, it was nice of you to put it on, Liam said. Though be careful. Zoo's so starved for girl time that she might turn you into her own personal dress-up doll. Kids these days, I said, think the whole world belongs to them. He grinned. Kids these days. We moved from car to car, working our way down the parking lot. He didn't ask for my help, and I didn't ask him any more questions. We could have stayed together in that comfortable silence for hours, and it wouldn't have been enough for me.